Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. I'm the author of Tao Te Ching, Secret Tao Te Ching, and then this English version, the Chinese version. And then a friend of mine actually from Singapore, and he's learned Qigong from me, and he said, well, you know, and he have a little book here, and then and he, when I show him this book, he said, whoa, this is useful. You should let people know. And so that's why after actually that's why here I am. And after I record all the 81 chapter, I record it again. Now you can hear it. This is the second part of the thing. Instead of putting in the computer, now I might be just give out in YouTube, and thank you for YouTube, this platform, so that I can reach to you. Now I disappeared for a few years because at the first when they come out and this book, and so oh okay, I've translated Ho Shang Gong, Wang Bi's work in Chinese, English, and then I understand the Tao Te Ching word, and the people love Tao Te Ching. They always want more. They they say, oh, who's Ho Shang Gong and this and that, and I say, here it is, Ho Shang Gong. So at the YouTube, I start to talk to different group, and they suddenly realize everybody have a little book, and they have their own idea because they say, well, this is that is so famous. To a point, I say, forget it. I just do my own thing. So I'm not doing anything at all for many years until now. The friends said, whoa, you should let people know. But anyway. So now I've graduated. I see that one of my tapes I put it on 3 years, more than 3 years ago. Sometime now it's a lot of people actually reading every day. I said, "Whoa, my words actually touching people." That's what exactly what when I wrote it. Really, I memorized every single word, go through my soul and body. And when I wrote, now people actually understand. That's actually attached to going through the Wu Wei, going through different ways, reaching people. I said, well, maybe I go ahead and explain a little bit. Lao Ji, 2,600 years old, plus or minus, and now it's important to understand that this piece of work is timeless. It's not that a lot of people, no, that's the timeless. What apply then, apply now is so important to understand this this way, the way he wrote it. Now, when I wrote, of course, in Chinese also, some of you said, why should you write Chinese? It's important. So now teaching Chinese, Tao Te Ching here, because without understand directly what the word says, is not possible to translate. And what happened then, a lot of times people say, well, what's Lao Ji, and they put, what's going on? I said, listen, when I wrote Chinese, early in the morning, and when I woke up, it's dreaming, not dreaming, working, emitted the idea, of course, then it came to me already. I woke up and start to write very quickly. So my mind and the hands, and it doesn't go through logically, it's writing. It's called Chao Shu, it's a special shorthand writing. And they finish it, and they go back to sitting, oh, what I have written is something, whoa, I never thought of that. And then that's why many of those moments I put in there. And then that's why, and I truly believe that Lao Ji, when whoever he was, that during meditation, and then he saw the whole, when you see the oneness, that's it. And then you write so quickly, and then within 5,000 words, within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you finish it with the scroll store. So it's not like, so the way he saw it is the whole thing. So not going through logically, chapter 1 this, chapter 2, that's, a link together. No. But each chapter is a soul of itself, teach us what to do and so forth. Because Tao is, of course, we don't know what it is, but it is just like gravity. Gravity, we don't know exactly what gravity is, but now they say a gravity wave. But we don't know what it is, but we know that when you go to the mountain, you drop down, you're dead. So we know the effect of gravity. Just like Tao, we don't know what it is, but we know Tao exists in different ways. For example, water. You can see the water here, Yang. The water, you drink too much, you drown. If you drink enough, we need to survive. Tao, you learn Tao can can kill you or survive you. That's one of the Han Fiji said that. But again, remember, Tao Te, Te is learning how to live with Tao. So the water, so learn how to live with the water is learn how to swim or stay away from deep water. That's the skill or the usage of Tao, the skill learning live with the Tao. And then that's the Tao Te Ching. It's a way of life. So what Tao Te Ching is talking about. So after meditate on it every day, even today, every day, meditate the 5,000 words and go through over and over again. And then at the time when I wrote it, something come up. 8 pictures. 8 secrets, or what I call secret, but it's a fundamental 8 the skill of learning with Tao. So it's basically, so the first chapter, a lot of people say, well, where you got the idea of the first chapter? Everybody, you have little book and say, well, you know, Tao can describe it's not real Tao. No, that's was not saying anything because of, but however, that's but Ho-Shan go a very different explanation, and then I adopt his view. So when if you Tao, you cannot talk about why you see the whole Tao Te Ching, you talk about Tao. So it's just contradictory. So, but what he called the Tao is that what we can talk about the Tao is what we can practice, the usage of the Tao and so on. So the purpose of that will be long life Tao, live with nature, that we live natural life. It's not that we artificially prolong our life. No, we live our life naturally, and then by loving ourselves, loving other, love nature. That's the whole way of learning with Tao. The whole Tao Te Ching is about that. So during meditation, I cover 8 secrets. Or the first one is the answering. What's answering is the where we come from, where we going, what's the meaning of life. Pretty much the basic question people ask. So there are 10 chapters are grouped together, and now originally it doesn't mean that everything, but I just put it together like this and then explain things. It's just a convenience of our mortal mind to grasp, to better, but just like the finger pointing to the moon. So the moon, what you want, what we arrange is the fingers and doing something. So the first secret is the Tao. So answer that 10th chapter. And of course, the Tao is always here, has never left. And then I said, what's the meaning of life? Huh? How do you know that we're supposed to have a meaning? So, we don't know what's the meaning, but we know that we are needed in this world. Be wonders, we're needed. But anyway, when you go to read the book, and then you have more information on that. And then the second secret of wonders, yin and yang. So we are one, okay? But within one, there's 2 parts of it, yin and yang. They're opposite, but they are both are true, but they are just opposite. And then you see things, and then how one turns another, and then now of course something permanent like the sun, going to east, going to west. This is within our lifetime. It was always like that. You always the sunshine. But however, we don't know when it's going to rain, when it's going and so forth, because this predictable and unpredictable parts, the yin and yang intertwine. So this chapter, of course, that's to the secret too is the oneness or the. So we how we learn Tao then, because the property of Tao like that is unpredictable but predictable. So we learn how to use the predictable and then prepare for the unpredictable. That's the way of learning Tao, the second secret. Okay, the third, of course, the third secret of the Wu Wei or action. Action now. So Wu, and because in Tao Te Ching itself, we need to explain Tao Te Ching, 81 chapter. The concept from the Tao Te Ching itself. We cannot just jump away for explain things. And if you jump away, then will be what's Lao Tzu saying? You put words in the Lao Tzu's mouth. But you need to say, well, Wu Wei is invisible. Why? Because he said in the car inside is in the room in a car that is the emptiness. What it make useful. That's right now heaven and earth. And so it's made useful because the air, the oxygen will come in. So it's very logical, very scientific to explain it. And then what's Wu Wei? Step by step before it happens. Okay, the 10,000 miles start with first step. But even before you move, your mind go first. So those is Wu Wei. You need to planning. This planning is Wu Wei, and this is all from Tao Te Ching. So I'm not talking something other than that. So in my book, of course, I gather things, information for you to grasp, for you, because you need to put it on. Just like Bruce Lee, you know Bruce Lee, I hope. And then he is, and he does the Jie Quan Dao. At first he have to, the forms, and then, Wing Chun, he's doing the forms, like everybody else, and then he project to less form, and then unto no form. No form, but his form within the no form within. But he's talking about the Jing. It's the Wu Wei, chapter 48. He directly quote from chapter 48. And then, drop all the non-essentials and then become the essential. But this is the directly from Tao Te Ching, the concept of the secret. So I put 10 chapters there to group it together, so your mind can grasp it easier. If you want to learn Tao Te Ching, it's much easier for you to put in there. So the fourth one will be, the fourth secret will be silence. Silence. So the heaven and earth, the grass grow without sound, and so the silence is the way of adhere long life Tao. Silence. So keep cool. It's basically keep cool and not talking too much, but inside. But it's not talking, but inside you keep the cool. Like I'm talking right now, because I learned Qigong, because it's directly linked to silence. Is keep your dantian. I talk from here. From the dantian. It's not from here. So it's you keep quiet. Meanwhile you talk. So this the concept. It's not just like silence, quiet, don't talk. No, it's not there. But you inside. Why am I talk? But from inside to keep your cool, because Jing, so chapter 16, the meditation is a moving meditation. So inside then you talk. So this is the very important understanding. It's not just shut up. It's so that is 10 chapters, and I put chapters together, illustrate number 4, the silence, and then secret number 5, life, or softness. Water, you see the water. Water is, Bruce Lee talk about water a lot because it's called from Tao Te Ching there. And then it's water, very soft, but it can defeat the strong. And life, and then, you see, when we are alive, we are soft. When we are dead, it's stiff. So softness is life, and the hardness is the death. So, and then you going to the army is strong and so but anyway, 10 chapter about it, put it together, you should realize, that's the softness, so powerful. But you have to apply to your own life how the softness help you to advance your career, to advance your health, to advance everything else. So I put 10 chapters there together, and then you learn through that, okay? And then, of course, the secret number 6 is peace. All right, the peace. We all want peace. Unfortunately, we're always fighting peace. Now, in the peace, what's it? 10 chapter of that. And then it's heaven, earth actually watching. So heaven is not a God thing, but it's some kind of force. When we adhere to it, it will on our side, the heaven and earth on our side when we fight, and then but anyway, you can see that something what we do always coming back to us, always coming back. So keep our Tao, love, and keep what is peace. We want peace, Doesn't matter, we want peace, and then peace will come to you. So it's 10 chapter about it. It's real powerful. Love, compassion. Why we want to love and compassion? Because heaven will actually assist us when we are in mercy, compassion. But again, it's not something. Okay, you're good. I give you the power. No, it's doing it. Doing it means practice. That we adhere to Tao. With the Tao Te Ching, remember? Tao Te is learning the Tao. That's the way of Tao is. The heaven will take care of those people who actually take care of themselves, take care of other people, take care of the world. So this is the way, is the peace. Peace is not passive, it's active peace. And the whole Tao, there's a 10th chapter about it. All right, and then the seventh secret will be enough or contentment or balance. So we need our life need to balance. It's just like shooting a bow. Too high no good, too low no good. So everything has a balance. You cannot hold too much things into yourself, and then opposite comes. So you need to balance. Balance, just like Albert Einstein, he said, well, life is like riding a bicycle. You need to balance. So chapter the secret 7 actually talk about how we balance our because we have desires. Too much desire is no good. No desire is no good. So we need to keep the middle road. How are we doing it? So in this chapter is 11 chapters, one more than the rest. 11 chapters about how we do it and so forth. The way of adhere to Tao, long life Tao, there is. And finally, love. Eighth secret, the last secret, is not the least, the last but not least, is love. Now, love is very, now love yourself first. So you know that love yourself is not indulge yourself. And love others, that you treat everybody equal, and then you become big self. In other words, you instead of confined to your own narrow confinement for your own selfishness, and now you open to big, and then including everyone in your action. And then you can become a good leader. And of course then, and heaven and earth, and there's unconditional love. So give sunshine, give water to everyone, not just human being, give the trees, the mountains, everything the same. So that's you don't call it unconditional love. What do you call this? That's what, but because we are one with the cosmic, we are one. So we learn from heaven and earth that we open ourselves, become one, and then that we can live long life Tao. We can live long and love each other by let the environment sustainable. This is the way it is. It's also the 8 secrets all intertwined together. But of course, then the I, the word in Chinese I, and then of course in concordance in my book, and I put it very important with I is how many chapters there? 8 chapters direct the word I and how I translate and so forth. And this is very important. Tao Te Ching is full of life, full of blood, full of the flesh and blood. It's really applicable today. It's just not. So I hope you through this, and then I record from only from my memory, from my so I record whatever on the second part of it, and then hopefully some of you once in a while you listen to 1 or 2 chapters, and then you need to read the book. You need to get the book and then understanding more what's happening. I understand everybody have a little book there, but it's more than that. You need to apply your own life. If you don't apply your own life, then think again. I remind myself all the time, have I applied it? So I meditate on it every day. I refer back to it over and over again. But it's something that is lifelong pursuit. It's the source of wisdom. But anyway, the essence of that, love yourself, love others, love nature. The word is beautiful because you're here. And I love you from Yangzhou. Thank you very much. Hey, by the way, I teach Chinese here in Yangzhou and Qigong. In case you drop by here, it's beautiful tourist town. Come to see me. All right, thank you. Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 38, 138. This is an interesting chapter. It's pretty long. But however, it's the come down to is the what's the so the Tao Te Ching Tao Te Ching De is learning, the way of Tao. So the analogy will be water is Tao. It can, if you drown, you know how to swim, you drown. Too much water. But you depend water to survive. So Tao, you can obtain Tao, you can live or die. But learning De is okay. I know the property of water. That's Tao. So I need to learn how to swim. This De, the skill I learn is De. So I learn with Tao or I stay away from the deep water. So this is the De is learning how to live with Tao. So we can not change the nature of Tao, but we can live with it. This De. And De itself and can divide into upper and lower De. So it's the virtuous De and then less virtuous De. So De, so it's a way of life. So it not necessarily be always some people destroy themselves deliberately, and something. So this De itself is, again, is not has a definition. Is everything is De, because the way otherwise we cannot survive. So or we said the De, it will be the good De is the long life Tao. That's why we want to adhere to that. So it's called Shang De, the upper De. So it's it's a relative is Sha De, lower De. So the difference is when you do the upper De is you don't need to talk about it. It's a way of life. The lower De you talk about it all, so forth. So to divide into now, what is the lower De? So then he explained it a few terms. But first, the upper De, of course, they were doing Wu Wei. So it's the way it is. Do very small every day, live with it, invisible action, doing it without action, paying attention, because you're doing it without. Wu Wei, just no extra effort. That's it. So and then the lower De to start with what? They start with the benevolence or kindness. Okay, Ren. So Ren is okay. It's your way because you already have a fixed step. What you should do, the regulation or the doctrine or so. You already have that, so it's already your way. It's already have something there, and then but you have a love, compassion. Then is a will. It says you're not for yourself. You are love the others. So it is belong to lower De because it's not invisible action. Now it's obvious action because you have a dogma or whatever. And then the next layer will be righteousness. Righteousness. Yi. Yi will be okay. I have the definition of what's Yi, and then I have a definite purpose. I want to maybe for a certain thing. So it's not purely due to love. So Yi is and then the next layer is lower is lower will be. The lower it's still called Li. Li is it's okay. Oh, okay. So the hypocrite, more hypocrite. Of course, they have all the rituals, everything written down. You should do this, that, and then he want people control people, but people go away. So he said no, and then start to fighting and things like that. So it's lower, and so it's the described. Well, Tao lost. That's De. So. The Tao is everything in itself, and then you need to learn it. So it's lower than Tao, and then of course, and then Ren, Yi, and so forth, and down the road, and then you describe as a Taoist that you all want to be simplicity, and then solid, not floating around, and those things, and then. That's the conclusion with other chapters. Same thing. So we lived solidly on with our lives, and not so worry, and not thinking, well, you should do this and that, and that's the end of the this beautiful chapter. But however, Wang Bi and Ho Xiangong, they for Wang Bi got problem there. because he is a Confucius scholar. And now you talk about benevolent is lower的, it's not good 的, even benevolent 看的人, and 义道的. So he, I mean his explanation, commentary is huge. I mean 1,000 characters or something is huge. I mean, think about it, is everybody copy, for generations, 1,800 years until now, a lot of copies. So very dutiful, copy everybody say. That's why it's wonderful. I mean, you just like that. He can, but dutifully what he writes is beautiful, but he's trying to explain what Lao Tzu said. This because he's Confucius, he need to pacify what is people, and then he's not. He had to be politically correct. I mean, otherwise he lost his job or something. But anyway, the more he explains, the less people convince. Now you have to. I translate the whole thing because when I first translate, I said, oh no, I need to translate. I mean, so huge. But I thought about it. So truthful to the whole world, I need to do it. Even though myself said a lot of them is not really relevant. But anyway, I did that, and then. But you can find in my book here. But now we come to, of course, then Zhuangzi. Okay. Zhuangzi is not a very good thing to say about Confucius. Sorry, because he's a free spirit. He think also benevolent, righteousness, and the right, and all those 仁义道德. So he said, well, it's just like. People with only 5 fingers, and some people with 6 fingers. I said that benevolent don't think it's just a useless finger out there. Or some people, 5 fingers, but there's 4 fingers because 2 are stuck together. He said, well. The useless flesh is just like benevolent, so all those things. So it's really a nasty comment. But anyway, this is his opinion and so forth. But again, we love each other, and then go back to simplicity, and then in essence in this world, I guess, just like anything else, like. We are balancing act. A balancing act in ours. We need to have both to a certain extent, but not. But in the Confucius world, there's only one thing. So when he said this, but in the Tao, we learning Tao, we need to accommodate both so that we can live in this world nowadays. But anyway, the essence of Tao, of course, always love yourself, love others, love nature. I love you. We are one. So you are needed. I am needed in this world. I love you from Yang Song. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 38. De is the usage of Tao in this world. It consists of upper and lower De. The altruistic man of upper De is not aware of his altruism, and therefore he is unselfish through and through. The egoistic man of lower De pretends to be altruistic, and therefore he is selfish inside and out. The altruistic man acts with invisible action, and he loves all things without claiming credit. The egoistic man acts with egoistic action, and he does things for a self-purpose. The benevolent man acts with egoistic action, and even though he is unselfish, he still belongs to the lower De. The self-righteous man acts with egoistic action, and he does it for a self-serving purpose. The ritual man acts with egoistic action, and when no one responds, he raises his arm and forces others to obey. Therefore, when Tao is lost, there is upper De. When upper De is lost, there is lower De or benevolence. When benevolence is lost, there is righteousness. When righteousness is lost, there is ritual. The farther one goes away from Tao, the lower one goes down into the hole. Oh, how low can you go? Well, one more. Yes, ritual is the shell of faith and loyalty, and the beginning of confusion. For knowledge is the flowery trapping of Tao, and the beginning of ignorance. Therefore, the altruistic man is deeply rooted in Tao, and is not tangling like a flower. He lives at the present moments of today, not the flowery promises of a future day. So he discards nothing and takes nothing, for he is in a role of a natural flow.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 39. It's a wonderful chapter. It's about oneness. And then when heaven obtains one, it becomes clear. When earth obtains one, it becomes calm. When the sun, the spirit obtains one, it becomes divine. And the Gu, the valley, obtain one. They fill up with water, beautiful. And then 10,000 things obtain one. We got life. And then whole while, the kings and ministers got one to get the power to rule. Now, this is pretty simple, but it's not simple. It's got one, so it's basically said the basics of everything what we can see, enjoy every day, every minute is based on one or oneness, because it's the fundamental of everything. And of course, then the rich, based on the poor. I mean, because accumulate things from the base. High is the foundation, is the low. So that's what we have to know, that the foundation of all prosperous is based on one. So Tao begets one. Once that means all interconnected, we are one. Now, however, when we look at the Wang Bi and He Shang Gong, now the second is the have one word difference, or the same word 已, but He Shang Gong explains as 已经的已 that's already there. But 已 normally it's a 可以 you can. So the next paragraph is, well, if the sky is no oneness, then it will split, the earth will explode, and so on. And then 10,000 things will not live. Now, what He Shang Gong explained, I just use 10,000 things as like, because we as an animal, that if life, 10,000 things, has no death, it's continuous to survive, to live, to shun long life, is infinite life, then there will not be the earth will explode. It won't happen, because life depends on death. So we can, as human beings, we can die anytime. That's He Shang Gong's word. It can anytime we can die. So because of that, so that's wonder of the oneness. We don't know when we die, but it's at the end of it, this is perfect. And 无以生. So when you look at it, life depends on death. So without death, there won't be life. We say, oh, okay, I eat vegetables, vegetarian. But even vegetarian, you don't kill animals, but you kill the grass, to get the energy. We depend on the energy of other living things to survive. So life depends on death. So we cannot live forever. If we live forever, then who else give us energy? And now long life, Tao is a natural long life. It's not artificially keep us alive. No, it's not something like that. So the whole thing is basically the whole chapter is that we realize we are one. But within oneness, life and death is the within the oneness. We can, so our life is so precious because we know that we can die anytime. So we love it. Every breath is life, celebration of life. Every breath, every morning you get up, oh, it's a celebration. And greet today with love in our hearts. Life is precious, and because we know that we need oneness, life and death is very close together. But of course, in learn Tao, we prefer long life Tao. That's what we adhere to the Wu Wei, so that we can prolong our life in naturally. So if you're a king, of course, you based on the people and the power from the people. So if you're too arrogant, the oneness, then you're gone. So it's that, and the last sentence, well, if you like the jail, the jewelry, and those are beautiful, and the storm is like nothing, but we choose in between because storm and jewelry are the same. So this is wonderful chapter about oneness. It's really wonderful. And then you look at my, read my explanation of Zhuang's Laozi, Hong Shangong and Wang Bi. That's chapter 339, there the page. And if you really love it, and then you have to read it on your own. So you absorb whatever you can, and then become yours. So, but anyway, Zhuangzi have a wonderful story. If you have my book 103 there, and the Zhuang story, there is spring some about 39. Of course, those stories I pick up the Zhuangzi and I feed in the chapters. And one time the trainer gathered all the monkey around, and he said, "Well, now from today onward, I'm going to give you 3 nuts, whatever nuts, walnuts, whatever, in the morning, and at night I give you 4. It's okay with you guys?" They're talking to the monkeys. The monkeys say, "Oh, no, that's no good, that's no good." Rebellious. So the trainers, "Oh, okay, that's okay, that's fine. You don't go around. So how about we do this? I give you 4 in the morning, and 3 at night, in evening, in the meal. It's okay." And they're very happy, the monkeys, because now they immediately get 4, instead of 3. But again, as a Tao, they all know that 3 plus 4 is 7, or 4 plus 3, 7. Either way is 7, because we are one with total. You get more, you get less here. You get less, you get more. So we all one. So this is the oneness concept. And love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yang So. Thank you.
Chapter 39. Oh, thou give birth to oneness, and from oneness all things are derived. From ancient times the following have obtained oneness. Heaven obtains oneness and becomes clear. Earth obtains oneness and becomes still. Spirit Sun obtains oneness and becomes divine. Value obtains oneness and becomes full. The 10,000 things obtain oneness and become alive. Dukes and kings obtain oneness and set the right order in the world. Oh, from oneness comes yin and yang, the dual reality of the universe. Therefore, oneness is constantly changing from one opposite to another. If things do not change, they will be eliminated. If heaven always stays clear, there won't be day and night, summer and fall, and heaven would be cracked. If earth always remains still, the ocean won't have currents, and the core of the earth won't heat up the surface, and earth would be crumbled. If the spirit sun is always divine, there won't be any evils. Wouldn't that be nice? Yet, if that happened, spirit sun is no longer needed, and it would be dissolved. If the valley is always full, the lakes always filled with water, they will become stagnant. There won't be any rainfalls and rainbows, and therefore the valley and lakes would eventually die off. If the 10,000 things always alive, there would be no death and no renewal. Sorry, there wouldn't be enough food to get around either, and therefore all things would be extinct. If dukes and kings always stay in power, there wouldn't be any freedom of choice, and everyone would be born to bondage, and therefore the system would be overthrown. Oh, here's a kind reminder for the rulers. Power comes from humility. The high is based on the low. Dukes and kings call themselves orphans, widowers, and unworthy. Are they being humble? No, calling low names does not necessarily make a man humble, just as counting parts of a carriage doesn't make a carriage. He who has obtained oneness looks beyond the appearance of smooth jade and the roughness of rock. He looks inside.
Hello, this Master Luke Chen. I'm teaching from Yangzhou beautiful place. Today we will Tao Te Ching Chapter 40. That's the shortest chapter in the entire 81 chapter. Is the returning is the movement of Tao, and the soft is the usage of Tao and everything. 10,000 things from Yao, what you can see, and the Yao what you can see is from Wu, is nothing. Now, of course, Wang Bi and Huang Sheng Gong pretty much similar. What it says, the question returning is that you start from here, you're going back to here. So actually, you never left, but the movement's there. And or some people interpret here is just opposite. What you hear is opposite. So the same. So we as learn Tao, we inclusive. That will be opposite and returning to you the same. So that is the movement of Tao. From 10,000 things back to the quietness, from quietness going out. That's the movement of Tao, of course. Other chapters. So when we read Tao Te Ching, that's why it's so important to remember or memorize other chapters, so you can see this one is talking about other chapters same. All right? And this softness, weakness is the usage of Tao. Of course, when the water and the qi, they're very weak and soft. And this Tao is very powerful. And of course, they go down to the qi, and that's the really smallest, and then the wu wei, simplicity, and then this all with power. That's the usage of Tao. So this just reinforce other chapters. What other chapters further explain what this is. And then 10,000 things. We all have a mother, and who has a mother and a mother? We can see. Dog has a mother, we can see. Or everything from Yao, what is material, what you can see. But Yao, everything from the Wu, which is invisible. Now, this, but anyway, this is a very shortest chapter, but it contains great wisdom there. And of course, then Ho Shan Gong won't be the, you can look at my chapter. But anyway, I love Zhuangzi. And then Zhuangzi have a really of 40. Here's 93 if you have my book. And these are very short. This is one sentence or a couple of sentences in Zhuangzi's, but it contains a great wisdom there. He said 1 yard steak or 1 meter steak, that's, one steak, and you cut into half, and all 10 generations, you will never finish it. Whoa. And then that's, so I always ask my students when they come, and these short sentence actually clear so many minds. And then what happened then? So if you, especially your lover, abandon you or you abandon your lover. So always the question: what if? What if? What if? When you what if one one hair? What if another cut? Or another cut? And always cut yourself until you get exhausted, stressed out. So when something not according to what you planned. So that's why, and then people have sickness because of that. They cannot get out of it. Keep on doing it. Keep on cutting. So I said. So I explained to students, hey, yeah, remember there are two realities what we are. Yeah, you can imagine that you can cut forever. That's true, only through your mind, because in reality, only can you cut a few times. The knife had to become so thin, so small that you can cut another half and half. But our mind can continue cutting, because our mind can become so small into cutting, and then until we get so exhausted and start again. So reality and imagination. So when we are stressful, when we are in a really bad mood, we are tend into lock ourselves inside and start to cut. But once you understand it, now what's Tao? As a Tao practitioner, how are we going to learn that? So I tell you, then you need to look at chapter 42. What's 42 means? Tao begets 1, 2, 3. That means cut, and then 10,000 things, and 10,000 coming back again. So it's after a few cuts, there it is. Oneness. You can cut no more. That's one. In oneness, we all, there's no game or law. We are there, experience this life, and it's and forgive and forget, and we embrace the good and bad, and then we life goes on, because remember, each one of it is important, and then a long lifestyle is what we want to experience in this life. And so so it's clear so many minds that realize, we appreciate every breath we have, and then life goes on as it is, and once we have that, then positive energy come back. The Tao, the power come back again. The weak, the soft is a usage Tao. Then we become soft and powerful, and then go out of whatever we, in life, and then enjoy work at the same time in this life. But anyway, the essence of Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangzhou, Guilin, China. It's beautiful. If you never been into this area, come. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Chapter 40. Returning is the movement of Tao. Oh, return to the root and then back to life. Oh, swing like a pendulum. Softness is the use of Tao. Oh, breathe softly refreshing water, clean air. The 10,000 things in the world are born of tangible things. All mothers give birth to children. All are tangible. All tangible things are born of intangible things. All space, time, and energy are intangible. Yes, all tangible and intangible things are born of Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We're talking about Tao Te Ching today, chapter 41. 4:1. It's a wonderful chapter. It described three different types of people when they hear about Tao. So hear about what? Long life Tao. So the first type is who's immediately they they practice it, practice and diligently, and because they're ready. But the other type, the middle one, will be, they talk about it, and if it got a benefit, they learn it. If it not benefit, not learning. So it's not sure. That's not sure. But the third type, lowest, not necessarily lowest, but just when they hear Tao, hey, they laugh at it. They say, oh, it's foolish. Now it's not. If they don't laugh at it, it's not the long life Tao. Why? Because Tao, the real, when you say understand Tao, you're like, you're a stupid, foolish old man. So foolish. When you're progressing the Tao, looks like you retreat. Because yin and yang, so because you're one, so looks like you're going back. But actually you're going forward. But they don't know. They thought, going back. And then looks like the big Tao is very, very smooth. It looks like, they want to bypass shortcuts. And it turned out to be, they all laugh at the enlightened people. And then when they see the De, who possesses a lot of De, and like it's empty. But it's full, it's empty. And then look at those people have the great understanding, look like they are stupid. And all those thinking that, people have a lot, but they want to share, and they say, wow, looks like you are nothing. Because they want to share, people with virtuous stuff, they want to share. And they say, wow, you don't have enough. Then the people laugh at them because they just want to share. No. So people use their own judgment, project to what Tao is, what the De, the people De. And then looks like it's, real, looks like it's not real. Because they true to the nature, and they don't put on any artificial artificial things there. So people laugh at it, because it's so simple, looks like backward and so on. Now and then it's a few big things. It's a big square have no corner, because that's the way Tao is. The big completion. Always late. It takes time to have a big completion, and then big sounds, silence, have no sound, and the big image, there's no shape, and then Tao is just hidden without showing itself, or that the long life Tao is this and that. So looks like. That's what, no wonder people don't understand, the world. They all chasing money, chasing all those things, and then ignore Tao. And then, of course, the high level people, the diligently working on it, and they become foolish, I guess. And then all the people laugh at them. But I tell you, in China, and all those high-level people, they all read Tao Te Ching. Huh? So I don't want to name who, but many high-level people. But because they quote Tao Te Ching all the time, so I know that they're reading this book, Tao Te Ching. But the common people, no, they they rather read the comic book. But again, this is deep philosophy. It is very practical book. If you really into it, it really help you do whatever you do. It's so chapter 41 is very, very important to understand what you're doing. If you really follow Tao, looks like foolish, congratulations, join the club. Because this is something there, this is very profound. And then, but anyway, Wang Bi and Ho Shan Gong and have a few words difference in the different version, but it's no major difference. And then we're going to, all right, so what we're going to, Zhuangzi, of course. And Zhuangzi here have an observation, page 124, if you have my book. And Zhuangzi observation is that, well, if you want to talk, three type of people, but if you want to talk, for example, you want to talk to, give you three examples. You want to talk to the sea, the sky, to a frog in a well, in a well, and then the frog one day drop in the well, or the frog or the animal, all you see is just the small sky from the well, down in the water up there, you see. So if you talk about, it's a big sky up there, it's a big sea, you cannot, all you can see, so big. You cannot talk to the frog because the frog in the well, you cannot talk to them because it's limited by physical environment. You can understand, So and then you cannot talk to insects. Some insects, they die in the summer and never pass, winter. And if you talk to winter eyes to those insects, you can never convince them. You can never tell them because they will never experience it. So, and then the same thing, if you want to talk to a scholar, those people have different idea because they blocked by their own training, their own indoctrination. They've been brainwashed. You cannot get into that. So that's why, when you hear Tao, many people has blockages. But it's okay. That's the way it is. That's from Zhuangzi. But the way of Tao, of course, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yang Shuo. And then I teach Tao Te Ching and Qigong here in case you're traveling around here. Come to see me. Thank you very much.
Chapter 41. O faith! A great scholar hears of Tao and practices it diligently. O doubt! An average scholar hears of Tao and gives it a thought now and then. O stupid! A foolish scholar hears of Tao and laughs out loud. If it's not being laughed at, it's not enough to be the long-life Tao. Thus it is said, he who is enlightened with Tao seems stupid. He who leads from behind seems timid. He who is profound seems ordinary. Oh, how true that if one does not understand a man, one tends to regard him as a fool. Yes, he who has obtained virtuous stir is humble but seems empty, has great purity but seems tarnished, has abundance to share with others, but seems not enough, has great strength, but seems frail, has real quality, but seems unreal. All is true that the greatest appears beyond the ordinary. The greatest square has no corners. The greatest vessel has late completion. The greatest sound is silence. The greatest image has no shape. All nameless, Tao is hidden in everything and in every thought. Oh, only Tao and Tao only, that gives birth to all things and completes all things the greatest way.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we're talking Tao Te Ching Chapter 42. This is one of the major Tao Te Ching chapter about Tao. It's Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets 10,000 things, 10,000 things. Embrace yin, carry in, embrace yang, 充气。道生一，生二，生三，三生万物，万物复兴，抱阳，充气以为和。And that's the first part. But anyway, it's wonderful, wonderful. If you learn Chinese, you need to learn that 1, 2, 3 first. 一二三. But anyway, this is not as simple as 1, 2, 3. And as I do research, Wang Bi, Ho Xiangong, so those two guys. And then when I read, 18-year-old, 2,000-year-old, when I read Wang Bi's explanation of 1, 2, 3, and I could not understand it. I read it so many times. I memorized it. Doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense to me. So, but one day, somewhere, somehow, I found out that he quoted directly from Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi is 2,400 years old. Is older than him. Zhuangzi, he had this explanation in his book, and then look at so that's why. And that's why I researched Zhuangzi and spent many years on Zhuangzi in order to understand Tao Te Ching. That's the reason I studied Zhuangzi in order to study Laozi, because inspiration from Wang Bi. Now it's basically, and then the modern science, of course, including is called. If you look at the diagram from my book here, 352. If you have my book, and then you look at it, and the diagram like a chaos theory, like the chaos theory. The chaos theory is is 19. I think 75 or 6. I forgot which. And then MIT or who works for IBM or somebody, and it's discovered that there's a butterfly effect. In other words, if you a butterfly here flap the wing, now maybe it stop a tornado or start a tornado somewhere in Texas or in Brazil or anywhere in the world, because you start with so small, the change of the molecule, the change all things, the event. So you start very small, and then there's 1, 2, 3 starts. 1, 2, 3 starts, and of course the scientists, including my friend Gray Braden, he's a famous writer and scientist, and he has a book about the fractal, 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 from small, and then the fractal smallest unit and then you create the mountain, the river, you and me and everything. So this one is you start with 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. So this when you want to start 1, 2, 3 and 10,000 things. From 10,000 things, and you start over again from 0 again, so going down like this. And then so this one, and then the second part of the, and then of course and then after the 10,000 things, what is the common denominator of the common thing about the living things is that have yin and yang, carry yin and embrace yang. So 负阴而抱阳. So it's basically saying that we need to have a male and female opposite to reproduce to so that life can carry on. And then of course that and then but individually, you and me individual, once we are born, we start with the breath. So 充气以为后, so we need the breath to survive. So so we'll be harmonized. So two part, one is continual life is yin and yang. Yourself, we need the breath continue. So that's the 充气, that's the second part. And then the next part is yin and yang. You game, you lose, you game. So then the yin and yang. So he gave an example later on. So you saw, those people ask you be firm, is brutal, then you end up with, will be defeated. So he said, brutalness, we want peace. That's long life Tao, the whole thing. So we would use, avoid violence, we all love and peace. So the second part of chapter 42 is talking about that. That sounds like it's different. Within the chapter, two different sections, they're very different, but they're not. They're continuously. Okay? So if you deep into Tao, you understand it. It's not that some scholars say, not supposed to there, not there. Don't listen. You need to do it on your own, okay? But anyway, now Zhuangzi and this book, okay? Once you know that Zhuangzi, I researched on Zhuangzi, so I wrote down Zhuangzi what he said about 42, and then his. So if you look at page 82 from my book, if you have the book, and then Zhuangzi said something similar to this. Oneness. That's beginning this oneness. But when you say it's one, it's only you verbally you create another creature there. One, and then once you say one, that's opposite of one. There's three. So all else 1, 2, 3. But that's it. Everything 10,000 things is from there. All right. But anyway, and love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because you're here. I love you from Yang So. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 42. Tao begets one. One is oneness, the original Qi. Nothing can be added or subtracted from it. It is a perfect whole. One begets two. Two is yin and yang, two complementary forces. Space and time, the first pair of yin and yang. Two begets three. Three is yin and yang and qi. Space, time, and energy matter, the first fractal of the universe. Three begets the 10,000 things. The 10,000 things carry yin and embrace yang, embrace qi for harmony. Indeed, Tao 1, 2, 3 all is the formula for all. The humble one, can you tell us more about carry yin and embrace yang? Yes, yin and yang exist as a contradictory but complementary pair. For example, what man hates are yin things such like being orphans, widow, and unproductive. But the kings and dukes who represent yang call themselves those names. Therefore, men gain by losing, and lose by gaining. This is the contradictory nature of yin and yang. Oh, the humble one, can you tell us more about breathe qi for harmony? Oh, yes. Life is made up of breath of qi, and between breaths lies the moment of perfect harmony. I teach people to love life, not to destroy life. For violence breeds violence, and a violent man will die a violent death. Fill the world with unconditional love. Teach the world to live in perfect harmony. This is the essence of my teaching.
Hi, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we want to talk about Wu Wei again. That's the invisible action. Chapter 43. It's a beautiful chapter. It's not too long. And what the chapter says is important. The worst, the softest thing defeat the hardest thing. 无有入于无见. And then what is invisible but is something there? 无有 is have something. 无 is nothing. So it's such an invisible something. Invisible something. Enter into invisible crack or creek. Something there. So you cannot see, but there are action, a lot of action going on. So therefore, Wu Wei is very powerful and so forth. So this is another definition of Wu Wei. So it's not non-action. No, it's not. It's invisible action, and because here you said Wu Yao, okay. Now of course, when I do the concordance, put all those chapters together. Put all the Wu, the word Wu there, and then W-U, and they have many chapters. That's a concordance. It's so useful in interpretation. But take a lot of time, but I love it. And now here is Wu. Here, Wu Yao is invisible. Yao means matter, invisible matter. And then, okay, Wu Wei, of course, Wu is invisible action. But there's many others. 无事 is no events, but it's so small that it's invisible. And then of course 无明, 无欲, 无知, and many 无. So 无 is, if you translate non, is non, it's not right. So you have to put it all together. Wu is Wu Wei. It's two Chinese characters there. It's not one phrase. It's not because Wu have other things. Wu Yu, Wu Shi, many Wu together. But so in interpret Chinese character, you have to define it one by one, and then in this invisible. So in 43 is one aspect of Wu Wei. Is indicate that Wu Yao, Ru Yi Wu Jian, invisible matter and the invisible crack. You can see that is a definition of Wu Wei in that sense. Now, of course, Wang Bi, I get excited because I love it. Wu Wei and Wang Bi and Ho Xiang the verse, the characters quite similar, but the explanation, surprise. That's a bit. Ho Xiang Gong is saying the softest, softest, weakest thing in the world is water. So water enter anywhere. Huh? So, but Wang Bi said the softest thing is qi, the life energy. Surprise! It should be other way around. But that's what they say. Black and white writing. But either way, when you practice Qigong, of course, you think it's the Qi going inside. And now, why Wang Bi said that? But other chapters, water is soft. So what's the Ho Xiang Gong explanation, comment? Both are right, because now, then we have to go to 庄子. That's, Zhuang is wonderful. So 庄子, chapter. Okay, so 11:3. 113 if you have the book. And then you look at what Zhuangzi said. But I'm going to tell you right now, Zhuangzi's story. That's why Wang Bi, he understands Zhuangzi in and out because most likely he memorized every word. What Zhuangzi said, he said, wow, okay. Now, a horse, not a cow, a horse, have two legs, eyes, ears, head, and something. So it make of different parts, make a horse. But if you put all the parts together, it's not a horse. So what is the common thing make a horse? I said, the breath, the qi, make the horse alive. But is that the qi visible? No, when you cut down a horse, it's nothing. It's only parts. But the qi is invisible matter inside and make things, to life. So at the end, there is the one aspect of wu wei. Wu is invisible. All right. Again, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because your existence. And I love you from Yangzhou. I teach here. Now, in case you come by here, come to visit me. And then now I'm going to read this chapter 43 to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 43. The softest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. Oh, water can enter into a seed to make it grow. Oh, warm air can enter an egg to hatch a chick. That invisible substance can penetrate where there is invisible space. Oh, tender words of I love you can melt the coldest heart. Oh, a single thought of hope can move mountains. Therefore, I know the value of the invisible action wu wei, teaching without words and achieving without obvious action. Nothing in the world can compare with them.
Hi, this is Master Luke Chen. I'm talking about Tao Te Ching from beautiful Yangzhou here, chapter 44. Here's the spring, because of the river here and the wind's blowing, so I need to put a coat here. But anyway, chapter 44. So, 名与生孰亲? So it's your name, your fame, and your body. Which one is more closer? 生与祸孰多? Your body or the wealth? Which one is more important? Or 得与亡孰病? So what you have and what you gain is sick, or what you lost is sicker. So which one? And now, of course, you know that when you game, sometimes you lost your life. When you lost, sometimes you feel so painful, so stressful. So it's which was pain? So gaming and losing for Tao is not the same. It's the same. So so you understand. Enough is enough. So if you know when to stop, then you can live long. Live long. If you think I'm grateful for what I have, you might not have much. You might not have a fame. Ordinary people, most of us are. And then, okay. So you end up with very peaceful mind. Such is mind. But if you are very famous, congratulations. So you would be. Then you have to put yourself back in perspective. So it's not. But if a lot of money, that's okay. Now, but the desire to want more, if you love too much, you get hurt much. Most of us as human, you fall in love. The more you love, the more get hurt if you get rejected. But if you love something, the more you get, more. And if you want to hold more, you want to more. A lot of people I want more. When they die, and they decide who get more when you die. So those things is accumulation and so on. So if you know that you're grateful for your have now, go ahead, and then you enjoy now, and you don't feel shame. There's no shame when you get grateful, get enough the sensation, and then of course, if you know when to stop. And then you can live long. People cannot stop. Now, when to stop is not necessary. Accumulate wealth and something like that. Because a lot of people pray continue. You want more. The more you work, the more you got. But eventually, that is a rest spirit. And then go out, the rest. So it is the whole thing about Tao, that every day is a brand new day. You enjoy a day and go out and enjoy a day. So this the whole chapter is a beautiful chapter, 44. And of course, our body is according to Tao. The essence is long life Tao. We treasure our body. It's not more than a body, of course. We have mind and spirit and oneness. All those need a lot of attached to, or not attached to, will be more time to cultivate and so forth. It's more than just money, wealth, money, and all the things. And that's important too. But you're working not just for that. So it's a balancing act. So that's why the first sentence, 名与身孰轻, 就是 your fame or your body, or your body or your wealth. So ask those questions and then you answer to yourself. But once you are into the Tao territory, and then, you want more, but you know that you have enough. You're grateful for what you have, what you need. So in the chapter, of course, and then 44 in the Wang Bi Ho Shang Gong. So this one, they Ho Shang Gong, of course, explaining. So if you want more, or the materialistic thing, and then less spiritual. But however, Wang Bi just more or less more philosophical, but it's not much difference. I mean, the explanation is pretty much plain. Now, Zhuangzi, and also Zhuangzi, if you have my book, and if you look at the story, will be will be page 165. That is Zhuangzi. The story goes like this. A person, he loves his horse. He loves his horse so much that he has a special basket for the horse done or horse shit. And then he has a special shell, make up the shell, the clam shell is precious shell, and to hold the urine. So he just treated the whole thing so precious, the horse. And then, but one day, there's a fly, a fly, insect fly, to suck the blood of the horse. He loved the horse so much, he used the hand, boom, kill the fly. And then meanwhile, the horse startled, and then kick him and kill him. Kick the man and kill the man. So, the horse is free. It's the nature, and then you train. It's you that decides. It's you that decide. Horse is still horse, and then because he's loved the horse so much that he get himself killed. But anyway, this is the story of Zhuangzi, and the lessons of Tao, of course, always long life Tao. To love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. And I love you from Yangshuo. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 44. Fame or your life, which is more precious? your life or your wealth, which values more? You gain possessions, but lose your life. Which is more painful? Obsessive love surely requires big expenditures. Oh, the more you love, the deeper you get hurt. Excessive accumulation surely leads to heavy loss. Oh, the more you hoard, the more you will lose it all. Being content will not bring shame. Knowing when to stop will avoid danger. Avoiding danger, one can last long. Oh, a content man finds an easy life. He doesn't feel shame when his friends have more than he has. He is happy for them. He doesn't feel lonely when he has more than his friends. He shares with them. A content man looks beyond gain and loss. He is one with Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luk Chen talking Tao Te Ching Chapter 45. It's all belong to the category quiet, silence, and so forth. But it's actually a great chapter. It's that the great completion, the best completion is incomplete. But the incomplete actually is to make everything the best, making things complete, making things perfect, because it's imperfect. So it gives us to really think when we're looking for perfection, but the imperfection sometimes is really complement the whole thing. Without that imperfection, then nothing. This is incomplete. So that's what Lao Ji, when you observe the heaven and earth, that's what happens. Nothing is according to perfection, our own judgment. Say what's perception, not perception, and perfection. And of course, what is fullness? And but it's the unfullness make it complete full. But its use is exhausted. But it looks like it's not full, but just like heaven and earth, looks like it's empty, but it's not empty. It is full. Then it's full of life in this hemisphere, and then provide life for you and me, for the trees, animals, and everything. But it's empty. But they make it exhausted. So this observation is so. So when we apply Tao, that's what we see. That we always look for, overlook or appreciate the imperfection or emptiness or something. So instead of, that's no good. Why? The drill on our mistake, but it's not mistakes. A lot of times, maybe turn out to the greatest thing happen, and then of course the strictest is the sim span, and those people is very skilled, look like clumsy, because it's one with the oneness. Though looks like the story, the wooden cock, wooden bird, looks like he's not doing anything, but he's so alert. So looks clumsy. That clumsiness, so actually, is required to make it perfect. And of course, then if you are eloquent speaker, then looks like you don't know how to speak. Those people, be careful. You are careful about those people. Don't speak. And then now and again, all those observations lead to this is observation during daily life, during sin. And then the conclusion of chapter 45 would be, okay, the quiet is control the heat. I mean, the people agitated. Quiet, control it. When the when the kingdom in the world, in the country, very quiet. Looks like nothing happens, but there is most peaceful, period of time. It's the people enjoy people. So looks like nothing happened, quiet, and this is the best or the part of the whole Tao thing. And then when this is a great inspiration for us to to live the 45. Now of course there are 好像公王币, if you look at my book 362 the page, and then there's one word different, 则, Chinese, then 则, because the one word difference, so 好像公 interpret very different from Wang Bi at the last conclusion. But anyway, because I thought Wang Bi's explanation. By the way, this you can see that. So if you want to go deeper, you need to read the book and then try to connect to your own explanation. For example, I give you example how some of you probably know Ma Yun, who's Alibaba. He loved Tao Te Ching, and then he quote chapter 45 when in Montreal somewhere in Canada. So this winter Olympics. And then the 5 rings, and one of the rings dropped or something. And then it turned out to be perfect for whatever reason. It seemed perfect, was said by Ma Yun or something. I forgot the exact story, but that's the. But I tell you, Ma Yun and all those high-level, very intelligent people in China, they all read Tao Te Ching, but ordinary people, they don't. But anyway, so Zhuangzi 1, 2, 3 is well, it's always a good thing. So he said, who people talk too much, it seems to like a dog barking too much. It's not this is a good guarding dog. People talk too much, have nothing, might not have anything there. So you basically what he's saying that, well, what it seems imperfect is all perfect. It's not perfect. Perfect is not perfect. So there's oneness. So as Tao, we're learning being one. You accept both instead of if something not to be our expectation, you get angry. No, and then you accept it's a part of the whole. And then, but anyway, Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yang So Gui in China. Thank you.
Chapter 45. Great completion seems imperfect, yet its use is never exhausted. Oh, yes, its imperfection makes its use perfect. Great fullness seems empty, yet its use has no end. Oh, yes, its emptiness makes its use full. Therefore, great strengthness seems bent. Great skill seems clumsy. Great arrogance seems stammering. Oh, yes, being bent, clumsy, and stammering is part of being greatness. Motion overcomes cold. Stillness overcomes heat. Oh, not too cold and not too hot. Oh, yes, cool. Only stillness within motion can keep the heat from being overheated. Therefore, the ruler, who's calm and quiet amid the ever-changing world, can make the correct call for all.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We're talking about the Jing today. The chapter will be, of course, under the category contentment or enough. And chapter 46. And this is one of the wonderful chapter about enough. And now, when this Tao, Tao ruler, I mean the one who rules with Tao, who's with love, compassion. So the horses, people live at peace. So the fast horse, and then they hauling the mendu or the dung or to the field as a fertilizer. But when the ruler have no Tao, no long life Tao, then all the horses and young horse born at the battlefield out there and just died because the horse is used for fighting. Now, why is that? Now, because the desire of the ruler want more, so the calamity comes. So that's the worst thing to bring the fighting, to bring the calamity, unfortune, because you want more, you desire more. And therefore, if enough, actually it's enough, and you always feel enough, and you feel happy because you're grateful for what you have. And so whatever you have is you grateful for it, and then you are at peace with yourself, with the world. Now, in this chapter, of course, 和山公or Wang Bi, if you have my book, is 364 there, and then we talk about word by word translation. And now it's pretty much there's one sentence missing from Wang Bi's version, because 最莫大于可欲. So, but it's a minor thing because it's minor means they pretty much means the same thing. If you too much desire, and then you got problem. But anyway, what I want you to mention is that tell you the truth, that when I first start to investigate or really go deep into Tao Te Ching, one of the Chinese book I have was a famous professor. He is still teaching out there. He's still very famous in China. Sorry, but he attacked 和尚公 because 和尚公走马以粪, the menu or the dung, and 和尚公part of 和尚公interpretation or comment on that is like in Qigong that use the Jing, to wash your body. And then that's the Jing, the bread, the Jing. But because the word is 2,000 years old, and then the professor just curse him, and then really said, well, nothing like that. We're talking about the sperm, the energy, vital. But anyway, those really make me cry. But however, this same professor, actually I'm grateful for him, because now I said, in English, you bullshit. All those things, when we practice Qigong, Tai Chi, this is right there. And then, so I said, you can read Chinese, I can read too. You know Chinese a little too. So I dig into 和尚公, but it took me a long time to find the book, commentary for 和尚公, but eventually I found it. And then I realized, it's great. If anyone who really love Tao Te Ching, you must understand, 和尚公. So that's why I translate the whole thing, 和尚公's translation with Chinese, of course, there, and then I translate Chinese. It's not so that you can check my translation and then compare. You can go a better translation. But I do so much talking about this particular one because I still remember when I read that really get me going. But anyway, other than that, now of course, and then after I write Wang Bi and so on, and then Zhuangzi, and then come years later, so I read Zhuangzi, and Zhuangzi is a very nice story about enough is enough. And Zhuangzi said, "Wow, there's a king one time." Almost get retired. He said, "Oh, okay, Zhuangzi, the Taoism. You can have my kingdom. Here's my kingdom. That's the key." So Zhuangzi or the Tao said, "No, I have enough. I don't need your kingdom. You can have your country. I don't want it. Look at it. The bird, a bird have the whole forest for itself, but it's only need a branch. And the squirrel have the whole river for it, but all in it is drink a stomach full of water. Don't need the whole thing. So me, I only need food to eat, a shelter to live. That's all." And then so he refused any temptation to be have a country. Now of course he has very little, but he's everything. Because the whole world belongs to him, the whole universe. So that's the difference. When you have enough, you feel grateful, you're happy, you're joyful. All right? And the essence is to love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. I teach you here now. So in case you're around here, come to see me. Thank you.
Chapter 46. When the world is ruled by Tao rulers, fast horses are employed to haul manure. Oh, peace, men and horses working side by side. Fields are full of crops, and children are laughing. When the world is not ruled by Tao, war horses give birth outside the city. Oh, war! Men against men, horses against horses. Fields are barren, and children are hungry. There is no greater sin than desire, no greater calamity than discontentment, no greater regret than wanting more. Oh, a bluebird has the whole forest to live, but all it needs is a branch. A thirsty squirrel has the whole river to drink, but all it needs is a belly full. Oh, man, be content. A content man is a man who knows that enough is enough, comes from inner joy, and thus he always has enough.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We're talking about the Ching Chapter 47. This is well-quoted chapter 47. The Beatles, George Harrison, have translated into a song. It's beautiful translation. He said, without going out the door, we know the world. Without looking through the window, we can see the heaven way. So the more you go, the less you know. So basically, without doing, without traveling, without doing, then we know it all. So then the question is going to be, so the most misunderstood, a lot of people say, "Oh, well, I have the internet, so I don't need to go out and I can see the world and so forth." Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking Tao, the cultivation inside. Basically, the more you go out, the less you know, that means it's not physical travel. It's physical travel, but inside you, your mind going out too far, and then you know less. But you need to focus on your own, and then you know we are oneness, and then the more you go inside, the more you know. The less the less go inside, the more go outside. The less you know. So when students come to learn Qigong and Tai Chi from me, and I said, you already have it, you know. Why? As a baby, you already have it. So now it's for you to go inside, not to go outside. And then you research it, and then you understand we are oneness, and so on. But it's not the distance you travel. You can travel, not traveling, you still don't know. So that's why you're talking from inside and outside, not the distance. But a lot of people try to searching, so they're different corner of the world they're going, and they find out that, oh, the answer is within themselves. So within ourselves, you know, yourself, that's the answer within, because we're born with the enlightened being, you know, baby, you know. But anyway, this one, Zhuang 和尚跟王弼, and this is a pretty simple simple chapter. However, people attack Lao Ji, especially, you know, say, oh, this one is pure the mind, you know. It's no, but it's practicing. But we not get into politics. But this is, but for us, we just practice and observe, and then come up with their own experience. So we all into ourselves and how to enjoy life as it is. But Zhuangzi have a wonderful story, as usual. Zhuangzi will be, if you look at 130. Now this Zhuangzi story, Zhuangzi story is, if you read the Chinese, the Zhuangzi, what he written, is difficult to understand. So I translate the way I understand it to you. So when you read English translation, you understand. You know, whether I translate right or wrong, it's because I call the source, and then those you can check it, the original. But anyway, Zhuangzi have a counterpart. He's a scholar. Called Huizi. So they two together. And then one time, both of them and on a bridge observing a fish, you know, swimming under the water, you know, under the clear water. And Zhuangzi said, the fish is very happy swimming, you know. And then Huizi, the scholar, said, how do you know you're not a fish? And then Zhuangzi looked at him. How do you know I don't know the fish? You're not me. How do you know? And then she said to Scott, exactly the reason that I'm not you, so I don't know you know the fish happy. So you're not the fish. How do you know the fish is happy? And then Zhuangzi said, I already told you. I know the fish happy when I'm standing on the bridge. And now what he said is, the first instinct, the first instinct is that, so the scholar said, you know, the first instinct, oh, you know the fish is happy. That's the first, without the going through the mind, we intuitively know the fish is happy. Now, because Zhuangzi is one connection with the oneness, so he senses it. So everybody can sense it. I mean, even the scholar sense it at the first sight. And when the mind comes in, no, how do I know? You're not the fish. So Zhuangzi said, well, you know, I already told you that when I was on the bridge, I already know that they're happy. So it's no argument. So either you intuitively know or you don't know. So who won the argument? Oh, we don't know. So for our you learn Tao, we know definitely. So, well, the first intuition, we know the things is the truth. otherwise, then to that story actually in China, this happened a year or 2 years ago. One, it's the something, same argument happened. Involved Yao Ming, the basketball player, and he is animal advocates. So he loves animals, and then he one time that he it's a bear, the bile duct, the bile of the bear, the animal, and the Chinese medicine can use the bile duct, the bile from the gallbladder, to have the Chinese medicine, and then that company want to be publicized as a stock, public trade company. So they ask opinion from different people. So in that time, Yao Ming and they all object to that being public trading company. And then and the company said, they put a needle or something into the bear to get the bile out. And then he said, well, the bear very happy, of the company said, and then but all the advocates of animals, no, the bears are not happy, they are dying, and then one of the owners says, how do you know the bear is not happy? I think he's happy. Now, and then the advocates, okay, see the documentation saying that all those bears you treat like this way is inhumane. They all die young because they die of the infection, and so that's the evidence. But again, you have no proof that it's suffering. It's only that. But intuitively, as human beings, we all know that they're suffering because they, as human, the bear is the, animal too. But since you don't have exactly proof they're not happy, so the company tried to argue it off. But anyway, and so those Tao, the oneness concept, and cannot be quantified as things. So they always argue. So all blah blah blah. So, but as Taoists, we love animals, and because love yourself, love others, love nature. Nature including animals, the trees, and so on. And the world's beautiful because you. And I love you from Yang Soft. Thank you.
Chapter 47. Oh, without going out of the door, one can know the world. Oh, without looking out of the window, one can see the Tao of heaven. Be still, be quiet. You can know all that can be known. Empty your thoughts, empty your ego. You can see all that can be seen. Oh, the farther one goes, the less one knows. Be calm, go inside. If you can keep your mind quiet inside, you can always know wherever you go. Hence, the sage does not go, yet he knows. Does not look, yet he sees. Does not proceed, yet he succeeds. Oh, how wonderful! Who is the sage? Oh, the sage can be a man. The sage can be a woman. Oh, the sage can be you. As long as you follow Tao, you are in the power of now.
Hello, this is Master Luke Che. We'll talk about Wu Wei, Tao Te Ching Chapter here 48. Oh, yes. If you like Bruce Lee, like me, he really is incorporate Tao in his fighting. Now what he said is something like that, not daily increase, but daily decrease, drop away the non-essentials. So he become very good, So basically, chapter 48 is every day you study, you get benefit, you increase, and then every day you need to practice Tao and become less and less until become Wu Wei. And then nothing is undone. So invisible action and everything is done. Action, action, action. But the action is invisible. and then finally, the last was. And then ruling the country, fighting is one thing, but now ruling the country is bigger stage. When you rule the country, you must 无事及其有事，不注意取天生无事 It's not 无为. The phrase is called 无为, but the 无事 invisible event is a ruler. You see, before the event manifests, it's a big event. Before it have invisible, people don't see it, you don't see it. So sense the event coming. So then you can trust you're a good leader. So 无为 here, this chapter about 无为. But again, 无事. So when you interpret, when you interpret 无为, so two Chinese characters, 无 and 为. So 无 wei is two different characters. But 无 invisible can be applied to 有 无有 or 无欲and so on. So you have to know Chinese in order to differentiate. Instead of saying non-action. No. If it's 无有 then 无事 non-event. So you have to understand. But anyway, 王弼和尚公 chapter, and so it's 370 in my book. And then you are talking word by word, very similar because it's very simple. So it's when we practice Tao, we understand. Some people say, study is no good. It doesn't say that. It's only said that, every day you study because you need to survive. De is learned from Tao. If you don't study, how can you survive? Water, you need to how to swim away from it. De. Otherwise, you drown on water or something. So you study, but meanwhile, while you study, while you're learning, observe heaven and earth, in the meanwhile, you need to attach to Tao. The body and mind, spirit become one. You reduce. So you observe, meanwhile you're learning, but reduce instead just the body. No, you relax the body and also the mind involved, a spirit involved, and the whole oneness involved. So but simultaneously, while you're learning, increase every day, but meanwhile you reduce every day simultaneously. So you're learning, reducing, because what do you mean by, you're not just the body, you are into the cosmic, you are into the breath, the whole thing, the spirit. That's what I interpreted it. And then it's important to understand this the Wu Wei is not attacking people are not supposed to study. No. You study very hard. Taoists study very hard. I mean, it's not just effortless. No, effort is you just work very hard because it's small. It's effortless. So this following you reduce until it's Wu Wei. So but anyway, 庄子. So 庄子 chapter 109, the page 109. Zhuangzi is a beautiful story. I love Zhuangzi's stories. You want to hear it? Zhuangzi. One time a king, all the time, so he heard the army of his neighbor country were walking very very sharp, very fit, and it's wonderful. And so he said, well, why don't we learn them? So he sent a group of children went to the country to learn how to walk. Before they can walk, they were over there. So, so by the day they returned, the king and his ministers waiting for them to come back to see how they walk. And then suddenly he saw that everybody crawl back. I said, oh no. So not only they forgot how to walk, the children how to walk, they could learn the new way because it's unnatural. This one's you add on something unnatural. So it's actually from inside out in my body. So this a story from Zhuangzi. All right, Taoists, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. I teach here now. Come to visit us. And thank you very much. I'm going to read the chapter for you. Thank you.
Chapter 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, something extra is added every day. In the pursuit of Tao, something non-essential is dropped every day. Drop after drop until nothing is left to be dropped. Oh, peel the onion layer by layer until nothing is left in the middle. Oh, Tao is incomprehensible. Being nothing is something. It is the simplicity of Wu Wei. In the simplicity of Wu Wei, one glance from a master can do more work than both his hands. One thought from a master can move mountains. Therefore, when the ruler does the invisible action Wu Wei, all things are done with nothing left undone. In governing the world, the Wu Wei ruler sets things in order before there is confusion and deals with problems before they happen. If the ruler only reacts to the problem as they happen, he's not good enough to govern the world.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen from the springtime in Yangshuo. Today we want to talk about chapter 49. It's a wonderful chapter. It's one of the favorite chapters. And he said, basically what it says, the sage does not fix mind. It has the mind of the people. So he loved the people, the mind of the people. And those good people, I mean, those people reach do good things. We love them. And then those bad things, and the sage love them, people. And then, so, because he possess De Shan, so he reached the lesson uses of Tao is Shan, there's goodness. And then those he trusts. Those people trustworthy and also trust those people untrustworthy. This is called so the skill of trustworthy. De Xian, and then Do Xin. So if those people low Chinese that the word Xin, Xin means trustworthy. But anyway, so now. So in this world full of not good people, so the Shengren in this world be very careful, and Shu very careful, and then you see the people. And then you inside as one of the people, and then you live with love, with care, but you're very careful about things. It's not that, well, I love everyone. Yes, but you know that it's two sides of everything. And then you see the people, and then what happened? The people, all they focus on eyes, ears, everything outside. That's what they focus on. And then the Xingren treat each one as a child. So you love them as a child. That's one explanation. But I prefer that because each one is a child. That means enlightened beings, because chapter 55 they talk about each one is enlightened being. So you see people as enlightened being. So the Sheng Ren treat everyone as enlightened being, and so it's full of love. So all right. So by the way, the chapter about Wang Bi and Ho Xianggong. Now Wang Bi, that's this chapter is straightforward, but however it's very difficult to explain. But this sentence is entire 百姓皆助其而悟. So the 100 Xuaning people, the common people, and focus on the ears and eyes. Though this sentence, Wang Bi's version omit. But in his comment, he comment on it. So we know that for sure, if someone just forgot it, copy there. Now, because Confucius, because he belonged to Confucius school, so Confucius is very follow to the T, everything for T. There's good reason for the T. So even though they're missing, Ho Xianggong have it, they never adapt to it. Just it's missing. And I'm very sure some of the translation missing that part. But anyway, that's the essence of the chapter 49. But again, I won't finish yet. And then a lot of people, including myself, I start to ask. I trust people who are trustworthy, no problem. But also trust those people untrustworthy? Huh? What does it mean? I said, well, there's a hole in front of you, and then people, you said, well, he said, well, or she said, well, there's nothing there, you can walk through. And then you trust him and walk through it and drop. So it is the... But however, when we practice Qigong and Tai Chi, it's a different story. That's why we need to apply to situation. So for example, in Tai Chi and Qigong, so we trust you, that your true intention. So if you fight me, in fighting, you find me, actually, you touch me here, but this is a false intention. Okay? But your true, I trust your true intention. Your true intention actually try to push me here, but you put a false signal here. So if I trust you, if I did not learn, you learn Tao Te Ching the wrong way. So well, okay, trust you, and then you're being defeated. So trust, and then you choose to trust true intention of that person. That's why in the text it's 圣人处处在天上问其心. That means it's very colorful in the world. So he become one of the people. So that when you're fighting, you become with the person. So we are very careful. And say, yes, I trust you. You are trustworthy. Trust you. Trust you. But I trust you the true intention. That's so important. So when you in Tao, one with the people, you don't have a fixed mind. You have the mind of the person, and then you can sense what happened. So this chapter is really a practical chapter. And so because I teach Qigong and Tai Chi, so I really attach this chapter into what I learned in this one. But of course, you're doing something else or doing, anything, you can use that to your own career or whatever you do, and then this can apply to anything. Then when you become one with the people around you, then you sense what's happening. Of course, those people good in marketing, good in earning money or something, they can sense the market, sense the people what they're thinking. Maybe this one is application of Tao or something. But again, once you have the money, then you know what to do with it, share. But anyway, that's just something, and I'm not getting into those things because I only know Qigong and Tai Chi and Tao Te Ching. So what's trustworthy when you touch me? And I feel you because I'm one with you. And then what you want to do, you want to hit me here. So I prepare. So you just hit me here and then you fly out. Supposedly like that, But the good masters can do that. But that's the idea. But Tao Te Ching is wonderful. It can apply to life. Anything you do, you're good at it. All right. So by the way, I will demonstrate Tai Chi since this is about about the movement and so on, and I teach Qigong and mainly Qigong and then Tao Te Ching here. In case you visit by, come by vacation here, and let you come to see me. All right, here it comes.
Chapter 49. The sage has no selfish mind. He has the oneness mind with all the people. The sage says, "Oh, I love the people who deserve my love. I also love the people who don't deserve my love. This is the De of unconditional love. Oh, I trust the people who deserve my trust. I also trust the people who don't deserve my trust. This is the De of trustfulness. Oh, make no mistake about this. The world is full of unlovable and untrustworthy people. So the sage walks cautiously in life. He remains humble as one with the world. While the people are polluted by what they see and hear, the sage sees the pure, invisible child in each of them, disguised as adults."
Hello, this is Master Luke Chan. We're going to talk about Tao Te Ching, about life, how to live long. And this chapter 50, this important chapter, is a 50. It's basically saying that there's more or less 4 types of people around. One type is, well, you live naturally long, the other naturally short, and the one is supposed to live naturally long, and then he died because he has too much desire. And then, of course, the 4th one can able to adhere to Tao, the De, and then he learn how to live Tao, you live a long life. But anyway, these 50 have a lot of interpretations. First, of course, we have to go to, there is the source interpretation, will be Wang Bi and Hou Shan Gong, 55. Alright. Now, first of all, Wang Bi interpreted as 10 out of 3, so more or less 3 out of 10. So it's statistics. Oh, okay, 3 people out of 10 is living short life. The other natural long life 3, and then 3 supposed long life and so forth. Okay, and then some scholars immediately thought, whoa, they're smart, and they write about maybe 10% of those people who can actually live long, can use to live long. But anyway. But Hou Shan Gong very differently. The Hou Shan Gong, of course, is 13 parts. So what are the 13 parts? Okay, 2 hands, 2 legs, 4, and then 2 eyes, 1 eye, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nose, and 1 mouth, and then 2 more. What are they? So front and back. So you whole go to bathroom. Front and back is good. So I add up 13 together. 13 holes. 9 holes and 4 limbs is add up 13. And then of course then then so the long life and short life, of course, you get desire. It's actually natural long life means whatever age. It doesn't have you over this time it's called natural life. No, not like that. It's just a rough idea. Now, so the question is, how do you live long? Now, is it those people live long because they cultivate. De is cultivate Tao. So if everybody, your faith, you come from day 1 when you're born, you know that you're going to die short or long. No, it's not like that. So if you don't intervene if you don't intervene, then you either die quick or short. If you intervene wrong way, you die quicker. I mean, suppose if you don't intervene, you don't do anything, you end up probably long life. But if you do something the wrong way, you die short. But if you do it the right way, and then you live long. What is the right way? So you need to go back to chapter 55. It's a baby. It was a baby. So here's three things. So cirrhosis, the big animal with a horn here, won't kill you, and the tiger won't claw you, and then of course the soldier won't kill you with the knife or something. Then there's a baby. Then you go back without desire, without all those things, and then you can live long because you full Jing energy, harmonious energy, and of course in Qigong then we breathe out, breathe in, and then this, and then adhere to as a baby again. So as a baby we breathe naturally, He qi is breathe. So the baby cry whole day without getting lose the voice, and all those things to do with the breath and so on. But anyway, this is just interpretation, and then how you get into the live long life. Okay, and then so finish that, and then of course 庄子. So 庄子, I'm part of the 庄子. So 庄子has something to say about that too. So 庄子, the story goes, 庄子is like to talk about stories. Okay, the 庄子, this wonderful story actually. He said, it's a story. Three gods, one north, south, and the middle god. And then they all come together once a while to discuss things, whatever. But they always come to the middle. The middle god is treat them very well. And then the north god and south god come together and say, well, we need to do something for the middle god. And so they see the middle god has nothing. So they say, oh, we could have him out to put 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nose and mouth. And then so 7 days. So every day they put on the desire in this body. By the end of 7th day, God, the middle God, dies. That's the end of the story. So what happened? The middle God have all desire. You can see now, you can hear, you can taste, you can smell, you can feel. Wow, he got lost, he died. But anyway, that's the Zhuangzi's way of explaining things. All right, so now this one also. People live natural long, short life. Is 1 or 10. I have 13 parts. So because I adapt that, and then people live natural long life also have 13 parts. So I explain in my heart and soul, and then I translate this one. So I'm going to read it for you. And then, as you know, always Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. I'm teaching here. In case you're touring this place, come to see me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 50. Oh, life cycle. The day you're born is the day that you begin your journey towards death. For what is born must die. Those who live a natural long life are the followers of life. They have 13 parts. Those who live a natural short life are the followers of death. They have 13 parts. Oh, those who should live a natural long life but die young, they too have 13 parts. Why is that so? Oh, they try to temper life too much. They die of the desire of the 13 parts. Oh, the humble one, what are the 13 parts? Oh, man, everyone has 2 legs, 2 hands, and 9 holes. They are the doors through which desires enter the body. Oh, no fear. I have heard that he who knows how to live long can walk on land without fear of rhinoceroses and tigers. He enters the battlefield without being wounded by the soldiers. Oh, no desires. For in him the rhinoceros can find no place to thrust their horns. Tigers no place to use their claws. The soldiers no place to pierce their blade. Why is that so? Oh, newborn baby, because he has no desires to harm any creature. The ferocious animals don't attack him. He has no excessive desire for material goods and beauties, and therefore he avoids the death land of the 13 parks. Oh, we have only one life to live. Don't be afraid of death. Don't indulge yourself. Be a baby instead. Love life. Love long life, Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We're talking about Tao. Today we're talking about chapter 51, 5-1. It's a beautiful chapter. It's 道生之，德畜之，物行之，细成之。是万物莫不遵道而贵德，道之尊，德之贵。夫莫之命而常自然，故道生之，德畜之。长之育之，成之熟之，养之盖之。生而不有，为而不恃，长而不宰，是谓玄德。It's basically what's saying that Tao at the beginning give birth to everything, and then De is the one nourish it, and then the matter make it shape. And then time is the everything ripen or the life cycle. So the one who the 10,000 things have to respect Tao and treasure De. That's how we live, because that's the condition we're given to live as each form, as human being, or dog, rain, all the things, mountain. So it's a wonderful chapter, and then what's most important is the 生而不有，为而不恃，长而不屈。这玄的 mysterious 德 This is about Tao. This you give birth. We don't know why, and this action give everything. It doesn't require. We give that back. Does not with the master, and erase us is not to be the master. So it's basically saying, give you freedom, complete freedom. Tao give freedom. This is called 玄德. It's appeared many times at the Tao different chapters. But anyway, 和尚跟王弼 pretty much the same explanation, and the versions are very the same. All right, so. Except in Wang Bi have a different, a couple of different words. But I thought 和尚观 is much easier to explain. And then now 庄子, and you said 庄子, you go to 87 in my book. 庄子 a beautiful story. Two Taoists. One Taoist dying in the dying bed. So in the other one come to visit him, and then the whole family crying. And then the Taoist come in. Oh, let me come in to comfort our old friend. He said, oh, friend, you're dying. Are you afraid? He said, the Taoist, the dying Taoist, what's you afraid of? I'm just about to transform to another form. Tao had been give me birth, he treat me well, and labor me when I was young, and give me peace when I'm old. Die is going to be peace. I know that Tao treat me well when I alive, and treat me well when I die. So so it's so it's wonderful. That's so after a while, next day. Oh, you miraculously survived. So the whole family is happy. So it's raining happily. Love yourself, love others, love nature. And I love you from Yangzhou. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 51. Tao gives birth to the oneness of all things. The oneness provides for all things. The as matter gives forms to all things. The as seasons completes all life cycles. Therefore, all things respect Tao and value the. The respect of Tao and the value of the are not expressed in words, but are self-evident in the nature of things. Thus Tao gives birth to all living creatures, and the nourishes them from cradle to grave. Let the baby grow and be nourished. Let the young complete and mature. Let the old rest and be buried when they die. Oh yes, the wonders of Tao is perfect and self-sustained. It creates but does not possess. Nothing can be added or subtracted from it, for it is whole without whole. It gives but does not expect to receive. Giving is receiving, for one for all and all for one. It completes but does not control. Free choice for all, for it is so vast that nothing can escape from it so fast. Oh, incomprehensible! This is called mysterious stir of oneness.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We're talking Tao today, chapter 52, very important chapter. 天上有喜，以为天上母。记得其母以记其己，记得记其己，复守其母，莫生不殆。摄其对，闭其门，忠心不勤。开其对，记其事，终身不救。见小曰明，守有曰强。用其光，复归其明。无以生阳，是为习常。So it said, heaven and earth at the beginning. That's we call it a mother, our mother. Well, once we know a mother, then you know mother. We call mother, but the children. Children. So we are the children. So that's a mother. So we keep to our mother. Then we have no danger. So so if we keep to ourselves, not open eyes, close the ears into Tao, then we can effortlessly live life. But however you want to do your own thing against Tao, then you're in danger. So enlightenment means three things. One is when you small things, you are enlightened. This go to Wu Wei. If you are 见小月明，手有 very very soft baby life, then you are 和气, then you are enlightened, and then with light, the Tao, then you enlighten. Three things. This one is the will keep your life not long life down, so that this is called practicing Tao. So practicing Tao. So in this one, now 和尚公 interpret. One word different. If you study Chinese, the yi to the sun, the yi, and year is one bigger, one the mouth bigger and smaller. That's the difference. So 和尚公 interprets yi. So every day you become softer and then smaller and so forth. But 和尚王弼 year is when you see small is called called enlightened. So I adopt Wang Bi's explanation. But anyway, now and then Zhuangzi have a story, and if you look at page 86, if you have my book. And then he said, well, Zhuangzi comment, a Taoist comment. Well, if Tao can be offered, you offer to your emperor. If Tao can give, you give to your parents. But if Tao can be shared, you share with your siblings. If your Tao can be inherited, you can give your children. But Tao is and now you have to practice Tao. This is called practicing Tao. So you cannot inherit something. But actually, we are in there. Okay. So love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because you're here. I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 52. In the beginning, Tao creates the world, and it stays on as the mother for all. So let it be known that there is a mother, and all living creatures are her children. Let it be known that all her children have the right to be with their mother and to live freely and eternally. O childlike man, be humble, love Mother Tao. Close your mouth, shut your senses. Effortless and joyful, you will experience life here on earth without toiling day in and day out. Oh, egoistic man, too proud, too arrogant. You ignore Mother Tao. You talk too much, you mess things up. Hopeless and alone, you will have a hard life here on earth, toiling from dawn to dusk. Now you have a choice. It's up to you to seek the truth in small matters and be enlightened. Find the strength in softness and be strong. Turn the light into insight and be one with all. And if you behave in this way, you will be away from harm's way. Oh yes, this is called practicing Tao or natural long life.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chan. We're talking about the Ching Chapter 53. 5.3. It's a beautiful chapter, and it's to walk, the road, the path to long life Tao is very wide. But people prefer bypass. They want a shortcut, and then, of course, what happened then, you can see that the palace, or the one is wealthy and powerful, the ruler, is very well decorated, very clean. But look at the field. Nobody tending the wheat growing because people fighting in the war. And then, of course, the granary, the place to store food and grain, is very empty. Now, of course, the rich, not the power, and then they walk around with great clothes and with a big sword, decorate sword, and then drink and and food excess, and of course then a lot of wealth showing off, and those actually the root of the robber. So now we're talking about the ruler, this non-Tao ruler. This is as a Tao, so we should have compassion, love compassion for all people, and then you don't need to take shortcuts, lead together in peace and poverty and share. So you can see that chapter 53 is the phenomena from 2,600 years ago until now. Pretty much every generation you can see the same thing happen. But anyway, with love and compassion, then we treat, as a ruler, we treat people with equal and share. That's the key. And peace. And then with the whole thing about this, we want peace. So want peace, then we would treat people well, not excessive. Now, of course, Wang Bi's, Ho Sang Gong's chapter is pretty much the same, and then you interpret on your own, but it's not too much leeway for different interpretations on this chapter. But of course, Zhuangzi, Zhuangzi is a beautiful story to illustrate that. All right, Zhuangzi for illustrate the 53. And he said, once in a ceremony, so it's a worship ceremony, there a roast pig, a pig, a roast pig to decorate the pig very well and so on. And then there was an official who was arrogant person, drink real nicely and then with a sword and things like that. And the Tao master comment, now this pig, this roast pig, 3 months ago, they sent to the emperor before they sacrifice, and then they drink the purest water and eat the best grain. At the end of it, they kill it and roast it. Now, scholar, the arrogant one, would you rather be like a dirty pig, eat the coarse grain and dirty water and survive, until natural death or much longer? Or you would rather be like that, have decorated pig? And then the scholar, whoa, yeah. So he understood now what he is wearing, and sooner or later he's being killed. But this from Zhuangzi is a beautiful story that illustrates that do not get too much, excessive things. But anyway, this is the way of Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yang Shuo Gui in China. Thank you.
Chapter 53. Even though I'm enlightened with the true knowledge and walk on the great path of Tao, my only fear is of deviating from it. The great path of Tao is smooth, but people prefer bypaths. Look, the palaces are shining in their majestic pleasance, yet the fields are very weedy, and the granaries are empty. Oh, the ruler is having a ball in every hall. The people are building a wall for the coming war. Oh, children are crying, and people are starving. But look, the ruler wears elegant clothes, carries sharp swords in his animal belt, gets tired of food and drinks, hoards excessive money and jewelry. Oh, extravagant, one man's excess at the expense of all others. Oh, thief, he is showing off his bounties to the people whom he has robbed. Oh, bypath, this is certainly not the smooth path of Tao. He who's on the bypath of Tao sure cannot last long.
Now, this Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 54, 5-4. This wonderful chapter about wonders. And if you want, you can, like you're building a strong house, strong foundation, you cannot lift it up. You cannot guide it easily. And then if you, those good embrace things, it's not slippery through. So it's Tao itself. If you want to learn Tao De, learn Tao, then you can very good grip and very solid foundation. and then so it's not we're talking about like a column. You hold on to it. This column actually, a column penetrates space and time for generations. From 2,600 years old, going down there, it's like a column that everybody embrace it. All the generations down, people embrace the Tao, and it's a way of life. So if you practice Tao, you get Tao within your own body, then you become true person. 真人, so in Chinese, the Tao tradition, 真人, that means he truly obtained Tao. When you cultivate Tao personally, and then if you cultivate in the family, then naturally, then you have excess, more surplus because it's harmonious. So your time is not wasted fighting amongst each other. So you have more time to embrace other people and then get the Tao. Then you go to a village. Now you have more understanding, and then you're expanding as you practice. And then in the village, that means the community, and then, and then you have a long, more people, stronger, embrace Tao, and then you can become a leader, and so on. Now you go down. Next step will be the country. Now you can rule the country and let people have abundance, abundance because you're Tao ruler. That's the Wu Wei ruler. And then the next level. Now you can have the whole world to you, and then a universal abundance. Now your mind cultivation life become one, and of course this is cultivation. So it's you were born with Tao. We already have it when we are born, but we lost it. Now we build it to cultivate it again, and as individual, as our life experience become more complicated. Now, why? Next one. How do I know that the people with you, real people, when you actually obtain Tao? So when you compare yourself with those people truly got it, compared to those people not practicing Tao, and then of course they 有为 无为, and then it's obvious that the person is real to the Tao, to the nature. Then and this is obvious is better because it obtain long life Tao, and then it's a family who practice Tao, family doesn't. And then the community, the village practice Tao, and the other one not. So compare, of course, the one practice Tao is harmonious and love each other. The one doesn't. This one is for own benefit, fighting for individual selfish. And then the country and at peace if you practice Tao, the ruler practice Tao, the country at peace. But the other one is all aggressive and war and all those things, and then the whole world. When you practice Tao, and those not practice Tao, the question is how can you compare the world who practice Tao and not practice Tao, not practice Tao? So we interpret because the column of is penetrate time and space. So this world and then next world. You can compare through history of time, and those practice Tao were at peace, and not practice Tao, nothing worked right. So Tao is really is the way of life, and natural long life. Tao is way of life. It's going down. It's a wonderful description. And then now 好像跟Wang Bi, if you look by it's quite similar explanation, and then you can go through 393 on my in my book, and then of course then, and now we go to 庄子. Okay, 庄子, if you look at 96, it's 96 there. It's a wonderful story about oneness and about and the column. It go down to one time Taoist master went to his friends, another Taoist funeral who died, so the Taoist went through into it's the funeral and the corpse there, and then he only bowed 3 times and he left. And the student of the dead Taoist said, "Why? I thought you respect my teacher. Why you not so disrespect my teacher and just left just like that? So simple." And the Taoist master looked at the student. "Oh yeah, student, I'm good friend of your teacher, but right now I lost all my respect because when I walk in, the students all crying like they lost their parents. Hey, so your teacher have not been taught you well. We know that it's the time when he born. He's the time he gives you the breath. So he born, and it's time for him to go to heaven, earth, to go. Then he die, he goes. So it's not. So now you guys, now you students, crying over the corpse. Haven't he taught you anything? And then the student finally realized, yes, the teachers, it is a candle. The candle now is gone, but the fire forever continue. And then, so what the teacher teach them is a long life Tao. This fire is continue for generations to come. So for the corpse, they cry over the wrong thing. And by the way, that's the Zhuangzi. And love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because you're here. And love you from Yangzhou, Guilin, China. I teach you here now in case you are touring around this place. Come to see me. Thank you.
Chapter 54. He who solidly builds virtuous earth cannot be uprooted. He who firmly embraces oneness cannot be separated. Oh, the is like an invisible column of oneness rooted in Tao. And children and grandchildren embrace it unceasingly for generations to come. Swirling from small to large, these invisible columns of oneness echoes through space and time. Cultivate it in yourself, and will be true. Oh, true reality is an unbroken whole. Cultivate it in the family, and will be more than enough. Oh, be content and have enough to share. Cultivate it in the village, and will last long. Oh, live for others and end up living long. Cultivate it in the country, and will be abundant. Oh, love the people, rule without ruling. The people will have abundance. Cultivate it in the world, and will be universal. Oh, universal love for all living creatures. Love the animals. Love the forest. Oh, mysterious, this column of oneness is invisible, but is transparent to those who embody it. Therefore, compare and observe the man who cultivates Tao and the other who does not. Oh, the man of Tao is truly whole, and the other has a hole in his whole. Observe the Tao family and the other family. Oh, one is content with enough, while the other never gets enough. Observe the Tao village and the other village. Oh, one lives altruistically for others, the other lives selfishly for itself. Observe the Tao country and the other country. Oh, one rules with love, and the other rules with fear. And observe the Tao world and the other world. Oh, one loves animals, and the other kills animals for fun. How do I know the world is like this? I know because I embrace oneness. Oneness transcends space and time, you know.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen from Yangzhou, China. And today we want to talk about Tao Te Ching chapter 55, 5. Oh, it's a wonderful chapter. It's about life, of course. Oh, and this is my favorite chapter. And I always said, people say, oh, I'm the grandmaster, this. But Lao Tzu said, yeah, you accumulate a lot of the virtuous the, but you're not, you're just like baby, he's not as good as a newborn baby, because everyone have been a baby before, so we all have been grandmaster. We are grandmasters. We just forgot we are. So learning the is going back to ourselves, not that we are not learning something new, we're just returning. So now, of course, and then 55, and then said, well, the baby, you observe, a newborn baby, you grab the hands very firm, you feel the firmness, because the whole body as a whole, we call Jing Qi. In the Qigong, we call Jing Qi, because of vitality energy there. And then when the children, the newborn baby and all the baby, they can shout whole day and then they forget, lost their voice. Because why? Because the whole body vibrate like a barrel from Dante, not just here. So, he never lost his voice. So, Bao, he said, well, you understand this He Qi, the harmonious Qi, life energy, then you understand, you're enlightened. So, enlightenment, of course, different definitions, but this is one definition from Lao Tzu said, well, okay, if you understand the life energy, then you're enlightened. Of course, something to different interpretation. There's two major interpretations of this chapter, and now, of course, then we have to. Now, it's very important you understand He Shan Gong Wang Bi. So He Shan Gong is a Qigong grandmaster, and he is the 2,000-year-old, and the other one, Wang Bi, 1,800-year-old. He died young when he was when he's 23 or 24. But he's so brilliant and then very logical. He can see one thing and memorize it. So that's why he able to make comment on it. Now, so these two you must understand it's not just one against each other. Was this one better? No. You need both. But most people, the last two sentences, then the difference. Now, in He Shan Gong said, what benefit life is good. But Wang Bi said, what benefit life is so good. Because interpreted differently. Because and then use the breath to and then to make your body healthy, 强. But the other Wang Bi said, no, to make you hard. So two interpretations, and then that's why in my book I need the concordance, so important. Now it took me a long time so I'm going to get the concordance, because one word is called Qiang, 强, and this word 9 out of 10 times in Tao Te Ching is no good because you're stiff and so forth. But 1 or 2 times is good, and this case is good because you use the mind to breathe the qi and make you healthy, strong. Strong in this sense, good. And now, take my words for it. Those translations out there, and the first thing I look into, well, you have written the book and look at the 55. I always look at it first and see how you interpret the He Qi, harmonious Qi. And then most people, 100 people, 99 adopt Wang Bi's. Say, oh, if you use the mind to control your Qi, and it's no good because you control. But they forgot that you use the qi, your mind, to control your qi, but now you forget your mind, and then the qi and you and the spirit become one. That is when we practice qigong. That's what happened. So, but only one instance that I know in the United States, English, when I pick up the book, is by Grandmaster Zheng Manqing. He's a Tai Chi Grandmaster, and if you practice Tai Chi in America, you know him. And he's very famous. And when he wrote the book, then he used the mind, control the qi control the body. So he's only one that I aware that said this good. And then that's, of course, in my book nowadays, of course, and I present you both, and of course I said it's good. But anyway, so the concordance is very, very important. That's why in 4 parts in my book, the first, the concordance, and then Wang Bi and Ho Xiang Gou comparison, but I use both Chinese. And then the third, of course, Zhuangzi. So I explain what Zhuangzi said. I quote him, and of course, Zhuangzi by what? Stories. So if you want to learn stories, the Zhuangzi are very moving stories. And he said, so a pig, a mother pig, and died suddenly, and then she fell down, she lay down. All the piglets came because she lay down, she wanted to suck the milk. But as soon as the whole thing coming in, and then they disappeared. They ran away because now the mother is lifeless, is cold. So what the piglets wants is the mother, life energy, but not the caucus. So they all ran. So we are the caucus, but we are the life energy one with the cosmic. That's what the life, So we cultivate that life energy within ourselves. Now, of course, Tao you need to cultivate. That's called De. De we cultivate. So everything is De, but we are virtuous De. It's a good thing, long life Tao. So we cultivate how we breathe, how we this, and because it's natural. Because children, we have all that. We just forgot. So we go back to learning how to be a baby again. So chapter 55 about life, how we apply, how we learn how to apply life, and by the breathing deeply, by use the Jing, the vital energy. And so when you sing, when you speak, you from here, not by here. So sometimes yelling, shouting, but from here. So it's not So it's very different to detox. But anyway, we are not talking about Qigong here. But it's one application, one learning Tao, to learn Tao. So chapter 55. So yeah. So if you charging by here, you want to learn Qigong and Tao Te Ching, come. You're welcome. But the last part is one is concordance, and then Ho Xiang Gou Wang Bi, and then Zhuangzi, and then the first part is this is all academic, it's all out there, but now I interpret on my own, and the last part is so Master, you think you have virtuous De? You accumulate so much, but you're not as good, even as good as the newborn babe. So I put myself deep into harmonious Qi, and tap with the cosmic, and then I translate it from my heart, from my soul. So when you read it, a lot of people love it, and then, but once in a while, those people know Chinese, and so someone, okay, you interpret very differently. But yes, the analogy is that, well, you need to read the rest of my book, the reason behind it. I give you an example. You take rice, rice, patty rice, and then you seed planting, and then plant, and then rice, grain, and then you make flour, make bread. So at the last, what I'm going to read to you is the bread. So I give you bread. This is this life, this only process, so that you are get the benefit from Tao, And of course, the best for you to cook your own, to bake your own bread. But anyway, so it's very different. So here, this book is huge book. I only can give you a part from my heart to my soul. So it's different. So if you had this thinking, because every one of you, most of you have the little book, very differently. But anyway, I'm not, but I know by now, hopefully, because chapter by chapter, I explain my position, and then I help you to understand it on your own term. Yeah, hopefully, some of you learn some Chinese, and even if you not learn Chinese, but attach the cosmic through Lao Tzu's work. But anyway, thank you very much. Love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because you're here. I love you from Yangzhou. Come, okay? Thank you.
Chapter 55. Oh, Master, you have achieved so much virtuousness that you resemble a newborn baby. No desires. A newborn baby just wants to live. He has no fear. He is soft and weak and poses no threat to any creature. Therefore, poisonous insects don't sting him. Ferocious animals don't attack him. Predatory birds don't seize him. Oh, his bones are weak and his muscles are soft, but his grip is strong, for his mind is not distracted by his five senses. Oh, vitality, he is oblivious to the union of male and female, but his sexual organs are firm, for his vital energy Jing is at his height. Oh, harmony, he cries whole day without becoming hoarse, for his harmonious Qi is at his height. Oh, life energy Qi, the softness of the breath does not change when one gets old. This is called the unchanging nature of Qi. Understand the unchanging nature of Qi is called enlightenment. Oh, life, breathing harmoniously can enhance life, and it is the secret to long life. If you can consciously breathe like a baby, you will be healthy and strong. Oh, death, breathing forcefully can inhibit life, and your body will reach the state of rigidity soon. The sooner your body reaches the state of rigidity, the sooner you get old. This is not the way of long life Tao. Oh, enlightenment is just one breath away. Therefore, breathe softly and consciously here and now.
Hello, it's Master Luke Chen. We're talking about the Jing Chapter 56 today. It's a beautiful chapter. Those people talk, don't know. Those people know, don't talk. So what do we mean by knowing? Is knowing the Tao, long life Tao. So it's practicing. So instead of talking, practice. Those people say, well, I know Tao. They don't practice from the mouth. So it's a wonderful beginning. So continue say, enlightened being, they only practice. So they're not showing off. There's no sharp corner. It's the really into himself, and nobody knows that he is the one is enlightened with the long life Tao. So it's called because it's wonders, mysterious wonders. So it's into Tao territories. So what happened in that? So he's not attached to the things or detached from things. They'll get too close, too far. They'll attach attachment. Oh, there's no attachment because you're one with Tao. You're one. How can you attach or non-attach? You're one. And then, of course, he is not a harm, a benefit or harm. So, because it's the same. You're not going anywhere, it's the same. And then, of course, he is not, I'm rich and powerful, or very poor and nobody or something, because we're one. So he treat everybody the same. So because he don't see what the people's immaterialistic, you classify people in this and that. For him, everybody is unconditional love. Everybody have a right to be in the universe. Everybody is needed in this world. So he is much treasured because he is so comfortable with everywhere he goes that we all love him. Or her in that case, because we have to speak gender here, so it's either him or her. But now because in the whole book we mention him, and then of course Tao is female, male, but they will not get into that in the Chinese character. Is but anyway, we all love him or her. All right, so it's a sage, but the essence of Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature, and the world is beautiful because of you. And before I do that, I forgot to say the Zhuangzi story. Okay, so hold back. You know by now. Zhuangzi have a great story. A great story like this. Okay, so if you come to my book, chapter 56 and page 121 there. Oh, okay. So a carpenter, in a king's palace, he was doing carpentry work, and he heard the king's, reading aloud some text. So the carpenter said, "What are you reading, king?" And the king said, "I'm reading classics." Chinese classics. Who read those books? And said, "Well, dead people, old people, wisdom people." And the carpenter said, "Those are dead people. You're not going anywhere. You're reading dead people's stuff." And then, of course, the king said, "Either you have something to tell me, or I'm going to kill you. That you had just humiliated the saints, the sage." And then the carpenter said, "Oh, sorry, I don't know, because I'm only a carpenter. But I know if you, the wheel, the hole to the wheel, if you're too large, the wheel will come out. If too small, the wheel will not come in. So, only I know by using hands, when I touch the wheel, touch the hole, then I know how to fit in. I cannot teach my son, and everybody had to learn it. You practice it, learn it." and then, so because the words are dead words, and so it's the you cannot learn from words. So the chapter 56 is that, those who know don't speak, and those people speak don't know. So this is from Zhuangzi. But however, that's another way of talking about it. If we don't have Tao Te Ching, 2,600 years going down, then we don't have the guiding light. But for me, Tao Te Ching, Lao Ji is still here. He's not dead. Well, just because it's alive. If anything is good, it has to be alive. It's more than words. And then that's why you need to digest it in your mind, and then turn that into your own experience and compare, observe heaven and earth, and then you compare, and then don't take the words for it, but take the meaning to you, and then you long life Tao and learning, and then get your true nature going out, and love yourself, love others, love nature. And the world is beautiful because of you and me. And I love you from Yangso. Thank you.
Chapter 56. He who knows doesn't talk. He who talks doesn't know. Oh, he who knows oneness does not talk but acts. Oh, he who speaks too much does not walk his talk, Close your mouth so you don't complain. Shut your doors so the desires won't enter your core. Blunt your sharpness so you don't criticize. Resolve your worries so you don't need to hurry. Soften your light so you don't make others blind. Become one with the dust so you don't lose people's trust. This is called mysterious oneness. In the stage of mysterious oneness, he is not moved by life or death. Yes, he loves life, but isn't attached to it. Yes, he dislikes death, but doesn't avert it. For life and death are integral parts of oneness. Oh, he's not swayed by gain or loss. Yes, he profits from his gain so he can share with others. Yes, he's harmed by his loss, but he's happy for others who gain. For gain and loss are the yin and yang of oneness. Oh, he is not touched by wealth or poverty. Yes, he is wealthy and honorable, but he is not arrogant. Yes, he is poor and disgraced, but he knows opportunity lies behind it. For wealth and poverty belong to the same oneness. Oh, he who knows oneness accepts his fate with gratitude. He does not criticize, condemn, and complain. He is energetic, optimistic, and altruistic. Therefore, he is loved by the world.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. I'm talking Tao Te Ching 57. And this wonderful chapter is about Wu Wei. It's basically saying that, well, when you rule a country, or a normally small country, you use norm or righteousness. And then you want to, in a war, you surprise move. And well, if you want to rule the world, then you need to use Wu Shi, Wu Wei. And now Wu Shi, the Wu is invisible action. And of course, in my book, you need to look at W-U, Wu, from the concordance, and then see the Wu Shi there. Because later you will have the other Wu Yu and so forth. Now how do I know that? Lao Tzu said, and observation. If a country has too much restrictions, rules, laws, then people poor. You cannot do this, you cannot do that. And then if people is too much weapon, too much either it's the physical weapon or the weapon for freezing off for profit, then the country is chaotic. Oh, when people is more trick scheme, then strange things happen. Now, if people are more materialistic, and everybody want this and then this, and then more, of course, thieves, robbers everywhere. And so, how do we deal with this? That's why you're the Yo Wei ruler. But for the Wu Wei ruler, I do it with Wu Wei, so people just let them be free, and then they will be rule themselves naturally. But if I'm quiet, and people will be peaceful. If the ruler, if I Wu Shi, no event, people become rich because you don't need to fight, so on. And then if I have no excess desire, no desire, people will be very frugal and very down to the earth, and then we live at peace. So everybody look at the leader. Leader is the lead the whole country, the whole world. Look for one. Wu leader. So chapter 57 is very powerful, very wonderful chapter. Here Wang Bi, what he says is one word difference. And then, and of course, your little books there is saying, the 12th, 法物即将道宅多有. So it's 物 or 法物is imitate, you look at the material, or is the law. Wang Bi said, too many laws, then too many thieves. This, everybody a little book there. Everybody a little book follow him because nobody adopt the Ho Chang Gong's view in the translation. But I do. And I said, because the first sentence already said that restrictions and laws. But now this one is 法物即将物 means materialistics. Or you see, and then because people want more, want to, and then they become thieves and robbers. But anyway, but either way, you can have examples to illustrate that. But you come to the 407 if you're really into. If you're really stuck with Wang Bi's translation, then you look at 407, and then where I said the words come from and so on, and you might change your mind. And then not change your mind doesn't matter actually, but you attach to the Tao again and see how it is. It's more than you can accommodate more. But again, this one is for you. And here it is, my favorite. You know who? Now, Zhuangzi, and then Zhuangzi, of course, have. So he has a story. So the story says 57. It's such a nice story. I love it. So if you want to hear, I say it. And one time, a peasant, someone gifted the king of rare birds, beautiful birds, beautiful, rare, have a wonderful feather and everything. And then, and when the king is, thank you, he's never seen such a beautiful bird. And then, so he treat the bird with all the musicians, all the choral musicians, listen, and then treat it with all the best food, the wine, and everything. But after 3 days, the bird died because the bird prefer quietness in the wilderness, the mountain, and the bird prefer just eat worms and things like that. So, but now but the king treat him, the bird, as if he treat himself. So this your way, that's not the way. So it's obvious what you want. So this is type of ruler, is the first type of ruler. But anyway, for us, the Tao is of course Wu Wei. Oh, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because you exist. I love you from Yangshuo. So come to see me sometime because I teach you Tao Te Ching Yangshuo now. Thank you.
Chapter 57. Rule a country with a norm. Oh, what is a norm but a bundle of egoistic rules? Wage war without norms. Oh, the egoistic ruler goes to war in the name of justice. Oh, brutal war! Kill each other with surprise moves. Therefore, abandon egoistic actions. Stop war. Set the world in order before there are troubles. Govern the world with invisible action, Wu Wei. Let the people return to simplicity. Let there be peace. How do I know this is so? By the following observations. The more restrictions and laws the land has, the poorer the people become. The more sharp weapons people have, the more chaotic a country becomes. The more clever skills people have, the more strange things appear. All strange things are more than artifacts and customs. They are odd weapons for war. The more materialistic the pursuit, the more robbers and thieves appear. All chief thieves become lords when they are not caught. Therefore, the sage says, I act with invisible action Wu Wei, and the people are naturally transformed. I love peace and quiet, and the people become honest and peaceful. I set things in order before there is unrest, so that the people can work in peace to enrich themselves. I seek the liberation of desire, so that the people follow my example to embrace simplicity in their life. Oh, let people be free to exercise their natural rights. Oh, let people be free from the bondage of desires. Oh, let people live in peace.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 58. It's a wonderful chapter, and I choose this location to talk about Chapter 58. It's very important. I revealed the secret to you. But anyway, Chapter 58 is the beginning, when the ruler is doing the way, do things invisible action, and looks like nothing been done, but actually everything done. So the people are very relaxed, very peaceful. When the ruler is your way, do things their own way, very egoistic, and then end up the people will be fighting each other and so forth. That's a phenomenon. And then he said, well, the next two sentences is most famous down the history in Chinese culture. Is that if you, the fortune and misfortune, they actually intergo together. So when there's fortune and misfortune follow, misfortune, fortune follow. This is engraved deep into Chinese culture, people's mind, because it's original from here, chapter 58. And then if you fortune and misfortune, can we control it? No. This is something that we cannot control. It's outside. If you want to control, it's not possible. And now, why I want to say that? This is a good example. When you see it, no people around, nobody, very few. Because, but I'll show you the tape I talked about 2 months ago. Here, how many people, everybody happy, everybody enjoy, everybody. But now this fortune, misfortune, now suddenly because the virus situation, nobody around. But so can we anticipate? No. So the 58 said no. Nobody can understand what's going on. Why happened this? Even though human being, you're very powerful. But no. There's something is beyond us. That's the 10E. Therefore, what should we do? So this you can see. So when I took it 2 months ago, so many people, everybody happy from all over the country, from all over the world, people come here. And nobody, this is a fortune because everybody have eating and making merry, and it's wonderful. And then nobody think of misfortune as leak in the corner. But now looks like misfortune, but fortune within. So people, so what should we do? Is we understand that human being very small. So human being is very compared with heaven and earth. So as a ruler, then you have to avoid extreme. Even though you are very strict, you're very honest, but don't use it as a weapon to control people. And then you're very bright. Don't dazzle people to share their lives with people. And that is that by understanding that we are one. Fortune and misfortune, it's a circle. It's very quickly turned the other way around. So with understanding Tao Te Ching is really help us to deal with the world. And now, of course, and in my book, if you look at 410 there, it's the 和尚跟王弼. I translate the whole thing, and then so that you understand 2,000 years old 和尚公 and then 王弼, how they understand what Lao Ji is saying. Sometimes when I translate the word, and also in Chinese, also simplified Chinese, and then I just really sometimes, touch my heart, and then say, well, for 1,000 years, people who's much better than me, much high status, much understanding, meditation, all those things. Now they look at the same text and then talk about the same thing I see. And then it is really the tradition going on. Think about that. But anyway, so another important is Zhuangzi. I love Zhuangzi. Here's the story. He tells about story, but without understanding Zhuangzi, you don't understand Tao Te Ching. So then I spent many years researching Zhuangzi, and then in this one I give the story, and then I quote the source so that you know where they come from. And then the Zhuangzi story like this. One time a man have 9 sons, his nine children, 9 sons. And then one day he asked a fortune teller to tell which son is the most fortunate in the future. And the fortune teller, Quan, one of the person's names Quan, it doesn't make any significant the name. He said, okay, he will be the most fortunate. And then, the father is very happy. Oh yes, how what you see in him? He said, well, he will die eating meat with the king. All his life eating meat with the king. And then suddenly the father, instead of very happy, he cried. Oh no! And then the fortune teller, why? They're eating, and people pray, they do anything, try to, serve the king. He said, wow, I know we are just farmers. All our generation, we farming. And suddenly he's eating meat with the king. It must be something unfortunate. And true to his word, years later, Quan was walking around the road, and then a kidnapper caught him. And then the kidnappers, very cruel. They cut one of his leg away so that he won't run away. So he sold to the king, the kingdom, the king there. And then he ended up with sweeping the floor all his life, and then eating meat with the king. So it's not. But anyway, it's a misfortune, fortune. And then we know that. So as a Tao, we fall. Tao Te Te is learning the way of Tao. Tao either good or bad, it is it. That is it. So we follow the long life Tao of this Tao, and then love ourselves and make ways so that in good times we know that bad times is lurking the corner. So we will prolong our good time. And so instead of going extreme here, extreme there. So the avoid is moderation is the key. And one understand that it's a circle, is the oneness. Everything is within that oneness. And then within oneness, we live our life happily and understand the way it is. But the essence of that, of course, and love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because you're here. I love you from Yangshuo, Guilin, China. Thank you very much.
Chapter 58. When oneness breaks down, two opposites, yin and yang, appear. So, when the Wu Wei ruler is dull and sluggish, the people are honest and simple. Oh, peace, that's fortunate. When the ruler is sharp and exacting, the people are cunning and lacking. Oh, turmoil, that's unfortunate. Yes, indeed, misfortune is fortune in disguise. Fortune is misfortune in hide. Oh, fortune and misfortune, whence you come, whence you go, who knows for sure? Yes, indeed, yin and yang, as opposites that cannot exist independently. They always come in pairs and are interchangeable. Oh, honesty becomes dishonesty. Goodness becomes badness. This has been confusing man for a long time. The only way out is to stay in the middle between the opposites. Therefore, the sage chooses to stay with oneness and avoids extremes. He is squarely strict, but does not cut. Oh, the greatest square has no corners. He is pointed, but does not harm. Oh, not to harm, so as not to be harmed. He is strict, but not rigid. Oh, great strictness seems bent. He is bright, but not dazzling. Oh, to light up the road, but not to blind the people. Yes, oneness, good fortune is always on the side of the good man.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we will talk about Tao Te Ching 59. This is a very important chapter. And 世人世态莫若色. So if you manage people and then manage your own life, and it's the best for saving time. So nothing is best than saving time. Now, so of course, and then as you saving time, and then of course you will, and then you start to accumulate. You want to work on Tao. You're practicing Tao every day. Work very hard until you become progress until you become Wu Wei, and then you reach body and mind, spirit, reach the deep rooted, and then you can have the country, you can rule the country, and then you can reach 长生久之道, reach the long life Tao. This 长生 is long life, 久世 is long seeing. In other words, body and mind is whole universe is huge because people become one. So that is the one, and the chapter number 1. Remember, Tao ke Tao. Tao can be spoken. It's not real Tao. But if it's not real Tao, so why should we talk about Tao? But in this particular Tao, what we're talking about, 长生久之道, just long life Tao. So it's the chapter 59 is very important. Now, if you look at chapter, this one word, se, S-E, se. So if you come to my book concordance, and you see right here, let me find it. I don't want to waste time. S-I here. Okay, S-E, page 537. Go to 537. You'll see se. Now, translate saving time, or thrilled, or love. So, why so different translations? Why? Because it only appears one time, only one Chinese character. including in all the 800 Chinese characters in the Tao Te Ching. So these if the filler characters appear in different chapters, it's difficult to explain. So it's many people put their meaning into it. Now in this one, so I said saving time. Now so Wang Bi and Ho Shang Gong pretty much the same, and not much difference about the versions and that explanation. Pretty simple thing, and of course, Ho Shang Gong add on because he's Qigong, he's a meditator. So he was deep rooted and the firm stock, and he using the Jing, the Jing, the essential energy, and so on. So if you are not a Qigong practitioner, when you read Ho Shang Gong stuff, you say, oh, it's the remember, he just application into Qigong. Now Wang Bi, of course, he taught about philosophy and so forth, and in general. Now, okay, no problem. So here, Zhuangzi. So Zhuangzi is very important. It's very interesting, and many stories. And the stories here, I have for 59, well, chapter, it's 110. If you have the book, 110, and it's like this. The story. I'm going to talk about it. One time, the king see 80 a guy who's only make hook for the belt. You have belt, something put it together, the binder or the hook. That's very, very nice. He's the best, very skilled. So the king asked him, well, you're so good in making hooks, why don't you make the horse something, the same thing? But so, no, since I was 20 years old, all I'm interested in is making hooks for the bells. Now, that's why he's become so big, so good. So he said, oh, okay, so if you want to manage your life, you manage people, then you have to focus. To focus what? You need to save time immediately. You learn to do one thing. I mean, in that sense, he become good is because, and finally, layer by layer, you drop all those non-essentials, and then gradually you become rich. Body and mind, spirit become one. That's one. And then you reach a high level. Whatever you do, you can be a bell maker or many other things. If you focus in Tao, get rid of all the body, mind, spirit, become one, and then you are one with the belt. You're one with whatever you do. Enjoy whatever you do, and then believe in Tao that it's everything. But anyway, that's the chapter 59. Very important. And thank you very much. Love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. Come to see me sometime because it is a beautiful town. You can tour here. It's a wonderful place. And thank you. I'm going to read the chapter for you. Thank you.
Chapter 59. In ruling a country and managing one's life, there's nothing more important than valuing time. Oh, don't waste time. To waste time is to waste life, for life is made up of time. Therefore, act now to follow Tao. To follow Tao now is to acquire virtuous De every day. To acquire enough virtuous De is to overcome all things. Oh, overcome your own desires. Realize the true reality of all things is Tao. Begin to love yourself truly. To overcome all things is to reach the stage of Wu Wei, of unlimited potential. To reach Wu Wei is to rule a country with love. Oh, love the people. Give them freedom to follow their true nature. To rule a country with love is to reach the mother of Tao. Oh, universal love for all. Let all living creatures live in harmony. This is called having deep roots and firm stalks, long life Tao and eternal vision. Oh yes, to love yourself, love others, and love nature is the essence of natural long life Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 60. It's a small chapter, but it's a very wonderful chapter. It's ruling a big country like flying a small fish. And it's important when you fly a small fish, even use a wok or something, if too much fire, then the fish just dry up. You cannot too much fire. But if you not enough fire, it won't work. So you cannot move the fish too much because it's small fish. then the fish will be cannot control. The fish will just not work right if you turn it too often. So it's just the it's a ruling country, big or small, I guess, big country. And you don't want to disturb the people that much. Let them peace, let them do their thing. And now, after that, when the long life Tao is in this world, then the evil is not powerful. It's not the evil not powerful. They always the same. It's that because now it's not. Not they want to hurt people, with suicides, they want to kill people, hurt people. Just because the Shengren, the one who's doing the chef, the doing the chef, the cook doing that, and then he is the Shengren. He used the Tao to take care of the fish, take care of the people, and then now the Shengren, the good leader, and the evil people, they coexist together. The evil people not killing because the Tao is got people is in charge. So because of that, they coexist in harmony. Coexist in harmony. Now, of course, in Lao Ji, 和尚跟我王弼, if you look at 418 of my book, and then you know that each word how they translate, and then this one is pretty straightforward. But the idea is now Zhuangzi again. Zhuangzi can explain a little better than a lot of people. Zhuangzi's thought, that's how pick it up is so important. Zhuangzi. One time, a Tao master explained, said, well, I'm the ruler, how do I use Tao to rule the country? The long life Tao, because it's just like the first year when I cultivate land, when I plan, and I did not take care of I did not plow the field deep enough, and then I did not get rid of wheat, the bad wheat, on a regular basis. So the harvest wasn't good. But next year I learned. So I deep farm the land, and then I get rid of the wheat on a regular basis, and then I have enough for my family, for my friends to eat. Now, yes, the wheat and the crop, they grow. You need to get rid of the bad elements, and then you can coexist, and things like that. And then, of course, cropping is easier to get rid of the wheat, but it's not easy actually. You get rid of the obvious ones, but the small ones still all around, So that is the ruling country is like that. It's a lot of different forces working, It's not just one force, it's easy, but it's yin and yang, it's always another force. And you cannot carry all of them, so you need to learn it, be careful, not too much fire, and you kill all the opposition. No, not possible. Or you not taking care of it, the opposition taking over. So it's more or less harmony, love each other, and based on the principle of Tao. And then we can rule a country like that. But anyway, so we're not getting into too much of this, but this is the essence that showing us that the evil is always around us. So as a Tao, you keep your own principle, heaven, and we know that heaven is on our side, and it's a great force. We are protected. So this is the power that we have, and then we can coexist with all others, and but to keep in the center of the long life Tao. The long life Tao, of course, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangzhou. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 60. Ruling a big country is like flying small fish. Oh, be careful. Don't stir them much. Avoid extremes. Act small to prevent big turmoil. That's invisible action, Wu Wei. Therefore, approach the world with Tao, and evil is not powerful. It's not that the evil is not powerful, but its power does not harm man. It's not that its power does not harm man, but it does not have a chance to harm man. Why? The sage is the chef flying the fish. As long as he walks with the walk, the evil has no chance. Oh, the sage loves people, and he does not hurt people. Oh, the evil likes to hurt people, but the people stay away from its evil ways. Therefore, the good and evil forces coexist in harmony without hurting each other. Oh, peace! Yes, the De of peace and joy has returned to the earth.
Hello, this is Master Chen. We're going to talk about Tao Te Ching today, chapter 61. Okay, 61 is about a big country and small country. How do we live in peace? And it's important to understand that, the big country, we talk about the big country because the big country, you like the sea, together, the people come together, and they all like the female, and then become humble and quiet, so that become humble, quiet. But we're talking the big country. Basically, we're talking the king of the country, because he controls everything, and the direction of the country controlled by the king. So if the king is humble, the king is lying low, like the river, like the sea, or like the female tiger or something. That quiet, and then things will be better. And then what happened is that all the small country and big country, the people is important. All they want is linkage. All those things is the peace. People like peace. And then if you as a big country, the king, then you have to remain humble. You deliberate humble. But if you're a small country, the king, then you already naturally humble. You cannot be big. And so, but anyway, that's how the art of living in harmony. So in Wang Bi Ho Shang Gong explanation there. So more or less the same. It's not much there in this particular chapter. It's very similar to each other. And then, of course, then we go to look at who? Zhuangzi. I love Zhuangzi because he liked the stories. And then the stories, and you like to hear it, the stories about Zhuangzi, about big and small. And he said, look at the big mountains, huge mountains, all the trees, different kind of trees, different kind of rocks, they all commingle, live in harmony, exist in harmony. And he said, look at the big lake, huge lake, large lake, and they can float all kinds of boats, ship on the lake. So it's coexist in harmony. So people in big country, in small country, all want to live at peace. And this is a common denominator. So if you, as a big country, then you remain low, humble, then everybody will be coexist better and harmony. All right. So, but anyway, but again, like when you're doing qigong, when you're coming down, it's like your dantian, palm down, the sea, and so forth. And then when you write things, it will be attracting good things to your life. It's a very powerful chapter there. And but again, it's the ruler, as a ruler, you have to think, or even in small family, community, whatever, you can apply Tao into doing things into your daily life. That's called De. We learned the De. But anyway, the essence of Tao, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. Come to Yangshuo. If you come here to Guilin, visit me because I'm teaching here now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 61. Oh, a big country is like the sea. It lies in the lowland and is a converging point for the people of the world. Oh, a big country is also like the female of the world. The female often overcomes the male with her calm and peaceful way. Oh, being calm means being humble. Therefore, if the big country remains humble and peaceful towards a small country, it can take over the heart of the small country. Similarly, if the small country remains humble and peaceful towards a big country, it can win over the heart of the big country. Therefore, whether to take over or to win over, the countries must remain humble. Oh, peace! What a big country wants is peace by taking over the defense for the small country to serve its people. Oh, peace! What a small country wants is peace by winning over the big country to protect its people against other aggressors. When each country gets what it wants, it is fitting for the big country to yield and be humble. Oh, a big country is like the sea, but not the sea. The sea becomes the king without effort, while the ruler becomes the king by being humble. Therefore, if a ruler, big or small, wants to retain his position as a king, he must remain humble and low as the sea, soft and peaceful as a mother.
Hello, this Master Luke's channel. It's raining today. We're talking Tao today. Chapter 62 is a wonderful chapter. 道者，万物之奥，善人之宝，不善人之所宝。人之不善，火气之有，故立天子祭山公。虽有拱璧而垂驷马，不如坐尽其道。 古之所以贵其造者何？故曰求以得。有罪以免乎？故为天下贵。This is one of the major chapter. This one word difference, 和尚跟王弼 makes a lot of difference. And again, if you learn Chinese, the yi, yi, that is the sun, is in the square a little shorter, and year is bigger, so it's one saying, the one is the each day. So at the last sentence, 和尚公 means every day you accumulate the, the 得到, then everything whatever you want, you reach. After every day you want Tao every day, and all worry disappear. And then Wang Bi said, well, you can get whatever you want through Tao by praying. So I adopt praying, but actually both. All right. So Tao is like sanctuary. What like sanctuary is because he loves everyone. Because he's Tao, everybody Tao. And then the 善人 means those good people or those people practice Tao. Treat Tao as is the treasure, is the gold, the jewelry. But the one bad person or not practice Tao, Tao still love them. It will not abandon nobody. And then therefore, when you are, become the high minister, three minister, the high position, you can have everything, horses, jade, but what you rather be is sit down to practice Tao and use Wu Wei, love the people, and when you love people, you love yourself, and this is really a Tao chapter. So to me personally, I think I interpret it as okay. So I'm going to read it, of course, but it's basically like we practice Tao. Tao is a force. So we practice of what? It's a force within ourselves. But the force is soft, but it's powerful, and then make us, can live in this world with love, compassion, and then we can defend ourselves, can share and all those things. But it's a force inside. It's not just there's a wish, but it's a force. But this through practice Tao, through of course. Like prayer that you memorize Tao Te Ching, you do a lot of things in order to that you use the force to strengthen yourself, and then you with the force, then you can share, you can love people, people love you, and then if you're ruler, you can rule people, and and then people love you, and all those good things. But now it comes to the Zhuangzi, my favorite part, and then if you look at chapter 88, I mean the page, and you see now right here, this is a good story. Once the king, who have everything, and come to see a farmer with one leg, diligently working on the field. So he asked the farmer, hey, are you born with one leg or you can be some cry? The farmer looked at him and said, well, as far as I know, people have two legs, I only have one. So the king feel pity of him, he's born this way, and try to give him food, to get everything. But the farmer refused. He kept on diligently working. And a Taoist came by and he made comments. Hey, a bird, a wild bird, walking 10 steps, have one bite. 100 steps, one big drink. But he rather working hard on the field than on a cage. The same with the man. We rather free body and mind spirit instead of hang out for others. So he is with the pride, with the it's more than what the physical, because it's the spirit and the whole body. So this is a story from Zhuangzi. All right, it's raining, but it's beautiful, isn't it? Love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. And I love you from Yangzhou. Thank you.
Chapter 62. Oh, Tao is the sanctuary for all things. It is the treasure for the good man and the protector of the bad man. Beautiful words can sell things in the market. Respectful deeds can gain praise from others. If everything has its place in Tao, why should you abandon a man just because you think he is bad? Therefore, when the emperor is crowned, or the 3 ministers installed, they receive gifts of precious jade and beautiful horses. Offer Tao. Is it not better to offer them the quiet and peaceful way of Tao? Why does everyone from the ancient times till now like this Tao so much? Isn't it because you find what you seek and are forgiven when you err? Oh, free connection! Tao has it all and is free for all. Therefore, you can find anything you seek if you can connect to it. Oh, free attraction! You can attract anything you want if you follow Tao without a doubt. Therefore, Tao is greatly treasured by the world.
Hello, this is Master Luke Che. We're going to talk about Wu Wei today. It's chapter 63. It's one of major chapters about Wu Wei. So, chapter 63, it begins with 3 little Wu Wei. There's a Wei Wu Wei, Shi Wu Shi, Wei Wu Wei. So, it's basically Wu itself is invisible, but it's not just Wu Wei, because when you look at my the book, the concordance there, WU, there is 555, chapter 5, page, and then you see many Wu Wei. Wu Wei is invisible action, but invisible Wu Shi, invisible event, and then Wu Wei, invisible smell. They all those invisible Wu. So you cannot just translate non. No, non-being. No, it's nothing to do with that. So you have to read the Chinese characters and understand that Wu is individual character, and Wei is another individual character. Now it's come together, invisible action, but also invisible event, invisible smell, taste. So it's all the concept of the Wu Wei. So now, and of course, 63. And it's continue to say, well, when you big things, big event has to be start with the small, and then in details. It's a very difficult thing. Is license easy. So when you do a little thing, it's easy, step by step, step by step. Or very detailed, very complex event is the details, and so step by step, then you accomplish it. But again, every step is is small, but it's important and easy, important, and then you can accomplish big things. That is the Wu Wei. You're not even knowing it. You're doing it, but you're doing it step by step. And then now it's going to say, well, people say, well, no problem. It's so easy. I can give to this and that, and there's no problem. But the people easy to give promises, they cannot keep it. And then because they treat things easy, and because the whole thing is difficult, but you treat the beginning easy, then you got problem there. So the Sheng Ren, you and me, and who practice Tao, is that you treat every step is difficult. So the most difficult step is the first step. So you treat it very difficult, and then you really use your body and mind, spirit together, and then from inside out you do it very small, and then you treat it very seriously. And then you end up with every day you doing the same thing, and then end up with very easy. It's just understanding that Wu is invisible. Either matter or action or smell and all those things. It's difficult to detect. So if you're learning Tao, you knowing that it's difficult, so you work on it. You work on it. And then treat it very seriously. Every day treat it very seriously, and then you can be accomplished big. So that is called a wonderful chapter. Is about how we accomplish things. Effort with ultimate effort, and with very effortless. But anyway, 和尚公 is important. We understand what my book, the version they come from. Where it's because 和尚公 2,000 years old, and Wang Bi around the same age, 1800. Those are very important source. That's how our Laoji is preferred. I mean the text. I mean preserved through that. So you have to respect that. And these two can now in chapter 63, both of them are more or less the same. The text, and then of course when He Shang Gong is into more detail because he comment on all the sentence, everything. And Wang Bi just in the general. Both of them very important. Important. All right. So you can read it in the chapter, page 430 there. But again, let's come to Zhuangzi. The Zhuangzi will be the page 107. That's the second part of my book. Zhuangzi have story. Yeah, I love these stories. But if you want to hear, it's right here. So, an old man, okay, and he, someone observed old man at, a long bamboo pole, and he's, gather around cicada or scatter. C-I-C-A-D-A-S, those insects, have a big voice. So he picked it up for what? For food. Okay, he picked it up from the ground. So the observer said, "Oh, master, you're such a skill, how you do it?" And he said, "Oh, there's nothing to it. And please." He said, "Oh, okay." When I first started, my hand shaking. The more I wanted. Slow down, shake even more. So I learned by a bamboo is very long, and then the tip of it, I put one piece of pebble there, some heavy stuff, and then make it move even more. So I train myself to steady. While I can do that, so I catch maybe 3 out of 10 cicadas. And then I increase the difficulty 2, 3 until I achieve 5. 5, and then my hands very steady. So when I touch the cicadas doesn't know that I am reaching them. So I like picking them from the ground so easy. Oh, said the observer. Oh, thank you very much. It's a Tao lessons step by step. So you treat each step very seriously, because it's difficult. But it's very difficult. And the whole is so easy, to pick it up. Okay. But anyway, that's the story about 63. And love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangzhou, China. And come to see me sometime because it's beautiful here. And I teach Tao Te Ching here now. Thank you. And now I'm going to read you the first part of my book. That's my interpretation.
Chapter 63. Act to prevent. Act with invisible action way. Manage before it happens. Manage the invisible affairs. Detect it before it smells. Taste the tasteless. Big or small, more or less. All wrongs are resolved by virtuous the. Oh, take one step at a time. Overcome difficulty while it is still easy. Oh, divide into small jobs. Complete the big job by finishing its small details. Yes, it's true. All difficult things in the world are made up of easy things. Yes, it's true. All big jobs in the world are made up of small jobs. Oh, the sage acts with invisible action when things are not even happening yet. Therefore, he achieves greatness with great easiness. Oh, it's obvious. Easy promises cannot be trusted much. Oh, it's obvious. Taking things too easily leads to more difficulty. Yes, no small job is particularly important, but it is important that it gets done. Therefore, the sage takes things seriously, but acts easily, and thus he ends up with no difficulties.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking to you from Yangzhou, China. And today we want to talk about chapter 64. It's the major chapter for the Wu Wei to understand. There's another facet, another way to look at the Wu Wei. And in this, basically you said that we have to start with when it's invisible, action invisible, that's much easier. So when it's at peace, it's easy to keep. When it's when it something not manifest yet, it's easy to control. When it's when it is very thin, it's easy to break it. When it's small, then easy to disperse. So same thing. So this conclusion is do things before it happens. Manage before it becomes unmanageable. So it's called Wu Wei, in so much invisible action. So before things happen, you do it. So when the things happen, you want to 为解 by so if things happen, you want to control it, you lose. When you want to act, then it's too late. So 圣人 have to do it in advance, and then the common people, always when they almost successful, very almost succeed, and then they lose, and then it's like, well, the best way when you the first start, you just as cautious, as excited as you first start. So it's basically now go down to the very famous one will be 10,000 miles. Start the first step or underneath the feet, and nine level terrace. Start with the earth, a pile of dirt, and then the big trees. Start with the seed. But anyway, now we focus on one thing to make it clear for you that 10,000 miles start with the underneath the feet. But sometimes under the first step. But actually, under the feet better in the sense that now remember, 1,000 feet is only 1,000 miles is only the end result. The process is most important. So you're making effort one step at a time, but each step you start from zero again. So when you're doing Qigong, you know that every breath you stop, every breath. So stop completely. So you start with zero and again, zero again. So so he said, well, so if people as cautious at the beginning, just like you start over again, and then you will always, going forward, you always accomplish things. But you said, well, it's too heavy now, you're too successful. So it's hard to start zero again. So that is the essence of this lesson. So, well, Wu Wei is what you treat every day is a brand new day. Every day is zero. You love yourself, love others. So you love each day because each day is different. So you start zero again. Yesterday, let it behind. Tomorrow, 10,000 miles, too difficult. So you rely on yourself. Just enjoy what you're doing. Enjoy the process. All right. So And so they said, well, you the desire, how can we have no desire to survive? Duh is learning Tao. It's not become a desireless person. No. As long as you live, you desire. But the desire, you keep it under your feet. So you start of zero again, zero again. Just be yourself and then helping the nature. So the people destroy things because they want more, I want more. Because they think, I want this, I want that, I do a lot of things. But we enjoy one step at a time. So we, we pass what people, we learn Tao. Nowadays, nobody learn Tao. Well, they do it, some of them. But anyway, so so we learn Tao, love yourself, love nature. Because when nature survives, we survive. Oh, okay. So it's important. So the chapter 63 has. So we look at Wang Bi Ho San Gong explanation 435. If you have the book, and then so here we're talking about is very similar. So the Wang Bi Ho San Gong, the two commentators, is quite similar in the in explanation. And then one thing, Ho San Gong, we all say 10,000 miles start under the feet. You're talking the distance from here to there, And then the nine terrace high is low to high, and then the tree become big, around so 3 dimensions. What's talking? So this is from different angle. That's why you need to read the translation, and then you have more understanding about that. All right. So now we come to my favorite part, 庄子. 庄子 is a story to tell about that. Okay. If you look at page 106 there, 106. Now 106 will be, and of course the 庄子. If you want it, I'm going to say it for you. And now 庄子said, well, yeah, 2 partners when we start, doing business. 2 partners. First, very friendly and so on. But as things go complicated, you fight, you lost all your friendship and everything. And then it's like, so you be careful at the beginning when first step. And then if you're like drinking, okay, drinking, oh, very nice, no problem, friends, drinking. The more you drink, the become more noisy, and you're fighting. So it's like, wow, the first step is important. So you know what's going on, so you need to prevent it, prevention. But it's called Wu Wei, the invisible. You know that, But anyway, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because And thank you very much. I'm going to read the chapter for you, and then of course my own interpretation. And then I teach Tao here now. Hey, in the beautiful Yangshuo. It's wonderful. It's a tourist town. Come to see me sometime. Thank you.
Chapter 64. What is at peace is easy to maintain. What has not yet appeared is easy to prevent. What is fragile is easy to break. What is small is easy to disperse. Deal with it before it happens. Manage it before it becomes chaotic. Oh, deal with things while they are fragile and small. Oh, act before symptoms appear. That's the way of invisible action Wu Wei. A tree as big as man's embrace springs up from a tiny seed. A tower of 9 stories starts with a small brick. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Oh, if you don't want a tree to block your way or a tower to obstruct your view, then act early. He who waits for events to happen before he acts is bound to fail. He who waits for things to appear before he grasps is bound to lose. Therefore, the sage acts with invisible action Wu Wei. He gets rid of the seed before it grows into a tree. He takes away the brick before it builds up into a tower. Oh, no tree, no tower, and no failure. Nothing to grasp and nothing to lose. When people undertake an endeavor, they usually fail when they are on the verge of success. Oh, even children become tense when they almost catch the butterfly. Oh, even the fisherman lets the big one get away when he almost has it. Why? Because men want it so much that they lose it. Yes, if they keep their desire in moderation from the first step to the last step, they will never fail. Oh, yes, one's own desire is the worst enemy of all. Hence, the sage seeks liberation from desire. He does not want to possess precious things, and thus precious things don't possess him. Oh, the sage seeks knowledge from the simplicity of nature. Oh, let men return to the simplicity of living. Let the 10,000 things flourish on their own nature. Oh, there's a great power in simplicity, and he who knows this power dares not to challenge it.
This Master Luke Chen. Today we want to do the Tao Chapter 65. This is a little bit controversial chapter. I mean, not controversial at all. As we consider as understanding Tao, this is fit right in with other chapters. But however, the first sentence is that, oh, okay, a Tao ruler is not enlightened the people. You should make them fool. The stupid policy. Make people stupid, then you easy to rule. But that's not, most people, when you look at Chinese, that's what it says. But it's not. But you look deeper, and you go look at the other way. So, well, okay, when I rule the country, and I'm not say I'm up there, as a enlightened, as a very clever, intelligent ruler. But I treat myself very humble, as a foolish ruler. So I let people know that I'm foolish, and it's just a different way to look at the same thing. But anyway, the whole idea is, as a Tao ruler, we remain humble, like a foolish man. You're humble. You say, "Oh, I don't know this. Will you help me, please? Will you help me?" It looks like you're foolish. It's not. So it's up to you how to interpret it. And of course, for my interpretation, it's enlightened one. Looks like foolish. It's not. But anyway, 和尚跟王弼 they pretty much had the same, and understanding that if the people have more intelligence, not intelligence, more tricks, they know more, and then they try to trap each other. It's very difficult to rule. So they said, well, make people go back to being loving each other. Is more go back as the old ways and have trustworthy and so forth. And this is not tricky ones. But again, it's the interpretation. The both Wang Bi and Hao Xiangong, they interpret pretty much the same. It's not much there. Now, come to Zhuangzi. There's a Zhuangzi of a story. Oh, this is a good story, actually. If you like story, it's like this. A king, have 7 his ministers, and the king, they all came to a mountain to look for a Taoist. The Taoist is a lot of wisdom, so they try to get his idea and so forth. But they get lost at the mountain. 7 of them, most wise men, the wise man in the kingdom. That's all. And then suddenly they saw a boy, a shepherd, somebody tending goats or sheep, and a boy there. He said, "Oh, hey, boy, young man, where's the Taoist? Can you, do you know the Taoist?" Yes. Can you tell me where he live? Yes, over there. So he pointed to the mountain where the Taoists live. He said, "Oh, thank you very much." And the king suddenly said, "Well, you know so much, boy, young man. Can you tell me how to rule the country?" Oh, he said, "Oh, I'm just a shepherd boy. I'm just, I'm nobody. I know nothing." But the king said, "Well, please." And then the boy said, "Well, just like I'm tending, the goats, the sheep, and I just let them free, just make sure from the behind that there's no harmful thing, against them." And then the king suddenly realized, "Oh, thank you. You are actually the person I'm looking for." Okay, so so that's the story from Zhuangzi about, well, he's foolish. He's only a goat, a shepherd, but he knows a lot about ruling. And then, but anyway, this is the interpretation. And again, love yourself, love others, love nature. This is the essence of Tao. And the word's beautiful because you hear, "I love you," some Yangshuo. In case you are in this area touring, it's a beautiful place. And then come to see me because I teach Tao Te Ching and Qigong here now. All right, so so I'm going to read the last interpretation of the chapter 65. Thank you.
Chapter 65. Since ancient times, Tao rulers don't let their wisdom blind the people. Instead, they disguise their wisdom as foolishness. Why is it so difficult to rule? Because people are too clever. Everyone has his own mind. They work for their own interest instead of working towards the benefit of the whole. Hence, he who rules with cleverness is a thief to the country. Oh, he steals the innocence from the people. He who rules with foolishness is a blessing to the country. Oh, being foolish is being simple. Oh, being simple is to rule without ruling. Oh, one mind. The power of all the people of different minds is weak, while the power of one mind of all the people is strong. Oh, invisible action Wu Wei. He who rules with humility can rally people together like the sea gathers water. Therefore, as a ruler, you have a choice, whether to rule with cleverness or to rule without cleverness. If you choose to rule without cleverness, you will be the model for the world. Being the model for the world, you produce without possessing, serve without expecting, and govern without governing. You have reached the state called mysterious stir of oneness. Oh, mysterious stir of oneness is the highest virtue. He who rules with this virtue reaches deep and far. He leads all things back to simplicity. He brings peace and harmony to the world. Oh, be simple, be humble, be wonders of Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luk Chen. So we're going to talk about today chapter 66, and then it's about what you can see like here, a big river. It's not a big river, but it's good enough. And about humble, it's why the river is so big and so because the water flowing into it, because it's occupy a low position. So it's the sea, river sea, all become the king of all the river streams, because it's positioned low. Now, as we learn Tao Te is learning what the Tao, this way it is. I mean, water going down and then going down to low places. So that's the obviously that's Tao. So as the rulers, you learn from that, or in this sense, you and me learn from that. If you're humble, so the ruler said, you're humble, you want to, about other people, you speak humbly, lower, so, and then people feel good and then help you out. So you must be humble in order to do that. And then, of course, if you go behind people and they have people ahead of you, and then people help you out. So it's a win-win situation. So it's river, sea does not compete. So it's not compete. It competes by win-win together. So our purpose is clear, that we love each other, we want to help each other, and then end up with we being helped. So that is the whole thing about river, sea, and then how we can learn Tao. Now, of course, Ho Xiang Gong and chapter 66, and Wang Bi does not comment on it. He did not comment on it. So, so the version, the word is Ho Xiang Gong for sure. And then, of course, that Wang Bi actually have 2 chapters, not comment. He only comment at 79. But anyway, it's pretty simple chapter. Now, and of course, then we go to Lao Ji, I mean Zhuangzi's explanation, and of course Zhuangzi. But if you want to listen to Zhuangzi's story about it, then you can read it from my book. And Zhuangzi said, well, you know, oh, that's the actually very famous saying on that. You know, when I was in school, we read Zhuangzi that story. But anyway, oh, it's a river king, a king of the river, you know, a big river here. And one day it's a flood going on, and the king of the river flows all the way down to the stream, down all the way down, and then finally it reached the sea, and he saw the king of the sea, and said, oh, king of the sea, I thought I was the greatest until I see you. I can see the end of your the sea. And the sea king said, and welcome. Now you have your eyes open. Now I can tell you the truth. Now, even though I possess all the water in the world, but compared with heaven and earth, I am just like a storm in the mountain. So this world, we all think we are the greatest, but in essence, we are very small. So that's why he's the sea king, because he's being humble. So that's what the whole thing is all about, the humbleness, and then you get the win-win situation. It's being humble is not, but it's natural for the sea and the river. They are being natural. I mean, because the position, you just being there, you collect all the water, you'll be humble. But people is different, you know, people, and then you create the situation for yourself. I mean, you need to lower yourself in that position in order to be low, in order to gather people together. But learning how to become low is how we observe heaven and earth, and then be one of everything, and then people love you and you love people, and then you'll be a great leader, and then without competing, you're winning. That's the whole meaning of the chapter 66. And again, when you calm down, the river, sea and water, and then you calm down, and then you attach to Tao, and then it's there. Love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because you're here. and then I teach from Yangzhou. In case you are around here touring this city, come to see me. Thank you.
Chapter 66. Why does the sea become the king of the 100 valley streams? Because it lies below them. Therefore is the king of the 100 valley streams. O mighty sea, the power of one drop of water is soft and weak, but the power of billions upon billions of drops of water can move oceans. O mighty ruler, the power of one man is soft and weak, but the power of thousands upon thousands of men can move mountains. O humble, therefore if you wish to rule over the people, you must speak humbly. If you wish to lead the people, you must stay behind them. Hence, the sage stays above, yet the people are not burdened. Stays ahead, yet the people are not harmed. All the people are happy to support him, and they never get tired of him. O natural, the sea king lies low and becomes the converging point of all valley streams. O at Wu Wei, the sage remains humble and becomes the rallying point for all the people. Therefore, without competing, the sea becomes the king of water, and the sage becomes the king of man.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chan talking about Tao Te Ching, chapter 67, 6-7. This is a wonderful chapter about love, and now, of course, that's Lao Tzu said that 67, there are three things he treasured the most. The first is love, compassion. Second is the not wasteful or frugality. The third is being humble. And of course, if you love, compassion, and then from that you have courage, and then you, as a ruler, you can save people, and then you stay alive. Of course, and then if you're not wasteful and be frugal, then you can share with many people. So many people will be at peace and prosperous. And then if you are humble, then you can be the leader. You're the leader, because then people love you and you love people. And now it's all going back to, if you do opposite, will be, of course, it will be death. Now, if you love, compassion, then when you're fighting, now it's in a battle, in a fighting, not necessarily a battle, but in any kind of fighting, you win. You win because your love, compassion is not, really a brutal force, and then you win-win situation. If you want to, guarding, the invasion people, you guard and so forth, or you protect yourself, and and then love, compassion is the best. But when heaven want to save a country or person, then heaven instill compassion, love in that person. You can see many examples in history that happen. That love, compassion is the most important element that heaven and earth provide us, because the way of Tao is a long life Tao. This the whole Tao Te Ching you're talking about, long life Tao with love, compassion. Then we follow the flow of the right way of behave, and then we survive. The whole country survives. So chapter 67 is wonderful in the sense and give us a lot of comfort. Now, of course, then 和尚公王弼, and this one actually is quite similar, only a couple of words here and there. It's no major difference. And if you look at 447 on my book, and of course my favorite will be the 庄子 148 in page there, and it's a story that one time a man have a big jade, a big jewelry, and a child, and suddenly there's a fire in the forest, and then immediately the man or the woman grab the child and run, and they left the expensive jewelry in the forest, and then so people ask her or him in that case, why you want to carry the child? It's with no value, but the jail, the jewelry is precious. So okay, the jail it's man-made, you can find in the mountain, but the child is heaven given. And then and of course that it is that because each one of us is spiritual being. But anyway, that's the lesson from the Lao Tzu, Zhuangzi, and essence of Tao, of course, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because you are here. And thank you, I love you, from Yang So.
Chapter 67. The whole world says that the Tao is too great and beyond compare. Because it is great, it seems to resemble nothing. If it resembled anything, it would have vanished long ago. Oh, Tao won't go away. It is ever present. Oh, Tao treasures, I have 3 of them, which I hold and protect. The first is compassion. The second is moderation. The third is humility. From compassion comes courage. From moderation comes generosity. From humility comes leadership. Now to abandon compassion, but try to be brave. To abandon moderation, but try to be generous. To abandon humility, but try to be first. That means death. Oh, life, not death. Compassionate courage preserves life. It brings victory in battle and strength in defense. Oh, compassionate courage, the natural courage that a hen relies on to protect her chicks from an invading fox. A mother cow protects her calf from a hungry lion. Oh, save the chicks, save the calves, save the children. When heaven is about to save a country, it first bestows compassionate courage upon the ruler. Oh, endowed with compassionate courage, a Tao ruler surely can lead his country to peace.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching, chapter 68, 6-8. It's a beautiful chapter. It's about how we view at peace, view the ruler of the country, then you're not warlike. I mean, it's a Tao, it's warlike, because we want to live at peace. If you are general fighting on the battlefield, you're not angry that easily. You're not angry. Will anger overcome you? You keep calm. But if you actually fighting one-to-one, just your enemy in front of you, life and death situation, then you're not fighting, competing. Let them have the something on you. Now and of course, if you're a manager, you always lower than people, humble, then you can use people's power. And this is the way of heaven. That's the way of heaven. Now I want to explain how to, when you're fighting one-to-one, how do you not competing and you win? Because I practice Tai Chi, it's the when Tai Chi do push hands, and then if you if you are fighting, so if you use force, I use force, then you're dead. So use force, and then you don't give the force, don't give the pad for him to attack. So you suddenly when he attack, you become so soft, then you go back. And it was said that in Bruce Lee's autobiography, I mean the movies, it's true or not true, but I believe it's true, that he trained himself when he was fighting in the competition with the karate guy and the championship. And then the guy is very tall, I mean 6 feet, and Bruce Lee only shorter. So at that time it's no division, and it's a fighting, and he learned. The movie shows he learned that the ball hit his hand, just relax. So when he hit, the big guy hit him. The big guy thought he hit him. He just relaxed. So he is not competing with the guy, and then that guy lost conscious because suddenly the guy, hit a very soft, and then lost his balance. Just a little fresh. Then the Bruce Lee came in. So that's how I interpret the fight between the two. That's how the movie explained the same. So learn Tai Chi the same. So it's not you're not fighting. You're not retreat. No, you're always fighting. But in that moment, when two people and you're not competing, you're not give away. But you the other person think you give away, but you're not, because you're so relaxed. At the moment you relax, and then you lost conscious. But this one is only the practice of the Tao. So we trace back to Tao. That's the technique of course, chapter 68. But again, this is only one application of this chapter. All right, so if that 和尚公王弼, of course, you need to look at the text in 451. But both of them a good explanation, not much difference. And then Zhuangzi's story, and then Zhuangzi's story talk about anger. It's a good one. So a scholar went to see a 100-mile journey to see a Taoist, and he thought he was going to see a sage. So when he reached the house coming in, and then he was so disappointed. He's not a sage. Why is not a sage? So he cursed the Taoist out at the time. He's so angry. No, I come so long to see you, but I can see, in the mouse hole there in the house is the mouse hole in there. Outside the mouse hole, the rat hole, the mouse hole, there's a food left. And then he said, I can see the food left. You must hold a lot of food in your house, because even the rats or the mouse in your house have more enough to eat. So they left on the in front of the hole. And the Tao master didn't say anything, so he just very calm, say whatever you are. So he didn't say anything. So the scholar left. the scholar next day felt very sorry because you cannot deduce whether, it's a small thing. He did not know much, so he apologized. I'm sorry yesterday. I offend you so much. And then, please, Master, tell me, how can you keep so calm? I'm so angry, but you're not angry at all. Why is that? And then the Master, I look at him. Well, if you call me a cow, I become a cow. A buffalo, I become buffalo. If you call me a horse, I become the horse. But if I perchance that if I'm a cow or a horse, and then I refuse to accept that, and then I have doubly wrong. So, and I have to listen to you what you have to say, and then if I don't listen, I commit the same mistake twice. So, and then the scholar, thank you, he indeed is the sage that he's looking for. So this is a lesson about the anger. You don't, most of us, when you say something contrary to expectation, immediately you get anger. But, it's not my way, either my way or not my way. But in Tao's way, it's every way. And then we open for all possibilities. But meanwhile, you're rooted into Tao. That means love yourself, love others. You're really into oneness. It's heaven's Tao like that. So that's the Tao's way. And of course, the 68 will be really a good chapter. And then, of course, you know that when people attack you, don't fight. Huh? They call you a cow, except it's a cow. Though you're a horse, you're a horse. But here, and then you, if necessary, fight back. So it's the way of treating, to survive. What we want to survive? Long life Tao. Have peace and love, everyone, for yourself. Okay? So the essence of Tao, of course, love yourself. Love me first. A lot of people love all other people except themselves. Okay? So love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. And I love you from Yangzhou. Thank you.
Chapter 68. A good general is not warlike. Oh, war is a bad choice for peace. A good fighter is not angry. Oh, anger is a tool for the fool. A good fighter in combat is not contentious. Oh, he does not give his enemy a chance to contend. A good employer places himself below others. Oh, the master is a humble servant. This is called the peaceful De, or competing without competing. This is called the ability to use the strength of others. Oh, cooperation without competition, fighting without fighting, peace without war. Oh, matching the Tao of heaven. This is the best Asian remedy for all.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 69. 69. It's a wonderful chapter. Said the Taoist ruler said, well, I dare not to be the host, but the guest. I rather not to avenge, 1 inch, but I repeat, retreat a feet. Now, looks like, oh, you are timid. No, it's not. It's not aggression, not invader. We protect our own country and then let people live in peace. And then now it's when you march. Now what happened when you march the army? There's no army, soldiers no soldier. But you raise the arms as is no arms. Yeah, you the enemy. There's no enemy. That's so. You catch the weapon. There's no weapon. So it's basically that. Oh, when the two sides you're fighting in a battle, the one with love, compassion always win. So this observation, so it is. It's important chapter in a sense that a lot of people just say, well, like, oh, you're too timid. So people bully you and you retreat. No, this the and then you're fighting with our enemy. So you're in dreaming. You're in a dream. No, it's actually if you are actually into Tao, the way of Tao, the heaven's Tao. The heaven's Tao is kind of power in it. It's not just a prayer. It's a power within. So army, it's no army, no soldier. When you're fighting, it's no enemy. Yeah, you're no enemy because all friends. And then you win without create enemy and so on. But if you really fight during the fighting, you don't see the enemy, but you see and then you are one with it, and then you win. So this is the more practical thing. If you so it's more into really the one into what is inside when you fight. This, let's face it, it's a battle. Life and there's a lot of death there. But if you have this mindset, so I love compassion, and I want to kill not because I want to kill, but because I want to protect, and then yourself, belong lifestyle, and then the country, and then as the whole human being, the be a humanity. So it's something that more than what we see, the five senses, because it's more into tapping the cosmic. And then once you tap into the cosmic, so all the words in the chapter 69 make sense. If you're not in a way of Tao looking at it, so it's very different, okay? So, but anyway, you see from Lao, of course, Ho Xiang Gong Wang be here. So we have explanation, but they're pretty much the same. So it's not something worry about it. Even my book is 455 there, right? 455. And then, of course, then we have Zhuangzi's story. So Zhuangzi have the 69 have a story here. It's a pretty good story, actually. It's an archer, proud archer. So he demonstrated in a group of people. So he opened his arch, arrow, and then hit the target right there. And then he continued to 2, 3, and then one after another hit the target, but along the splitting the first and the second into upon each other. Whoa, he's so proud and everything. So the Taoists saw that. He said, well, proud archer. That's it is called shooting with shooting. So can you shoot without shooting? So what's that? So the proud archer. Well, sure, anything you like. So the Taoists, the master invite him to the cliff, to the high mountain. It's a cliff down there, So the master, boom, 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 going down to the edge of the rock, the rock there, the cliff. I said, hey, master, archer, come there. And then the horse was shaking and sweating. So you cannot open his bow. So this is the shooting without shooting. You're like, how can you shoot? You're afraid of death. There's no courage at all. But anyway, that is called fighting without fighting. You're in that position. Really, you look death and life is one. So you are really, then the real courage there. So that's why I said, wow, the one with love, compassion always wins. But anyway, Zhuangzi, and it's a good illustration, Laozi. All right. So the essence of Tao, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because you're here. I love you from Yangzhou. Thank you.
Chapter 69. Oh, as a Tao ruler, I prefer peace over war. In the matter of war, I dare not act as host, but would rather be a guest. Oh, I dare not to be an invader, but rather be a defender. I dare not advance an inch, but would rather retreat a foot. Oh, it's not that I am a coward, but I have seen the brutality, futility, and the total waste of war. Therefore, I am a non-aggressor. I use non-violence to overcome violence. Oh, peace! I avoid invasion of another country as if marching soldiers without soldiers. Oh, calm! I fight without anger as if raising arms without arms. Oh, courage! I fight with compassionate courage as if engaging the enemy without enemy. Oh, mercy! I avoid killing as if holding weapons without weapons. Yes, I understand there's no greater disaster than underestimating the enemy. By underestimating the enemy, I may lose my treasures. What are my treasures? Oh, Tao is my treasure. My life is my treasure. Compassionate courage is my treasure. Therefore, I never treat the evil power of my enemy lightly. Yes, when two armies engage, the one who fights with compassionate courage always wins. Oh, compassion! The courage to sacrifice one's life for the survival of the whole. Yes, the best fight is no fight. The best war is no war. Therefore, I am for peace through and through.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about the Jing 70 today. This chapter is actually directly Lao Ji to all of us. And he said his words easy to understand, too easy to put into practice. Because why? Because these words is been practiced for 1,000 years, and Lord enlightened Tao Master, they already put into practice. So there's something you can follow. Then why the world doesn't understand? Don't understand me? Because they don't know me. and so those follow me are very precious and very few but precious. And I wear coarse clothes. It's not because it's just like common people. So, but inside there's a treasure, the Tao treasure. Now, 和尚公嘅橫邊 or the chapter 70, it's pretty much the similar, and but again, see, 2,600 years from Lao Ji until today. Of course, today the printing of the Tao Te Ching, and everybody, if you want to get a copy of it, but the thing is that people still don't know. So, but again, that's now I classify in 8 principles and try to help people, and hopefully eventually it will catch on. And so, but anyway, let us look at Zhuangzi. I love Zhuangzi, okay? So if you look at chapter 70 at 117, this is a story about Zhuangzi. So Zhuangzi actually stories make it easier for us to grasp what Lao Ji is saying. So one time, old student went to a young master. Master, I want to obtain Tao. What can I do? The young master said, hey, drop your body, drop your mind, drop everything, and be quiet, and within 3 years, you obtain Tao. And then the older student, not sure, he said, "Oh, master, I don't have that so much time. I need to have a shortcut, anything shortcut. Can I go to your teacher to learn?" So the young master said, okay. So he introduced his teacher, the grandmaster, to the old student. So the old student came to the grandmaster. As soon as he saw the grandmaster, so grandmaster asked him, "Why you come with so many people?" And then the old student looked at himself, "Only me." And so he tried to say, yeah, the grandmaster saw so many things in his head, like so many people. How can you obtain Tao? We get so many people talking inside your body. And then, the old student realized there's no shortcut to Tao. You need to practice. So hear Tao, but you need to practice, not just do it. Because Tao Te is learning Tao. You need to learn to practice. So he went back to a young master and then started his journey to Tao. All right, Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo, and this beautiful place is a tourist town here. A lot of foreigners come, and in case you are around this area, come to see me. I teach Tao Te Ching and Qigong here now. Thank you.
Chapter 70. Oh, my words are very easy to understand and very easy to practice. Yet the people in the world don't understand them and are unable to practice them. Oh man, you are just too busy seeking. The farther you seek, the less you find. Oh, listen, when the answer is easy, Tao is answering. Experience. My words are not empty words. They have Asian roots. Real. My actions are not hypothetical actions. They have been done by Asian lords. Oh, people just don't know their roots, and hence they don't know me. Those who know me are few, and those who follow me are precious. Thus, the sage wears coarse clothes and embraces jade inside. Oh man, you have conquered the highest mountain, and you have reached the deepest sea. Yet the greatest treasure lies within you undiscovered. So right here and now, listen to your inner voice. Begin your journey inside to find your eternity.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chan talking Tao Te Ching Chapter 71. It's one of the shortest chapter, and contains great wisdom there. It says knowing knowing that we don't know is the best, but not knowing that we don't know is sick. It's basically so powerful message that is so true. That so if we we try to be the master of the all things, 10,000 things in this world. So we make everybody sick. I mean, everything, because you destroy the animal, destroy things, and then you think you can control them. No. And then, but knowing that we are limited in space and time, our knowledge is limited. But a lot of times, the scientists, through propaganda, through the media, say, oh, we can control everything. Now we can go to the moon, go to the Mars, go to everywhere, and all those things. And then we forgot. We don't know the earthquake when it comes from. And then also, just recently, on history, the viruses, small, different thing. It's not that we can control it, it just pop up. So if we think we know them all, we are sick. I mean, sick, we think other people in all the species and harmful to others. So, as a Tao, we know that we are one with the cosmic. Many things, we only part of the 10,000 things. Many things we don't know, but we are one. So that is the idea that as a Tao, that we don't know, but we know that we don't know, and then we very careful about those people who think they know, but actually they don't know. But this is great wisdom of this chapter. And of course, the 和尚跟王弼 on this chapter pretty much agree, and not much difference. And then we go to Zhuangzi, and then Zhuangzi, a great story. If you look at 120, the page of my book. The story like this, if you like to hear it. One day the king sleeping, a turtle came to his dream, told him that in his kingdom a fisherman got the turtle. And then when the emperor woke up, or king woke up, and then he tried to find the fisherman. And then actually it's true that the fisherman caught a big turtle, and then now the fisherman give the turtle to the king. King look at the turtle. Whoa, it's great power because he can come to his dream. So it must be good prediction of the future, and so he considered to. So he killed the turtle, and then. To use turtle shell to predict the future. And then every single time, 72 times, it's all correct. So and then one Taoist master heard that. He said, well, this turtle have a great power, but he could not avoid the fisherman's net. Got him. But here's a great, he can predict predict many things, accurate, know everything, but he could not predict his own death. He came to the king. So, but again, we know everything, but we don't know everything. It's so important in our mind, we being humble. So this is a great story from Zhuangzi, illustrate that, sometimes we, as a human being, we think we know everything, and then we don't. And all right, so the essence of Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshao. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 71. He who knows that he doesn't know is the best. Oh, do we know whence the next earthquake comes? Oh, do we know whence our fortune comes, and whence our fortune goes? Alas, he who doesn't know but thinks he knows is sick. Oh, what is a sick man but he who talks a lot and pretends a lot? Yes, presumption of knowledge is the ultimate ignorance. Therefore, if one realizes that the presumption to know is sickness, one is not sick. Oh, the sage is well. He knows that human knowledge has its limitations. Therefore, he remains humble and avoids the sickness of the human arrogance of knowing it all.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. I'm teaching Tao Te Ching. Today is the beautiful spring day. We talk about love, unconditional love. That means the usage of Tao, the 10 chapters. Now we're working on chapter 72. 72. Now in this chapter, the essence of this chapter is, when people do not fear, afraid of the authority, then the fear of the heaven will come, the authority is gone. I mean, so when people really, so if you squeeze too much people's living quarters, the restriction, and then you stop their eating, stop their thing, then the people will revolt, of course. The revolt is from heaven and earth because we are one. And then, therefore, as a Taoist ruler, you understand this, we are one. Therefore, you're not stuck into your own obstinate idea. In other words, not the idea, so, I should do this and do that. No, you should follow the natural rule. So knowing the natural rule, the Wu Wei, and then of course, the Tao ruler's I. So love. So we're talking about love ourselves, love everyone. So that means we are open. We are one with the cosmic love, and not identify you with your own body, just selfish value. So you are most important. No, we are one. Yes, we are important because we are one. Then we have things. So this one is a wonderful expression. This is a chapter, of course, teaching us as that is learning Tao, how we observe heaven and earth, and then how to rule people according to that. All right. Now, of course, then as usual, then we have to go into wisdom of Wang Bi and Ho Shang Gong. And then in this chapter, 72, and then Ho Shang Gong explain the thing is, he, according to Qigong, what's the body, the spirit inside the body, and so forth. And then, of course, Wang Bi explain in just a regular, what you see, what you interpret. So a lot of people, of course, attack Ho Shang Gong because, you're bullshit, sorry. You're bullshit, it's nothing to do with your spirit and all those things, squeeze, and your breath and all those things. And then, no, just different ways and look at things. It's obvious, and I tell you guys, Ho Shang Gong is stupid because 81 chapter, he comment on every sentence and everything and every sentence. So here you can see the whole picture. He have very unique viewpoint doing things. So when it comes to 72, then we have to, you're using this Qigong because you meditation and so forth. It's okay. So we should be respect instead of, and when you look at some scholars, every professor, in Taiwan or something, they write a book on Tao Te Ching. It's be easy, you copy and paste. And then also, they attack Ho Shang Gong left and right. And the first time, when I first doing the research, more than 10 years ago. So, and I one of the quote-unquote very famous today, is still today. Oh, he sell a lot of books. And so when I first researched Tao Te Ching, I had his book, and come out. And he attacked Ho Shang Gong, attack. I said, why? Until I cried. I said, no, what you attack is very precious to me because I've been practicing Qigong for 40 years or something. Then, you can breathe, you feel things. It's not something, and then I said, well, you can attack, you can take out things out of the context. So I look up for Hosang Gong stuff. And then at the beginning, very hard to find. I mean, his writing is very hard to find, because people don't pay attention anymore. But finally, I find his interpretation, and then I love it. So, I love it. So that's why I translate both Hosang Gong Wang Bi stuff, so that the Westerner who most of you cannot read Chinese, and then you have to depend on the author, the translator who understands Chinese to translate it. So I make my decision to translate the whole thing of Hosang Gong. It take a lot of work, but I love it. I really love it. And then you can use your own judgment. That's what he said. Black and white in Chinese, what he said. And then you have the judge. Oh, okay, he's out of the line, he's this and that. And then you suddenly realize, oh, maybe he has his own way of interpreting things. So Tao Te Ching is for you and me, for everyone. So it's not just one person have 100% authority. It's not. It's you, whatever you from your own angle to interpret Tao Te Ching. But it's the basic, the essence of Tao Te Ching. You cannot, you cannot change it. Okay. So we come to the Zhuangzi now. The Zhuangzi of the chapter 72. Now Zhuangzi have stories. Zhuangzi, you look at the timeline. Laozi 2,600 years old, and Zhuangzi 24. It's 200 years in gap. But Zhuangzi is the first book that appeared with quotation from Laozi. So he had the stories, and so I took out the stories to put into 72, then give you another angle to look at the chapter 72. That's the story is like this, if you want to hear it. At one time, a cripple, people are not walking too well. A crippled man learned from a Tao master. And then he got new classmates who's official, who's official. And then after the class, the official just came, a new student came. It's after the class. It's the officer looked at his cripple and said, oh, a classmate, please, when I walk out, you remain behind. Or if you want to go out first, you go out first and I wait. And I don't want to see, I come up with you. And then the crippled man said, oh, a classmate. So we are here for learning Tao, and we are all equal. And you don't want to restrict my freedom. Be my master, tell me what to do. And then the officer looked at him. Oh, yeah, cripple. Yeah? Now you you cannot even take care of your own physical body. Now you sound like a sage. And crippled man looked at him. Oh, yeah, classmate. And discriminate against cripples are many. Do not discriminate against cripples are very few. Now, we here, I've been with my master for 19 years. He never saw me as a cripple. So because we are learning the essence of life, not the meditation of life. We are meditation of life. And so we are, the cripple is the crippleness. You have money, you have title, you have the perfect body. These too shall pass. So we are, we here to be one, love each other, love Tao. And then after said that, the official feel shame because he's learning, try to learn the same thing for love each other. But anyway, this is a story from Tao of Zhuangzi, and it's wonderful. Illustrate what 72 is all about. But again, there's only one facet of 72. All right. So, but anyway, I said what she said. I teach here in Tao Te Ching. I love Tao Te Ching, the philosophy, the way of life. And then if you like the way of life, you're learning Chinese also, I teach you how to write characters so attach to Tao. So here is, in China. So please come if you move to do that. But anyway, and then I would demonstrate, because in the whole writing, and then I really, at the final writing, and I throw out everything and then put myself in the Qigong stage in oneness, and then I roll. So what I'm going to say, we read it to you. And love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yang So.
Chapter 72. When the people don't fear the power of the authority, the great power will arrive. All fear has its limits. Too much fear ends up with no fear. Oh, egoistic ruler, don't squeeze the people's living space. Give them freedom instead. Oh, egoistic ruler, don't hate the people's way of living. Give them respect instead. Oh, obvious, if you don't hate them, they will not hate you. The great power will not come to overthrow you. Hence, the sage avoids being an egoistic ruler. He knows himself, and he is not deceived by his own ego. Oh, altruistic, the sage loves himself by loving others, and he does not value himself over others. Oh, follow the sage. He lets go of his ego and chooses unconditional love.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We're talking about the Jing today, 73. 7.3. This is a wonderful chapter. So we need to encourage to live. And if you live recklessly or you fight recklessly and then you die. But if you have courage with love, compassion, and be cautious, and then we live. Why is that? Why reckless? One is love, compassion, and one survive, one die. This heaven's way, we don't know. Let's go down to what's heaven's way. And now heaven's way will be like a heaven's net. It's a net. If you do good, you live. You do bad, you die. So like a net that you cannot escape it. The heaven's way is like through four seasons. Spring, summer, fall, winter. It's all live. Some flourish, some die, and then of course the water and all those things through natural thing. It's the way of Tao. There's a way of heaven. So we need to live with it, and knowing learning to so that we can live harmoniously with nature, with heaven's way. Now, this chapter actually, 和尚公and Wang Bi is really, if you go at page 466 of my book, you will see that that's pretty much similar explanation, because this chapter is pretty easy and to understand in a certain extent. However, Lao Ji almost 2,600 years old, and all the Chinese culture is from that. So the Chinese culture believed there's a heaven that heaven watching us, or so we have to go to our conscious what heaven. So we follow the way of heaven. So this one is so deep-rooted in Chinese culture that it's not like a personal God which have rules for the human being or for the birds and trees. No, but it's something up there we call it Ten, the heaven, and of course then. So it's deep-rooted. So it's not a religion, but it's people's conscious, people's knowing something. But it's very much Tao, because Tao is the connection with everything, with heaven and earth, and so forth. And so this chapter is really 天网恢恢，疏而不失. These 4 words is very popular idiom in China, in Chinese. So everybody knows, those people know, Chinese, and they know when you say this, everybody knows that heaven, you cannot mess around with it, and it is good. If you do bad, heaven is watching. But anyway, so now I love Zhuangzi. So Zhuangzi has a story, and then if you look at page 146 there, 146. Zhuangzi, this story is not much, but it's beautiful. Illustrate. He said, birds, birds in a cage. So the bird's environment is the cage, small. But if you are Yi, the one famous for shooting arrows, and his cage is bigger because whatever the bird flying, his arrow can reach, he can hit the bird, but it's limited, the arrow can reach. But heaven and earth, the whole thing is a cage. Yeah, you can see heaven and earth, and it's whole cage that we cannot go through it, because heaven people model out the earth. We are one. It's big. So when we think about it, yeah, we it's a big cage, but it is the heaven's net. It's not a net there, but something. So and Zhuangzi is the so when you're doing qigong or doing meditation, that you need to feel that oneness. I mean, the heaven and earth. Let's go to chapter 5. Heaven and earth like bellows. That's what heaven is. It's a huge cage, and then. So it's all related. But anyway, the essence of that, of course, we're talking peace here. This category, and this is wonderful illustration of what's peace. But anyway, the essence of Tao: love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. I teach Tao Te Ching here now. In case you're traveling by, come to see me. Thank you.
Chapter 73. He who is courageous but reckless is killed. He who is courageous and compassionate survives. Of these 2 kinds of courageous men, the first is harmful and the second is beneficial. Why does heaven favor compassion? Who knows for sure? Thus, the sage avoids reckless actions. The Tao of heaven does not compete, but it is always good at winning. It does not speak, but it always responds. It does not summon, but things come voluntarily. It does not hurry, but it completes everything on time. Oh, comes spring, all plants sprout and flowers bloom. Oh, comes autumn, all fruits and crops mature. Yes, Heaven's net is ever present. It casts fast and vast. Its measures are wide, but nothing can hide. Oh man, be courageous, yet be aware of your actions. Heaven's net is watching. Reckless action leads to death. Compassionate action leads to life.
Hi, this is Master Luke Che. We're talking about the Tao Te Ching 74, and it's a wonderful chapter. It's about peace, and the way I interpreted it as a conversation between a Taoist and a Yowei ruler, is a bad ruler. So like the Tao said, well, if people are not afraid of death, they already live in hot water, so don't want to live. Why you still want to use death to control them, to make them fear? Because fear has limitations. And your way ruler, the bad ruler, said, well, if I make people think of death anytime, if they break the law, I immediately kill them. So set up example. So who dare to oppose me? And then the Tao, of course, well, there's always a higher executioner. But if you want to be execution, use the heaven, treat you as the heaven, then you like a carpenter, a professional carpenter. You are no nothing, but you cut like a professional carpenter. You always cut your hands. So so it's warning to all those tyrants, those people. So, use fear of death to control people. No, if you do that, there's a higher, the higher executioner, the higher power. High power is heaven. So in Chinese culture, because of the Tao, the 2600 years, it's so hand down that we all feel that there's heaven there. They will watch you. You cannot do whatever you want. Yes, on the short term, like you do whatever you want. But however, the heaven watch you. If you kill people, you'll get killed later. So it's something. It's the whole Tao concept of the love, compassion. Instead of you do whatever you want, you instill fear in people's mind, and then to a certain degree it works, but there's a heaven there. You cannot do that as a ruler. So it's and of course the book is around 2600 years. All those years, many dynasty changes, many things happen, but still these words really keep into our mind that yes, we as a human being, we are not not everything. There's something out there is bigger than you and me. It's huge, the oneness, but it's natural. It's not something. So we need to be fear, not just you have power, then you can do anything you want. No, we have to love, compassion, knowing that we follow the rule of heaven, of Tao, and then we can live at peace, at peace. And now this chapter, and 和尚跟王弼, if you look at my book, 469 there, pretty much this chapter is pretty plain. If you read Chinese, they're pretty understandable. It's not every word is but again, so you can read it word by word translation and sentences by sentence translation. And then we come to Zhuangzi 151 in my book, a Zhuangzi story. Zhuangzi story is this one is but anyway, one time Taoist was employed by emperor and to train the young king, the young emperor, but a violent young man, and he a little bit clever, so he has his own egoistic thing, so he can, in a whim, that he can kill people because he's absolute power. So beautiful. And then, so the Taoists really, actually, the scholar, more or less, the Taoists won't do that, but the scholar who was invited to be his teacher, trainer, and he's so fear. He said, "Oh, what am I going to do?" So he went to see the Taoist. What happened? Or she Zhuangzi, what should I do? What should I do? I cannot say no because he will kill me. If I say yes, and I'm taming a tiger, you're dead meat. And then the Taoist said, well, if you now, like you taming a tiger, the tiger is the young king, just like you cannot give you the whole, alive chicken or live animal, otherwise you will trigger his killing instinct. Or you cannot give the whole, or you can give the whole animal, even dead animal cannot give the whole. When he get angry, when he's tear away that whole animal into pieces. And then, so you do the same when you tame the king. And, but there's one thing common. And then the tigers listen to the one fits it, and then you are the one control him by because you are the one feed him the idea and then tell him what to do, and more or less you can follow you, and then so of course then you need to, because something bigger than the king is the heaven, and then you use the heaven style. Lead him, hopefully, to the Tao's path. But anyway, that's the story from Zhuangzi. But again, so this chapter 74, and then the 70, the other chapter is the one with the heaven, net, and is big, but it can catch everyone. And this one is heaven, this executioner, and there, but actually the same. So it is something watching us when we do things with the conscious. So we must be conscious, and then we can live long, and then people can live long. I mean, if you're ruler, you have conscious that the heavens watching, and then you have the compassion, and then everybody live longer. Now remember, the whole Tao Te Ching is about long life Tao, how we live long. So this chapter is really warning or give advice to rulers so that we all can live in peace. So of course, the essence of Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yang. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 74. O egoistic ruler, if the people do not fear death, why threaten them with it? Don't you know mercy is always better than killing? Oh, the humble one, I don't rule the people with mercy, but I rule them with fear. If someone is bold enough to do something odd, I will kill him to warn others. Who will dare to oppose my orders? Oh, proud man, little authority exists only for a brief instant, yet howling and rumbling like thunder and lightning. Don't you know that there is always a higher natural executioner? If you replace him, you will be like replacing a master carpenter to cut wood. If you try to cut wood like a master carpenter, you are sure to cut your own hands.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we want to talk about Tao. We're still on the love, compassion chapter. That's the learning Tao, the usage of Tao. Now we want to talk about 75. 75. It's a very straightforward chapter. What it's saying is basically, oh, why the people hungry? Because the government, the ruler, take a lot of tax from them. So, it was taxed, thousands of years ago, and then, and then, why people is the rebellious? Because the ruler, they use your way. In other words, they want to control people in his own way. And then why people treat death so lightly? So they not fear death. He just want to. Doesn't matter. Why? Because the ruler or themselves treat life too precious. I mean, they get everything for themselves, and then people have nothing to eat. So you rather die because, not rather die because rather live, but you end up with, go to the dangerous way, the risk, try to, do something to get something to eat or whatever. Now, therefore, so what should we do as a Taoist official? That when you trust, value yourself too much, then it's not as good as you being Wu without yourself. That means you are one with 10,000 things. Is better because you treat all the people as the same as grass and dogs. We're the same, so that you are one with the cosmic. So of course you're a good ruler if you can do that. If you only everything you trust yourself, you want all the tax to yourself, or you want to control people, you're the master, and or you want to be really live the luxurious way, and then of course, you cannot rule people like that. So, at the end of it, say, if you treat yourself value yourself too much, it's not as good as you love, become one with everything. So this one, but anyway, the interpretation of this particular way from Ho Sangong and Wang Bi, they more or less the same because it's not much difference there. Except one of those is that 求生之后. That means you treasure life. You want to live life so much that you want to you go to the death. So one is the official, they live good life and so on, and then treat the people badly because you have more and people have less. So instead of treating other people the same, so it's only a minor difference. And then but I mentioned here, but you need to read the book in order to see what I'm saying. All right. So but anyway, as usual, and I have the chapter, many about 庄子. Zhuangzi is wonderful. Zhuangzi, the story from Zhuangzi. Because if you are because two schools in China in the start from the ancient times, a long time ago. There's a Taoist group. I mean, we love 10,000 things, and then but the Confucius, they're different. They say, we have the authority, and you're the subject, and then we need tax to survive, and all things. It's it's until today there's a school still. Two schools still fighting, and then but Zhuangzi, of course, Zhuangzi is Laozi's student. Of course, he is a Taoist. So the story goes like this. So an official, Confucius official, and he said, he was happy before because he had just enough salary to survive, and he's happy. And then one day he got promoted, he had a bigger position, and then he said. His of course salary increased, but he said, I'm not enough now. I want to, I respect my parents. I want them to have more. So he complained, he become corrupted. And then a master, Tao master, look at him and said, no. And then he try to be corrupt person. He tried to, in the name of filial piety, because he loved his father, parents, and family, so he want to get more. So he become corrupted in name of filial piety. So, but anyway, if you're a Taoist, if you're a good ruler, so the money, and it just it's just not something special. It's just like the birds passing through you, the butterfly passing you, and it's just passing thing. So if you're good ruler, we should love people, not so at the end of it. So, well, don't concentrate on yourself. Become take yourself. Identify with your body, you want, but identify with everyone, 10,000 things, and so that's a wonderful story for Johnson. But anyway, this I also in this book, and so every chapter I have a quotation from the West. The people of the world, what they're saying, and this particular is from Mother Teresa. You know, Mother Teresa, and she said, "Well, if you cannot feed 100 people, then just feed one." Oh, it's wonderful. so actually the idea is love, unconditional love. So all right. So I teach Tao Te Ching here in China. So if you want to come to learn Chinese and philosophy and also Qigong, come to me. Okay. But anyway, the lessons of Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo, Guilin, China.
Chapter 75. Why are the people starving? Because their ruler eats up their grain through taxes. That's why they are starving. Oh, egoistic ruler, why do you hoard so much grain? Are you afraid of hunger? Share, you will have more. Why are the people rebellious? Because their ruler does not give them freedom to live. That's why they are rebellious. Oh, egoistic ruler, are you afraid to lose your power? If you let the people live naturally, all will be well. Why do the people regard death so lightly? Because their ruler demands too much of life. That's why they regard death so lightly. Oh, egoistic ruler, you value your own life so much that you are shortening the life of many. Oh, wonders! If you separate from Tao, you live in fear. If you are one with Tao, you live in love instead of fear. Therefore, the ruler who loves life by living for others is better than the ruler who values himself too much.
Right, this Master Luke Che. We're going to talk about Tao Te Ching life, and here is Yang Shuo. Today we will talk about chapter 76. This is wonderful chapter and about life. And now in Tao Te Ching, many chapters actually observe heaven and earth. Now, now we observe, and when we are alive, you know, we're very soft. When we die, you know, very stiff. And so when a baby is born, just like very soft, like water. And then when you're getting older, very stiff. You know, people walking very stiff. When you die, of course, they stop, you know, one piece of wood. And then it's 10,000 things. It's just like that. When you see the grass or the animal, the same. The grass is when the plants very soft at the beginning. When it grow older, it's big. So, so the softness, of course, is life, and the stiffness is the death. And then continue because observation. Is the observation, and because we all heaven and earth the same, and you and me everything the same. So based on these premises, and then we deduce. Now, of course, you're strong army, you're killing people, and you know this death. the woods, the trees become very, very big, become stiff, and then they fall. And now, this all those things is that for us, then of course we want to be soft and not stiff, not overbearing. So softness is can defeat the strong. That's the observation of the nature, and then because we one of Tao, that's what we are for life. So we stay on soft side and love and so forth. Now, of course, 我想讲嘅橫邊 is important. This book, and actually 76 it's more similar. Only one word different, one character, but it's no big deal. So more or less the same. It's pretty straightforward. Because why straightforward? Because heaven and earth, you can observe yourself, touch yourself. Because you have your breath, you're just still alive, So the life energy is still with you. That's why you're soft. That's easy to understand. And then you from there you deduce what happened, with the army, with the tree, and so forth. But now, of course, it's a very interesting story. Of course, and I translate Zhuangzi's stories, about similar to this chapter. It's very wonderful, funny story. And Zhuangzi's story like this. One time, a Taoist, the officials want him to be, enter his administration, give official title to him. And meanwhile, two officials, persuader, two people came to persuade him, to ask him to serve the emperor. And while the Taoist was fishing, and then without even looking at the two, officials, and he said, "Well, you asked me to, to get the big position, very powerful position. But let me ask you, you two of you, I ask you a question. Now, you would like rather if you're a turtle, a turtle, will you, I heard that in the emperor palaces, there's a dead turtle, 3,000-year-old dead turtle. They worship the turtle and so forth. The turtle's shell is dead turtle. They worship it. Now, if you were me, if you were the turtle, okay, if you're the turtle, would you rather, swimming in the dirt, or you rather just dead being worshipped by people? So, and then the two messengers look at each other. Oh, I rather be a turtle alive, moving at in the dirt. So then the Taoist that you go. So what happened? The Taoist just want to be free, like fishing. If you're in an administration, do you fix your death? But anyway, that's from Laoji's viewpoint. Life and death. So freedom is the key. 76 is a wonderful chapter. All right. So love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. And I love you from Yangzhou. In case you come by in this area, come to visit me because I teach you here now. And then, okay. And then the last, the interpretation will be in my Dantian, connecting. When you're alive or soft, your death is very steep and so forth. And then into my interpretation. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 76. Oh, with breath, a living man is soft and flexible. Oh, our breath, a dead man is hot and stiff. Oh, a newborn baby is as soft as water, and a dying old man is stiff as wood. Yet the breath of the old is just as soft as that of the young. Breath has no age limitations, and it originates from Tao. Oh, it's true for all living things. Grass and trees are tender and flexible when alive, wilder and dry when dead. Therefore, the hard and stiff is the companion of death. The soft and flexible is the companion of life. Oh, Lula, if you understand that every creature is better alive than dead, grass, trees, squirrels, and man, you will rather preserve its life than kill it. Thus a brutal army never wins, an unbending tree seldom lasts. Oh, a stiff tree cracks by standing against the wind, while the willow and bamboo survive by yielding to it. Yes, the hard and stiff belong to the underneath. The soft and weak belong to the above. Oh, look, a dying old tree blooming in the springtime. It hangs on to life even if for the last time. Oh, live one day at a time. Let every dawn be a new beginning. Oh, live in the present moment. Be a baby, no worries, no expectations, only life. Oh, love life. Let every breath be a celebration of life.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We got the Tao Te Ching today, chapter 77. Now, 77 is a very straightforward chapter, but it's a great analogy of the use a bowl to describe what's enough. So enough contentment. So actually in these 11 chapters from different facets to see what is enough is enough. Okay. So 天之道要将功夫. It's like heaven style. It's like you do the arrow and bow. If you remember that the target is in the middle, so if you're too high, you lower your bow. Too low, you raise it. It's too much, you relax it. It's too little, you open it. So it's so 天知道 heaven's way. It's like hits decrease the excess and then increase the lacking. But man's way or human's way, that you want to squeeze the poor and give to the rich. So so who has the desire to if only the Tao who understand Tao is to share and share, and therefore the Xingren he does things not expecting things from what he does, and of course not expecting them is you are not go to the excess. This is very important. And then after accomplish things, you don't to stay behind, say, oh, I do this and that, and then try to gain credit. So this is, if you claim credit, it's too much. So you need to just right. Now, now, of course, 和尚跟我王宾 in this chapter 77 is if you have my book, is 479 there, and it's not much different because it's pretty plain explanation of the what is enough. It's very clear. So he gave very good example. Now, now it's understand this concept is people say, oh, I enough, so you don't work. You're not going to work because I have enough. So you get lazy. It's not that. You work very hard, but you're grateful for what you have. And then satisfied. Whatever you got today, you're very grateful. Instead of thinking, oh, what I want more. Oh, why I got this, and then complaining. So because it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act. Life is balancing. If you out balance, then you out life. I mean, that's your people of course get sick or whatever, shorten your life because you too much stress. So It is a balancing act. The most important thing, you should be grateful for whatever you have. After the end of the day, you thank you, and then you start tomorrow again. So it's the accumulate the stress, accumulate until one day, so oh, what's going on, and then so this chapter is wonderful chapter. Understand this chapter. We need to balance our life out. The balance of life, of course, just like the arrow and bow is. It's life is continuously, every day continuously. It's not that life is continuous. Every breath is life. So it's the balancing at every moment of your time. That's why every time you wake up your eye, wake up in the morning, you start life, and then you feel grateful, you feel happiness, and then that's how we preserve our happiness and our the right in this world, and then realize we have value. So because of balance that, so Tao is like this way. Now, what Zhuangzi have to say, of course, I love Zhuangzi. So if you have my book, if you go to page 163, and this story, of course, I'm going to tell you. You can read it. But however, Zhuangzi, one time, the student, they walk through the mountain, and then the master pointed to the tree. They go, this tree is useless. Let's go. That's no use. And then nobody want to cut it down because it's useless. So then. So the student went with him to visit his friend on the way, and then the friends come, and Zhuangzi come, and they sit down, and then the friend said, "I have two geese, two geese there, two goose. One can talk, can say things. One just dumb." So the host asked Zhuangzi, the Taoist, which one should I kill? So, kill the dumb one. So the useless one is dumb. And then after the eating everything, the student asked the Taoist, Zhuangzi, "Hey, master, I don't understand. Please explain to me. At first, he said the tree is useless. Nobody wanted it, so he can live around the tree. But here, the dog, the goose, the goose there, the useless one, they kill it first. So don't kill it. Why? What should I do? What should I do?" The student, if I use or useless, what should I do? And then the Taoist Zhuangzi look at him. "Oh, you go in the middle. Go in the middle. Not too useful, not useless, but the center. There is enough. Is enough. That is the whole Tao's concept. Is that we keep the balance. We're grateful for what we have now. And then we live one day at a time. And then, so enough is enough. So that's the whole concept. All right. The Taoists, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. And this is a beautiful town. If you're visiting sometime, come to see me. I teach Tao Te Ching here now and Qigong. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 77. The Tao of heaven is like the bending of a bow. Oh, optimal effectiveness! When the bow is aiming too high, it is lowered. Too low, it's raised. Too much tension, it is reduced. Not enough tension, it is increased. The Tao of heaven is to reduce the excess and reimburse the insufficient. Oh, the excessive heat in summer is reduced to coolness in autumn. The excessive cold in winter is reimbursed with the warmth of spring. Oh, man's way is different. He robs those who have little and offers more to those who have plenty. Who can give his surplus to the world? Only the man of Tao. Therefore, the sage acts without expectations, retreats when the work is done, and avoids showing off his abilities. Oh, optimal performance, like bending a bow, like filling air into a ball, soft but flexible, empty but firm, open but ready. Oh, optimal living, moderate and not to the extreme, enough and not to the excess, always sharing and giving, so as to keep on balancing and receiving.
Hi, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we will talk about chapter 78. This about water. Okay, this the category until life, because it's soft and life. But anyway, 78 is about this water is the softest thing in the world, but it destroyed destroy all the toughest thing. And then the weak defeat the strong, and then the soft defeat the hard, and then so because then as a ruler you want to be like water, and you flush out the dirt, you flush out the misfortune and all those things together, and then you could good leader. It's basically see the wonderful property of water. However, it raised another question there. The water raised by who? By Han Feizi. Han Feizi is Mr. 和尚公 here, and Han Feizi is Mr. Han Feizi is a little bit is the older guy than 和尚公. So Han Feizi is very famous guy there. It's more than 2,000 years old, and he was the first comment on Lao Tzu. So he comment about I think about 20 chapters or something. We have got 81 chapters, but he very famous though. And again, and I mentioned before, Zhuangzi, 2,400 years old. Then Laozi 2,600 years. Zhuangzi only quotation on Laozi. But now Han Feizi is about 2,300 years back. I mean 2,100 to 100 about that time, and he make comment on it. But anyway, he mentioned that Tao is water. Can if you drink too much water, you die. If you drink enough, then you live. So Tao, you obtain Tao, you can live, or obtain Tao, you die. So he said that. Now of course, this very reason we have the Tao Te Ching. De is learning how to live with Tao. So what do you mean by that? So water, okay, we know that it's a dangerous side of water. So we need to learn to live with water. But how about how to learn to swim? Learn how to swim or stay out of water. This is called skill. This skill live with Tao is called De. Tao Te Ching. So this is important. This is what we all learn. So learning the softness of water. This is so we divide the 81 chapter is how many De? 8 De, big 8 De. So we love, now we're talking about life. Is De, how we can live without to live long and natural long life. So that's what De means. So water, so when we look at the 和尚跟我王的 translation, of course, they're very similar. Of course, you need to read my book. because some people say, well, Wang Bi said this, Hua Song Gong said this, which one is one? But it's just the tense. You look at the Chinese, but sometimes they just change the sequence and things like that, all right? But anyway, Hua Song Gong comment on every sentence of this chapter of Wang Bi, the whole paragraph is missing. But again, it's pretty simple because now when you look at the thing, you have to look at the whole picture, the whole picture. So, for example, the heart, the soft defeat the heart. I said, some people say, oh no, well, I all know that a stone, a stone very hard, and you crack an egg, you can crack a stone. It's obvious the hard defeat the soft. But again, when you look at the stone, okay, the stone, what the stone made up of, molecules, electron, protons, and those things is very soft, and very small, and then of course, and all those things are going to, used to be atomic bomb or something, very small but very powerful. But small, very weak, very soft, but they all do. But anyway, we're not talking about that. And then eventually, the whole Tao Te Ching, we're talking about what? Eventually, the softest thing is Tao itself, which you cannot see, you cannot touch, you cannot smell, and so forth. But it is including in everything, in everywhere there. So that's what we're talking about, the softness defeat the strong. But in this particular chapter 78, we're talking about water relative, maybe the storm, because the water just drip into the storm and make the hole in the storm. And all those things, so it's relative terms. Relative terms. So when you read Tao, you have to look at the whole 81 chapter. You need to memorize the whole thing, then understand, especially if you're a writer in translator, you have to do that, otherwise it's hard to understand. Right? But anyway, and so we come to Zhuangzi, okay? Now Zhuangzi have a comment, not a comment, a story, I just pick it up, about 78. And he said the story like this, if you like it, said, well, weak and strong, it's relative. Huh? A tiger, very strong, tiger, or a lion, so, but it's strong, but in the mountains, but when you get out of the plain, eye open, the dogs, the wild dogs can bully you. So the weak, and so the fox and the small animal can live on the hills, but not the big animals. So it's relative and weak and strong. And he also mentioned a big fish, very strong, it can eat small fish. But the big fish, it can in the shallow water, they can swim freely. And then the big fish cannot even turn. And then when you strand on sand, the ants can chew the big fish. So it's weak and strong, all relative. That's what Zhuangzi said. So, but anyway, this chapter 70 is wonderful. So you need to read it, to meditate on it. So when you meditate on it, and then you attach to Tao. So when you calm down, but inside from your Dantian, and then going on, say, So, but again, love from Yang Shuo, love yourself, love others, love nature, and the world's beautiful because of you. And I love you, and calm once a while. If you're visiting in this area, come to see me. I'm teaching here now. And thank you.
Chapter 78. O powerful water, nothing in the world is more soft and weak than water. Yet for attacking the hard and strong, nothing is better. Water has no equal. Oh, drop by drop, water can make a hole in the hardest stone. Oh, cloud by cloud, water can paint the most beautiful rainbow in the stormy sky. Oh, soft power, the soft can overcome the hard. The weak can overcome the strong. Everyone in the world knows it, yet very few can master it. Therefore, the sage says, he who can clean the dirty matters of a country becomes the master of the land. O master, like water, he can clean all dirty matters by being willing to go where no man dares to go. He who can solve the disasters of a country becomes the king of the world. O king, like water, he can benefit all living creatures without creating man-made disasters. Oh, these are true words, but appear paradoxical. O man, be soft, be water, be what you can be.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we want to Tao Te Ching Chapter 79. Now it said when there's a big conflict, battle or whatever, when it settled down and there's always a remaining conflict. And so 和大愿 means a big battle or killing each other, or a big calamity, and this but this one is the when you're killing each other, there's always a residual later, the more conflict later on and on. So how do we resolve conflict like this? It's not the best way. Now, and of course, the Tao's, the Shengren, the sage, you and me, who practice Tao, and then now it's the only we keep our promise, our end of the contract. We have own principles, and then other than that, we forgive other people. Forgive. There's a forgiveness. Is the now so those people without the Tao just thinking, oh, okay, I will go use exactly like to squeeze. Once you're down, I step on you, I get everything from you. And because you do that, always later on, when the other one turn around, they will do the same to you. So it's always continual. So being the Tao, learn Tao is that no, forgive, and then of course that's now the end of that is 天道无亲, so the heaven's Tao has no relatives. 10 does not favor people, but it always seems to always on the 圣人, 善人 side, the good people side. I mean, who practice Tao. Why? Because we follow the way of heaven. Forgive, and you just keep your own side of the what you're supposed to do, and then of course then you forgive the rest. So it's the way that how Tao move, the Wu Wei, how Tao move, and then it seems like, oh, so in the Chinese culture tradition, heaven, so it's a force. It's a force. It's watching. It's a force. But it's not saying, well, I am the king, so I'm the master, control people. No. But if you follow the way of heaven, seems like the heaven's power come to you. And then you have heaven's power. And then for what? For surviving, for peace. If you're a ruler, for peace, the country have peace. So that's what the whole thing is about, long life Tao. But anyway, it's a beautiful chapter, and then you can through 和尚公为王弼, all right? But anyway, this pretty much the same. If you look at page 483, now to come to 庄子. Now this 79 there, the 庄子 150 is the page on my book. The story goes that a king long time ago asked he was pondering, should I invade the 3 little countries around his big country? Should I invade them to get the 3 countries or not? So he's bothered the king. So the king asked the Taoists, should I invade them, took over all the possession, took over all the people? And the Taoists said, oh, well, these 3 little countries, it's just like the weed in the grass. So they are nothing, very small. Leave them alone. And then I heard that, the Taoist said, I heard that used to be a sun. There's 10 suns up there. Right now it's 1 sun, but the older days 10 sun. And king, you have such a good heart. You are brighter than the 10 sun. Oh, the kings. Oh, yeah, I am that. So it can soften the king's heart. And then, so he decided not to invite them. Now, but if you create conflict, there's a big conflict. So the 79, then you get a problem. So you invite, small country, killing a lot of people, but this create a lot of problem later on. So this the Taoist way, peace, love each other, so we all live in peace. All right, this the chapter 79 is a wonderful piece of work. And again, the essence of Tao, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo, China. Thank you.
Chapter 79. After settling a great dispute, some resentment must remain. Oh, revenge, the root of the hatred remains. How can this be a good way of settling things? Therefore, the sage keeps the left contract for peace and does not blame others. Oh, what is the left contract? It is the commitment to act according to the Tao of heaven. Oh, prevention, act before the dispute appears. Oh, forgive for the sake of peace. Yes, he who possesses the De of forgiveness performs his contract of peace according to the Tao of heaven. He who does not possess the De of forgiveness seeks revenge and blames others for his failure. The Tao of heaven is impartial, yet it is always on the side of the good man. Why? Like attracts like. The good man who has the De of forgiveness attracts the Tao of heaven.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 80, and it's a beautiful, beautiful chapter. Describe the simplicity, people loving each other, and imagine a small country with a few people. And then there's this machine, but people don't use it. So people love each other. They don't want to travel. They're satisfied with their lives. And then even though they do have cars, a cartridge, but they don't need to use them. But of course there's weapons and so forth. But they're not displayed. There's no use because of peace. That's returning back, because life's so simple. They just put the knots that showing each other and don't need to writing and everything. Just communicate through very simple things. And they eat very simple. The food, the local produce, the rice and the vegetables, and then they dress up according to very simple and beautiful, and do their own custom, and then they can hear the other country, the dogs and the cock crow, the rooster crow, bark. But they're not inviting each other. They have no desire to go to invade another country and other village and so forth, and they all live in peace. Now, now of course, and this chapter. And a lot of people say, "Oh, the utopian, it's no such thing," and a lot of them, "Well, Laoji just live in the old way." No, no. It's this textbook 81 chapter is for today. It's for today. Now, and of course, 和尚跟王弼, you look at the chapter 486, the page there, and then 和尚跟 is well, small country, small. It just use example to illustrate that when we rule a country should be like that and so forth. And then Wang Bi more or less the same. It's not it's pretty simple, but to me that if you a Beatles friend. Fans. I mean, you like to listen to John Lennon's "Imagine." Here's a song. It's a beautiful song. It's something similar that we love each other as brothers and sisters and so forth, and then we want peace. There's no whatever. And then no country, no boundary country. We not a desire to invite people and to export our the idea of religion and anything. We just being one with the beautiful scenery, beautiful nature, the being ourselves and so forth. And for me, when I explain this chapter, and then I have to imagine. As I use the word imagine. That's my only church. Imagine. So it's inner feeling about the world. It's not that this inner sanctuary to me, a small country inside you, and then you live simple. Just describe what's inside. So everything you want to live at peace. You don't want to waste stuff. You see the beauty in ordinary. See the clothes, see the food, see the custom, and everything that you really appreciate. And you love each other. There's no need to go to the many other places, because inside you know everything. You see the heavens down, and you see many things, and you treasure your life, and all those things is inner feeling of the reflecting as a Taoist. That's how I see the whole chapter. It's like, it's our days, and nowadays people don't live like that. No, that's these 81 chapter actually apply now as if 2,600 years old or 3,000 years later. But this all is a wonderful, wonderful story. It's really touched my heart. But however, let's go to the Zhuangzi, okay? Zhuangzi, okay, if you look at 172, there's it's wondrous story. It's a story. That's why I pick up from Zhuangzi to describe 80. So one time a Taoist or Zhuangzi walking around and see a farmer who's fetch water, get water, bring water from a well, and so he take a tunnel very laboriously, go down the tunnel, take the water very laboriously, and fetch water to irrigate to the field, to the plants. And that's the scholar. The scholar who is not a scholar said, hey, farmer, if I have a device, will you listen to me? Save you a lot of work. You work too hard, like a cow. You should be like clever. The farmer look at him, look at the scholar. The scholar continues to say, the machine is called fast. One end is very light, the end heavy. So the one you go down to the well, the bucket, take it out and put the heavy down, and then you're very easy, easy. So why don't you use that? And then the farmer looked at him and replied, I know that there's such a machine. My teacher told me that if you use a machine, you have a machine's mind. You will cut shortcuts to nature. I would rather do laboriously, live simply. So leave me alone. I just don't want those things. So he continued to do his laborious work. And that's strong. But anyway, and he captures the spirit of the chapter 81. And the lessons of Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. And in case you're traveling around, come to see me. I teach Tao Te Ching Qigong here now in Yangshuo. Thank you.
Chapter 80. Imagine a small country with few people. Oh, it's just like a dream, a sanctuary for all. Though they are complicated machines, they are not needed. Oh, no machines. The people don't take shortcuts to nature. Oh, life. The people take death seriously and do not travel too far from their homes. Oh, contentment. Though there are boats and carriages, they are not used. Oh, peace. Though there are armors and weapons, they are not displaced. Oh, simplicity. People return to the tying knots instead of writing. They lavish their natural food, dress in their simple clothes, live securely in their homes, and take joy in the customs. Oh, harmony! Though they live within sight of their neighbors of other countries, and the crowing of their roosters and the barking of their dogs are heard across the land, they leave each other in peace while they grow old and die. Oh, it's not a dream, it's real, it is a way of life within. Oh, live in peace and harmony with yourself, with others, and with nature. Oh, love yourself, love others, and love nature. This is the natural long life Tao, the sanctuary for all.
Hi, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching 81, 81, the last chapter. And this is a beautiful chapter. It's that the sincere words, you tell the truth, it's not beautiful. A lot of people don't like it. People who are true, they don't argue. You argue, not very good, because sometimes you use argument, try to convince people and to your way of thinking. But if you're true to yourself, you don't need to argue. You just show people, and then from your own heart. That's the Tao's way, okay? Now, of course, that when we look at Tao Te Ching, we cannot argue it at the same time with Lao Chi. All we have to do is absorb the wisdom, and then from there you absorb to become your own, okay? And then the people know is not understand Tao is not. Really learn knowledgeable for everything. All those people supposed knowledgeable everything doesn't know the truth. Now, of course, that we all know that specialty things. We have specialty because we have. But in Tao itself, we are one with the cosmic. Then we do lifetime pursuit. We're born with it as a baby, and then when we know it, and then we don't need to. But again, we're talking about Tao itself, not to go to school and you need to learn a lot of things and then you become specialties. So we are not Tao that you know oneness and then know the truth, true reality and so forth, and then you don't need to read all the books in order to get enlightened. So when you read Tao Te Ching, you have to encode those lights instead of thinking, well, this and that, okay? And the first you need to respect because 2,600 years down the road, so it's not you can argue within you, but you absorb the wisdom first, and and of course then it's what 圣人 so the Taoist or you and me so who learn Tao don't hold things, okay, and then all he give to to share with people, he's more happiness. Give people, he get abundance. So sharing is the key. Now why sharing is important? Then we said, well, enough is enough. So we have enough, then we can survive beautifully. So every day is like you don't go into excess. It's just enough. So just like water going down, you need to share people. Then the more it is difficult to keep. Then the other chapters about content enough. And then you know that it come with a catch. If you don't share, if you do hold too much. But anyway, the conclusion of the whole thing is that the heaven star only benefit, no harm. And then you argue, no, it's the water, destroy a lot of things. Again, it's a benefit to all. I mean, all in ours is good for the fish, good for a lot of things, and maybe bad for one segment, but good for others. But we need to look at the whole thing. But this is the way it is. This is how we survive. Sustainable. The system, ecosystem. So it's heaven's ways, benefit, not harm. So we need to look at from that perspective, being one. And then 圣人为而不争. So 圣人 acts, invisible action, always doing something, and then act one step at a time, go on, and then do small, and then be satisfied, be grateful each step. It's not competing each other. No, it's not that we don't want to win. Winning is a part of the way they're getting there, but it's not a true competition, but through cooperation together. So that is the whole ideas. So you need to read the 81 chapter, memorize it if you can, and then digest it, and then understand all of them. They link together. You cannot take out one chapter and say, this chapter, is contrary to the fact. No, because many facets of 81 chapter talking about the thing, and then the conclusion is about oneness, and there's a long life Tao. These those things you have to understand. So my book is again try to convey that. Okay. Now and again, Lao Ji and Ho Sang Gong 81. But this is pretty much easy to understand. Ho Sang Gong and Wang Bi pretty much the same explanation, commentary, and so on. Okay. But anyway, the Zhuangzi. Okay. I love Zhuangzi. What Zhuangzi have to say? And Zhuangzi 81. Now this is a very good story actually. Page 161. 161. If you cannot hear what I say because I say with very strong accent, I hope you can understand. Most of my speaking. But anyway, this the one time old friend went to his official rich classmate or something. Hey, my family is dying. Will you please lend me some rice so I can survive? And then the classmate, the high officer, hey, no problem, old friends, no problem. Wait until I collect all the tax, all the grain from my peasants, and then you come back, and I will give you 100 catties. No, old friends. And then the friends, oh, on my way come here, I saw a fish on the road. The fish asked me, and the fish said, well, I'm dying. Would you give me some water? To a person who walking by, give me some water, so that I can survive now. The fish dying in dry land. And that man walking through, the third man walking through, and said, okay, no problem. And then I'm going to the Sea King right now, and I will divert the Eastern River to you so that you survive. The fish look at, whoa, I only want a little water so I can survive now. And if you take a long time to get water, plenty of water to me, you better to meet me at the dry fish shop. There will be a dry fish, something there. So the friend told the story and he laughed. So, it's not true friend, But anyway, so as a 圣人 of we don't hold things. Why you want so much things? You share as with people in need. You give a little bit, they survive. That's the time that you give, and then you feel good. You feel the happiness by giving, and then but that's the way it is. Why you feel happy? Because the nature is that we all share. So you have enough to eat and enough to clothing, housing, that we need to share, love each other because we are one. Okay? The essence of that, of course, love yourself, love others, love nature. I love you. We are one. The world's beautiful because here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 81. Sincere words are not beautiful. Beautiful words are not sincere. Oh, beautiful words are for the ears, not for the heart. Good men do not argue. Those who argue are not good. Oh, truth is self-evident, and no argument can change it. He who knows is not complicated. The complicated do not know. Oh, he who knows Tao sees the world as simple wonders. Oh, he who doesn't know only sees the complicated manifestations of Tao. The sage does not hoard things. The more he serves others, the greater his happiness. The more he gives to others, the greater his abundance. Oh, if you separate from Tao, the more you hold, the less you get. Oh, if you are one with Tao, you don't need to hold, but you have it all. The Tao of heaven benefits all things without harming them. The Tao of the sage acts through cooperation, not competition.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen from a rainy day, beautiful day, and we call about Tao. In this we have Tao Te is the Tao is the everything, and Te is the way learning the way of Tao, so we can live in this world in peace. And this we have 8 Te. In my book we classify 8 Te, the 8 way of life, and this one is number 1 is called Tao. So it's basically answer the question. We have 10 chapters of from Tao Te Ching answer the question. Where we come from? Where are we going? Who am I? What's the meaning of life? So when I was young, like everybody else, I was in village, and see I saw the blue sky, the sky at night, all the stars. I just wonder, are we alone? What's the meaning of life? Where are we? And so forth. And then one time Tao Master, a student asked the Tao Master the same question. Oh, the Tao Master, let me tell you a traditional story. Heaven and earth, and there's nothing, and suddenly there's a dot there, and then that little dot like a small egg, and then egg become bigger and bigger. So one day the egg break up because there is a giant baby inside. So he pushed heaven up, pressed the earth down, so he opened heaven and earth. And he kept on doing it for millions of years, or thousands, millions of years, and then his eyes now become the moon, the star, and it's the hair become the forest, and his the blood become the river, meridians, and then the hair become the forest, and then everything. So here now becomes that's what we see, the whole earth, and they said, well. Now, so if you from one star to another, it takes a long time. But when the giant is get itchy immediately, he feel it. So because it's one, the whole concept is one. So it's the oneness. We are actually everything is one big of the whole giant. And here I was. Here I am in the story. I went to the reflecting pond, is passed here, and then I meditate. And then I meditate on meaning of life. Where I'm come from, where I'm going, what's my meaning of my life? And suddenly I hear a voice say, why there should be a meaning to life? So we are Tao. We just being what we are. And Tao, we born as Tao. Before we born there's Tao. After we die, we Tao. Actually, we have never left. We are always here. And then in my meditation, I ask, so if I'm always here, so what's the meaning of my life? So much suffering in this world. And then the voice said, well, you know that the story of the giant? We are one. You, me as one. Now, you might be rich, super rich. You're one. We need you. But you're down and out. We need you. Because without you, there won't be one. So we do not know our meaning of life. But we know that each one of us is important because without one of us, or without the tree, without the bees, the butterfly, there's not one. So we live in one. It's a beautiful oneness. So I wake up from the meditation and I see the world is wonderful world. The world full of love, compassion, and there's no big, no small, no rich, no poor. We're all in spirit. Actually, in reality, we're one. Everyone is needed in this world. So I love myself because I need it. I love you because you are needed. I love nature because everything needs it. Without you, without me, without you, and then with everything. So we love the environment, fresh air, fresh water, because we're protecting ourselves. So this wonderful world, this is everybody have his place. Everybody have a right in this moment of time. And I love you, you love me, and we are here together. I love you, and from Yang Song. Thank you. Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching. The secret is oneness. One time, a student want to learn Tao to get enlightened, so he went to a master. A master, I want to learn meditation. I want to obtain Tao. And the master says, no problem. You just sit there, think nothing. You got it. And then the student sit and nothing worked. So he went to the master. So, master, meditation is not my cup of tea. I want to quit. The teacher said, don't quit, okay? So tell me, what do you do for a living? He said, I tend buffaloes. I love buffaloes. Okay, just think a buffalo inside your stomach, inside your body. And so the student, thank you. So he went to the cave and meditate on a buffalo. So it's about 100 days later, the teacher came to the student, said, hey, student, come out of the cave, because today my teacher, the Grandmaster's birthday, 120-year-old birthday. So come out, let's go together. And the student inside the cave said, but master, I cannot come out. Why not? My horn is too big. Why? Because he has become a buffalo. So he asked you to meditate on a buffalo, is using the fourth thing to obtain the real, but now he become the fourth thing. So so the master knew that the student just got the wrong way, 走火入魔, entered the fire into the wrong place. And so he said, okay. And so he left without the student to his teacher. And then his teacher, now the Grandmaster, said, hey, where's my, your student? You normally come with him. He said, oh, he has grown horns. And then the Grandmaster, now look at the master. How about you? The master look at it, himself. No, I have not grown horns. Oh, suddenly he realized, oh, do I? So, I have a buffalo without horns. It's still a buffalo. But the Grandmaster, so now he understands now. So it's the ego. He still have the ego. So the buffalo is the ego. He still have the ego. So he asked the Grandmaster, hey, Grandmaster, you've been teaching me to get rid of my ego, but I can't so far. But hey, let me ask you, do you have an ego? And the Grandmaster said, okay, please sit down, just, and why don't you, what's the ego? This empty, this ego. Just tell me, today I was 120-year-old, so why don't you ask me? Do I have wrinkles? It's all practical. And then the master or the master student, Grandmaster, do you have wrinkles? Actually, he asked. The Grandmaster look at him. I don't have any wrinkles. The master just realized, really? I just have one. I'm sitting on it. The Grandmaster is one wrinkle because the whole body is wrinkled, so he's sitting on one. Now, so suddenly, the master got lost. What's going on there? So what's to do with ego? And now the Grandmaster signaled to him to sit down. Well, in the reflecting pond, in that case, sit down to meditate. Now he sent thought to the student. And then in the deep meditation, and then the student realized the big wrinkle has no wrinkle, but ego have no ego. But no ego is the biggest ego. So it's oneness, but it's the biggest ego. So he realized, as long as we live in this world, we have egos. And either small ego, big ego, it depends on how you cultivate Tao. Now, with you, the biggest ego is no ego. And then he went into deep meditation, more meditation. And then he realized, If you remember Lao Tzu's word, Tao begets one, one begets two. So we start with one is harmonious one, and then have two, the yin and yang. But yin and yang, the opposite. The small and big, the opposite to each other, but both are true, the profound truth. But the profound truth, the center of it, the nature of it is because it's from one. So it's the harmonious one. So instead of fighting each other with yin and yang, then you embrace. Embrace. As long as we live in this world, we live in one, but with open, with all things, 10,000 things with us. And then all things, we can accomplish all things. Because of a big ego and no ego. And together, we really harmoniously live from 1, 2, 3, 10,000 things, and then come back as 1, 2, 3. Life goes on, one breath at a time, breathing in, breathe out, is a harmonious oneness. So wake up for the meditation, realize that that's the secret of oneness, is acceptance. You realize you love the good and bad, it's all in one. That's acceptance of who we are, what we are, and all the people around. Love yourself, love others, love nature. That is the essence of Tao. I love you from Yangso. Thank you. Right, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we want to talk about Wu Wei. This chapter, Wu Wei is one of the De. So Tao Te Ching, De is the usage or learning the way of Tao work in this world. And Wu Wei, or invisible action, is the simplicity. Invisible action is actually one of the major principles of the Tao Te Ching, this way of life. Now, when we say Wu Wei, actually in Chinese have two characters there, Wu and Wei. Wu is invisible. Wei is action, invisible action. Now also, that's why you need to study Chinese if you want to go further. But if you don't want to study Chinese, that's okay. But you understand that Wu is not non-action, because Wu also have Wu Shi, so invisible event. Wu Yu is not without invisible desire. And then so at the end of the chapter, if you go for the concordance, look for WU there, is the we have a list of Wu, Wei Wu, with the invisible combined with our Chinese characters. So that's how I translate it. You must know that you cannot just look at one chapter and then get this, or look at the Wu Wei, and then you can you have to translate according to the 81 chapters. So in 81 chapters, and you know, I did it for years, and then one day I meditate on it, and then come up with 8 principles. So I believe in connect with the cosmic, and then only during when before you get up, and then not getting up, and that period of time that things come, and then I see the 8 pictures, and then this Wu Wei is one of the pictures, and then of course then you the Wu Wei, and then you contain. I put 10 chapters, because 10 times 8 is 80, and then plus 1 is 81. 10 chapters. So each chapter have a definition of Wu Wei. So it's not, because it's not scientific, it is something that because human life. So it's living. So human life have many aspects. The world have many aspects. So Wu Wei have different aspects. Look at the same thing and see what is Wu Wei apply our life as a ruler of different ways. So I would the book is very clearly marked, and then of course when the book will be Wang Bi and Ho Shangong. Ho Shangong is 200 years old. And Wang Bi is 1800. So those are very important interpretations of Wu Wei, what they comment on the text. And then you must understand the text. Some of you have a little book, with you, and then you have to understand where they come from, and each word and so forth. Where's the Wu Wei? Now, Wu Wei. So after I written all the book, all the cover every corner, and then suddenly ask myself, am I satisfied? No. So if that's the case, then I have to translate from deep inside my body, heart and soul, and then come up with the story. And then of course, Zhuangzi has the story about Wu Wei. One time the king want to cockfighting, he interested. Someone gave him a big bird, a big one, and then he asked a trainer to train the bird. And then first he said, after a couple of days, is that ready? It's so big, so strong, all the muscles and so on. The trainer not ready. It's no skill, it's just muscle, okay? And then a few days later, it's ready. Because they see the bird ready to fight. He said, no, he's just too ready, too cocky. The mind you need to calm the mind yet. And then a few days later, the king said, "Oh, is ready? Look at him. His mind is calm. He's really ready to fight." "Oh, not ready." "Why?" The king asked the trainer. "So he's too proud." The birds, the cock is too proud. And then, okay, a few days later, eventually the king came to see the trainer. I said, "See a bird, a wooden bird. The bird not moving, no reaction." And then the trainer is ready to fight. So true to his words, but the fighting cock, as soon as the wooden cock step over there, they all ran away. So he win without fighting. Now, if you're a fighter, and Bruce Lee also said that. So, what's that? You're relaxing, not relaxing. It's just like people always fighting. They will trick you, and then. But if you actually, if the wooden bird, the other bird actually try to fight older bird, well, they kill him very quickly because he won with the other bird and so forth. And then, but anyway, that's the training of the Wu Wei from the body, the mind, and then the spirit, the sun. You need to drop everything and be one with cosmic, and then you become very good at it. Then you reach the simplicity called Wu Wei in this wonderful state. Then you can be whatever you do. You become the top of the whatever you do. Now, of course, I wrote a book, Tao Te Ching, and also Secret Tai Chi Circle. So here when I thought about it, wow, I need to recreate the story, because at the end of the Secret Tai Chi Circle, and then the student learn Tai Chi from the grandmaster, but the grandmaster still can throw the student. And then, so I normally perform the last chapter of the Secret Tao Te Ching to the students when I was in Holland and Europe and also in America. So people love it because it is to create the final scenes of fighting. But anyway, but after I finished the book, Secrets of Tai Chi Circle, and I still, because the student asked the grandmaster the last question. So if the grandmaster said, well, go, one day you discover the true meaning of Tai Chi is for life, it's not destroy life. And then, the grandmaster said, well, one day you're as good as I am, surpass me, and now you have to get rid of your mind. Get rid of your mind. And the student asked, oh, grandmaster, Tai Chi and Qigong, is this all about the mind? The mind, direct your body? So effortlessly, and the grandmaster said, well, one day you understand, you go away. And then after I finished the book, I didn't understand. True to myself, I didn't understand what I written. Okay. Now, after Tao, 10 years meditation, and I finally understood what the grandmaster is saying. So normally I went to the reflecting point and then meditate on the Wu Wei. What's Wu Wei? And then, so when I practice Tai Chi, one more time, during meditation, and then I reach a point that, my body just disappeared very effortlessly, everything. And then suddenly I heard a voice, or hear a voice, said, drop your mind. I said, and then I said, I had not hear anything. Suddenly the voice became very big. Drop your mind, huh? And I dropped my mind. I suddenly realized, my mind was a blockage. I'm not going anywhere, I'm still the same. But now my mind become the movement. The movement become my mind. My mind, wherever I move, they move with it. The body and mind, no blockage at all, become one. So I'm so happy. I'm very happy. So continue, enjoy the Tai Chi. And suddenly I heard another same voice again. Drop your pride. I said, drop your shen. What's your shen? What's that? And then, your pride, drop it. And then suddenly I dropped my pride. And now my body and my spirit become the mountain, become the river. So when I move, the mountain moves with me. The water moves with me. Every breath, the universe breathes through me. The mountain breathes through me. The river breathes through me. So become oneness, become one. I cannot distinguish body, mind, or spirit, and because when we oneness, I become transparent, and everything becomes a wonderful sensation. And then I wake up from my meditation, and I see a different world. It's a wonderful world. A world full of love and compassion and simplicity. I love myself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you and me. I love you from Yangzhou. Thank you. Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about the Jing. One of the usage of Tao is silence. Silence is natural, and those people know, don't talk. Those people talk, don't know, because Tao, the natural Tao, is from inside to outside. So we don't know. So those people, we as human beings, we know that we don't know, because there's a lot of things we don't know, so we keep quiet. And then we appreciate the whole universe, because we are part of the whole universe, or we are the universe. When you keep in the inside, then you tap into that silence, and then you feel that we are one, and that we have many things unknown. And for example, as like Zhuangzi said, when you meditate or you're sleeping, and suddenly he become a butterfly, and then he wake up from his dream. It's certain. Is I'm a human being. I dream of the butterfly. Oh, actually, now I am the dream. Now I'm in the dream of butterfly. The butterfly dream, it is a human. So what's the difference? So when you're in the deep meditation and silence, everything goes. We all one. It's all possibilities within. And then it's wonderful. And then now I into deep meditation. I go into reflecting point and then meditate on the word silence. So I go deeper and deeper into my meditation until I reach pure emptiness. And from there, the process, and then I hear voice going out. And then from there, 10,000 things. I hear the voices, use my ears, the whole body. And then my body calms down. I hear the earth voices through my mind. And then finally I drop my mind, everything. So now I reach the space of emptiness. That's the chi. I listen with the whole being. And then now my whole body vibrates with energy. And then I feel a joy. And from that space of emptiness, everything starts again. And then become the 10,000 things. The 10,000 things seems to all return back to that silence. From that silence, life start again. So it's a rhythm of a cycle. It's the rhythm of a cycle. So in the meditation, I feel the energy fill up my body. And the body becomes transparent. And then I wake up from the meditation. It's a beautiful world. A world full of love and compassion. Actually, I'm one with all in one. It's a wonders. So every breath in, breath out, and in between, go back to the space. And the space, the silence. So everywhere I go in the silence, I seem to know the world, seem to know the heaven's way. And everywhere I go, I carry that silence with me and then feel like I am love, and then the whole world's love. And then from inside, going back to silence and then go back to life again. So life is one breath at a time. You feel the joy of being one with everything, and then that's from the silence, from the sound, silence, sound. Actually everything is between silence and sound and silence. They all blend into harmonious one. So we live in this life as one day at a time, enjoy life at one day at a time with love, compassion, when all creatures, when do think the trees, the mountains, everything together. So, and again, then I realize my body open and close with every breath. And then I feel joy knowing that I'm enlightened with the fourth secret of Tao Te Ching, the silence, that moment silence, the instant of silence. Actually, every instant is silence, and silence, action, silence and action. This is even in between breath, inside breath, everything the same. Just like practice Tai Chi. So stop and go, stop and go. It's moving meditation. It's meditation but moving. So your breath, so your silence actually permeating inside the action itself. I cannot distinguish silence or action, silence or sound, because this is the one. This is wonderful feeling that I don't need to go to the mountain meditate in order to keep in that space. But the space always with me, the silence always with me. While I'm walking, while I'm talking, everything is the silence is within the action, the silence within the talking. So everything, because I'm one with Tao, one with the cosmic. So I love you, love yourself, love others, love nature, and then I love you, you love me, we are one. And Tam Yang So, thank you very much, thank you. Hello. Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. So today we want to talk about a little about the De, or the category. We call it life. We classify the whole 81 chapter into 8 categories. One is called life, what's living, soft, humble life. And in this chapter, of course, it's story form, and then I start with the story that we like one time a student, very weak. He is not a good shape, so he went to a master and to learn how to heal and become strong again. And the master tell him, hey, first you must relax first and let go. And then the student said, oh, I have very little thing. You asked me to let go of it. Are you sure? And the master said, in order to gain, you must lose. And go back to your nature, and you need to change the way you are. So you need to go back to the softness, life, breathing, and so on. So, so the student wasn't sure. So the master told him a story, and then he said, oh, after the story, then he's oh, okay. So he understood and started to practice. But what's the story? The master told the student, here comes. This is the story, and you probably hear part of it, and because it's old story. And one time, a scorpion and a frog. A frog, is a big flood, a lot of water, and it destroyed the homes of both. And so the frog can swim along, and the scorpion, the scorpion said, "Hey, Mr. Frog, we are neighbors. Please help me." The frog looked at him. No, you scorpion, you can sting me, and then no more. So, oh. Mr. Frog, you think I'm stupid? If I sting you, both of us die. So the frog thought about it. Okay, go ahead. And since we're neighbors, so the scorpion hop on the frog's back, and the frog swim in the middle of the river. Suddenly the scorpion sting the frog, and the frog said, "Oh, you stupid scorpion! Now both of us die now. Why you want to do that?" And the scorpion said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Frog. That's my nature. I cannot change it." As the story goes, there's a tree branch throwing by, so save both of them. Next year, same thing happened again. So the scorpion, "Hey, Mr. Frog, please help me. So the frog, "Well, you stink." "Oh, you learned my lessons last time, I won't. So the scorpion hop on the floor, and then in the middle river, and the scorpion drunk. And then suddenly the floor become like a basketball. Oh, here, boom, it jumped the scorpion. He said, "Oh." And the frog looked at the scorpion. "Hey, I cannot change your nature. I can change mine. I have got to learn a master Qigong, so I stone myself, you can sting." So that is the story. So, hey, we cannot change the nature of things, but we can change ourselves. That is called Tao Te. Te is to adopt Tao into our life, and then the purpose, long life Tao, is live naturally long. So this is the thing. Is not we can change yet. We are not changing anything. We are returning as a baby. As he said, the chapter said, well, even though you're virtuous, you acquire a lot of things. You're not. You're just not as enlightened as a newborn baby. As a newborn baby, you're one with the cosmic. You're very powerful. And so actually, we need to return to ourselves. So we become stiff. And when you're alive, you're soft, and like a baby, soft, and so forth. But when we become stiff, so become egoistic, the whole body, and then we go to very stiff until we die. So, but along the way, we can change that, going back to baby again, by doing the breathing of the harmonious chi. So the chapters talk about the chi, the breath, and all those things. So like water is very, as a baby, like high percentage of baby is water. We have actually our body is 75% or some percent of water. So it's really we all make of water. And then the softness. If we can keep the softness, we can live long. And then of course, long is relative. We want to live is precious. We want to live the quality life, one with the nature, and so forth. Okay. So after the story, as I write the story, like the secret of Tai Chi circle, the same. They always enlightenment comes with the reflecting point. So, and I reacted, so I went to a reflecting point and go into deep meditation. And after a while, I be one with the cosmic, and suddenly I become a baby. I am full of life. And then I ask one question to myself: what gives life to water? And then somewhere, somehow, a voice came: the water. Tao gives air, and the water so fish can survive. And then Tao gives air to atmosphere, so you and me can survive through the breath. So the breath, breathing in, breathe out, breathing in, breathe out. So the day we born, we start to breathe. So life is a journey made up of breaths, breathing in, breathe out. So it's the rhythm of life. That's the whole universe is breathing. It's the rhythm, and suddenly it's the whole body mellow down and so on, and become a baby. And then when you become a baby, the whole body is suddenly become transparent. And like the lights coming in, the life energy fill up the entire body. And I smile when you wake up from the meditation. Oh, it's beautiful. So every breath is beautiful. Every breath is precious. So raise my hands in front of a reflecting point. Oh, life, such a precious thing. Now is my perfect moment. And it's our perfect moment. Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching. Tao Te Ching have 81 chapters, and I classify in the 8 chapters. 8 De is learning the way of Tao, and then one of the category right now is peace, and peace on earth and forgiveness, and this is about how do we learn from Tao. Now, one time, a student want to learn meditation from a master, from Tao master, and then the master just told him that, hey, you just sit there, don't think of anything. You'll get to the space of Tao, and then the student diligently meditate, and but he could not meditate because as soon as he went to the master, meditation not my cup of tea, because as soon as I calm down, thoughts come to me. Thoughts about people I used to be hate and hatred come to me, and then I cannot forgive them. I just I don't know how to do that. They always come back, and then the master said, well, yeah, you cannot forgive them, and it's always inside you, and you cannot meditate. But if I tell you a way to do it, will you do it? I said, oh, sure, master. That's why I'm here, to learn forgiveness. And then he said, okay, a student, you go ahead and carry a basket, and put every time, every event or people you think of, you need to forgive. Put a stone there, and then carry all around the whole day. After you forgive one person, you pick it up and throw one, and then at the end, when you forgive everybody, and then you come back to see me. The student, oh, thank you, master, thank you, master. And he carried the basket, and then he forgave everybody. And after around 30 days, we forgive everybody. Come to see master. And then, oh, master, I forgave everyone, but I still cannot meditate. And then master said, well, during the 30 days, you try to forgive people, and those new people you offend, the event you regret, and those things you bother, you put it back to each one, and then another full of a storm, and they carry around, and then again 30 days, same thing happened, and then finally the student said, oh, I could never learn how to forgive people, and master, I want to quit. The master looked at him, hey, why don't you drop your basket? You don't need to carry it. And then suddenly the student realized, oh, that's true. Then he said, but as long as you're alive, you always offend people, and people offend you. So you always something to forgive or forget. But again, it's nothing to forgive, because we are one, and then you feel at peace with yourself, and then we are one. So let go inside and love people, accept and peace. And the student realized, oh, and then he can calm down. It's a part of the peace and forgiveness, and a part of meditation. Now, so as the story goes, so I went to the reflecting point, go into deep meditation about peace, forgiveness. And then during my meditation, and I hear a voice, you and Tao is one. It's nothing to forgive or to be forgive. We are one. Everything has its own place. As long as you live Tao as is one, and then you will be at peace. Always love people, respect people, and then I ask during meditation, we all want peace. how we can obtain peace. And the voice said, there's a power within us, within the universe, the power of heaven. The heaven is like a net connect all of us together. When we pray for peace, everybody think of peace, love, compassion. Peace is coming to all of us, to the world. So I wake up from the meditation. I feel the love and compassion of all the people. At peace with myself and with the world, with the universe. And the secret of Tao Te Ching, of the peace revealed to me, is wonderful sensation. And it's love yourself, love others, love nature. That's the essence of Tao. The world's beautiful because of you, because of me are together. I love you. Oh, this Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching. We're talking about one of the Te is about contentment or enough. Now, and this summary was content because we got 11 chapters. For this one is one more chapters about contentment or the enough, the feeling gratefulness about life and so forth. And then as the story goes, the student asked the master, hey master, what's enough? Enough is enough, but what's enough? And the master said, hey, look at a bird. The bird has whole forest, but all he needs is a branch. The squirrel has a whole river, but all he needs is just one stomach full of water. And this enough simplicity of life. And then the student said, oh, but master, I'm a human. I have brains. I have desires. And every morning I wake up, I worry about my health. I worry about my children. I worry about my parents. I worry about my job and everything. I have just so stressed out. I have so much desire. Then the master looked at him. Yes, can you simplify your desire? You need to stop to smell the roses. Life goes by. It's going by very fast. Before you know it, it's gone. Smell the roses. And then the student said, oh, roses. Oh, he said, yeah. Then life goes on. I need to enjoy life now. So and then the master looked at him. Hey, don't smell the roses and forget life. The train of life won't wait for you. And then the student confused. I cannot stop to smell roses. I cannot, on the train of life working so hard every day. What's going on there? And he was. Go to deep meditation. And then in the deep meditation, he hear a voice. Life is short. You need to hear, smell the roses. But what can I do? I need to smell the roses, I know. And so the voice continued. Yes, you don't want to miss the train of life. In that sense, why don't you carry the rose with you while you're on the train of life? You can calm down every breath. Is life, is rose. Meanwhile, you're working very hard at the train of life because you don't want to miss life. But meanwhile, you're aware of your body and mind, spirit being one. And then you wake up from the meditation. Yes, that's life. Even though life is short, but it's beautiful. I can smell the roses. I can have the breath, feel the breath, every breath. I take one day at a time. Start everything from from zero, and then work, and then relax from one breath at a time. That's roses and the train of life at the same time. That's wonderful. Life is wonderful. And then I'm grateful for the breath I have, for being alive. I'm grateful for whatever I have. For what I have is at this moment is what I need. And I love myself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because we are all here together with roses, with vitality for life. We are together, oneness. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, this is Master Luke Chan from beautiful Spring Day in Yangzhou, China. So today we want to the story. After I written it, took me for almost about 10 years to write this book, and then of course the Tao Te is the way of learning Tao. You know, we acquire Te, and then it's important. So during my meditation, I memorize every single word of Tao Te Ching, and then come up with the 8 principles or the Te. And that is easier for me to grasp. And then I guess now for if you want to learn Tao, that's easier for you because we are a human being, we are logical thinking. But the whole Tao Te Ching is a cosmic connection. So, but anyway, the last chapter of the 8th the principle is love and compassion. So I recreate the story from the secret of the Tai Chi circle. And then that's the end now. And and then when I get enlightened, it's always the reflecting point. But as it goes now, the master and the student. So this always so the student, master, grandmaster. So that's the way we I try to convey the idea to go through myself to you if possible. So the one time a student came to a master. He want to learn unconditional love, and then so the teacher, the master says, "Oh, go ahead, look at heaven and earth. It's beautiful." And unconditionally give the air and the water to everyone, to all the 10,000 things. Learn from it, and then you'll be okay. You can, no problem. So after some time, the student come back. "Oh no, master, I cannot learn unconditional love because my thoughts full of negative and hatred." The master said, "Oh, no problem." And then we replace that with love, compassion from Tao Te Ching. So from now on, memorize Tao Te Ching every day. You memorize the text and so forth. And then the student go home and went home and then diligently memorize everything. And then you over and over again and go to sleep, you remember and so forth. But after a while, you come back and say, "Oh, master, it's useless. Tao Te Ching, throw it away. It's only words. I cannot learn unconditional love," and forget it. And then suddenly the master raised his finger. He said, "Well, that's the moon. That's what you want, not my finger. Don't look at my finger. Tao Te Ching is only the finger, pointing to the moon." So the student said, "Well, he went home and learned again." And meanwhile, the master said, "Well, he thought he have it." And then and then one day, oh, earthquake, come. And then suddenly the grandmaster show up. Show up. And then it's a full moon, beautiful moon. And the master now become the student. So the master and the grandmaster there. And suddenly the grandmaster raised his finger. And the moon there. And then master immediately look at the moon because he thought, I have learned that already. I am the master now. But the grandmaster continued pointing to the moon. And then suddenly the master looked at his finger. Oh, it's bloody. The grandmaster get hurt. So he was too busy looking at the moon and forget his finger. So it's the Tao Te Ching and the pointing to the moon. Actually, everything the same. Yin and yang, we have to move as one. You cannot ignore one another. So, so as it goes, now as I write the book, almost at the end now. So I'm going back to the same thing as the reflecting point and go there. That's what the enlightenment got. So I meditate deeply on the idea of unconditional love. And when I breathe deep inside, relaxing, deeper and deeper, then I see an image. From the other side of the reflecting point, a person riding on a bamboo branch, going down up. A little closer, I see him, I saw him. It's a Lao Ji. I see him as Lao Ji. And then Lao Ji suddenly beckoned me to him. So, and suddenly said, oh, I can fly to him. So I follow him to his Lao Ji's territories. And there's 2 boxes there with Tao Te Ching. And open it with 81 scrolls of Tao Te Ching there. And suddenly the scroll swirl, and then suddenly into become the stars, the North Star, and then all the stars around it. It become all the 5,000 words out there become star. It's become the guiding light. And suddenly I feel myself with all the universal stars, with love and compassion. And suddenly I feel the love and of the universal love with Tao and everything. I cannot distinguish myself from all other 10,000 things, all the stars, the universe. I become one. So fill it up. And then I feel the joy and peace inside. Now, suddenly, I open my eyes. I see a different world, a world full of love and compassion. I love myself. I love others. I love nature. The world is beautiful because I am here, you are here. We are one.